It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, June 27th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you missed me as much as I missed you. Yes, we were off last week. We left you hanging. And I got a lot of people who wrote to me saying, oh my God, how could you do this to us? You're the only consistent thing in our lives. You're the only good thing in our lives. We look forward to every Monday and Wednesday hanging out with you for 3 to 4 hours, sometimes even longer than that. So much to discuss. It was an Austin event. There were all those finishes, the crowd, International Fight Week coming up, Arman Tsarukyan and Mateusz Gamrot. I mean, just so much going on. How could you leave us high and dry? We had to go see the folks up in Canada. And a happy 46th wedding anniversary to them today, June 27th. So it was a great time up in the Great White North. I had a lovely time. I appreciate all the messages. I appreciate everyone missing us. As they say in the business, distance makes the heart grow fonder. And yes, I had a lot of people say, ew, how could you leave us? Ew. Guess what? Now you miss me a little more. Now you miss us a little more. And we've got a lot to discuss on today's program. The road to International Fight Week, the 10th annual International Fight Week, Las Vegas, July 2nd, this Saturday, T-Mobile Arena. Fantastic card. Yes, it took a hit this past weekend. Miesha Tate, Lauren Murphy, no longer on the card. Lauren Murphy, unfortunately, has COVID. They're looking for a replacement, not looking good. It's probably going to get moved to the July 16th card on Long Island, which, let's be honest, it could use a bit of a bump, especially on ABC. There's a lot to discuss as it pertains to the 10th annual UFC International Fight Week event, extravaganza, festivities. I will be back in Las Vegas. A lot going on over there as well. Perhaps we'll be meeting up with some of you out there, some of the loyal viewers and listeners of the program. On today's program, it will be the return of the highly anticipated, always very popular International Fight Week draft. It used to be a staple of the Monday show before IFW, as the cool kids say. We did it once at ESPN. It was not so good. We had to play nice and bring along some dead weight. And now we are back and better than ever. So I'm very excited about that. We'll be doing that later in the program. If you don't know what the International Fight Week draft is, let me tell you, it's one of the best pieces of programming in MMA, and that'll be coming up later on in the program. Like I said, a lot has happened since we last spoke. A lot of great guests on today's program, a lot to get to on today's program. So I don't think we have a lot of time to waste. I don't think we have a lot of time to dilly-dally. We got to get to everything. As always, today's show and our show is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Yes, there they are. DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but also the MMAR. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code the MMAR for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMAR only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. Put in the code so that they know we sent you. Now, today's show, very exciting. Later on in the show, Jessica Rose Clark, who returns to action this Saturday at UFC 276. Yes, she's coming off a loss. Yes, her winning streak was snapped recently. She is coming on the show to break some news, some very important news pertaining to UFC 276. So, Frank, I hope you have. I know it's a little bit rusty back there. We've been off for a little over a week, right, since our last show, about 10 or so days since our last show, which is incredible. I mean, I don't blame you all for feeling a little bit, FOMO-ish. But you got the breaking news, right? You have that ready?
Oh, yeah.
You haven't forgotten it?
Definitely not.
What does it sound like? Just wanted to make sure that you had it ready. So at around 4:30, you'll be hearing that music because Jessica Rose coming on to break some massive news as it pertains to UFC 276. Stay tuned for that. At around 3:30, Eddie Hearn, the head man over at Matchroom Boxing, will be making history as he is known to do, because I think he'll be joining us in studio for the third time in 2022, right? The first one was this year, I believe. It was around the time of the Taylor Serrano presser, and then he came back. Actually, is this the fourth time? This might be the fourth time in studio. Whatever the case. Where's our statistician, Jedi Goodman, when you need him? The point is he is back in studio because he is here to promote the Triple G Canelo trilogy fight that's going down September 17th in Las Vegas on DAZN. They've been doing a little bit of a media tour. They were in Los Angeles on Friday, June 24th. My mom's birthday. Happy birthday to her. Big weekend. That's why I was there. And now he's in New York, and he's going to stop by because he told his PR guy, Fred, listen, anytime I'm in New York, I got to stop by the MMA Hour. Yes, it's the MMA Hour. No, not the boxing hour. But the problem is there ain't anyone that's that good in the world of boxing covering that sport, so he loves covering or coming on this show to talk to us because we hit him with the great questions that you all want answers to. So we'll be talking to Eddie Hearn about all of that going on in the world of boxing, in the world of Matchroom, in the world of the sweet science. Not only Triple G Canelo, but there's actually a big MMA story attached to Matchroom and Eddie Hearn that we'll get to involving one of our own, Chris Cyborg. You may have heard Chris Cyborg and Katie Taylor potentially in talks to fight not Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano 2, which is a bit of a curveball. So that'll be at 3:30. We'll be joined in studio by Edward Hearn. Always great to have him on. Always appreciate his time. At 3 o'clock, we'll have the former UFC featherweight champion Max Holloway on the show. He fights in the co-main event this Saturday against Alex the Great Volkanovski. Of course, it's the trilogy fight. They first met at UFC 245 in December of 2019. Then they fought on quote-unquote Fight Island in July of 2020 in front of no one. And now they're back at T-Mobile Arena, site of the first fight, to wrap this bad boy up. And you would think once and for all, if Max doesn't win this, robbery or not, he ain't getting a fourth crack unless it's like the most egregious robbery of all time. So it's a must win, I would say, for Max, as long as Alex Volkanovski is the champion. Always great to talk to Mr. Blessed, and he'll join us at 3 o'clock. At around 2:20, 2:25, we'll have the International Fight Week draft. We'll also recap the week that was in terms of betting. So stay tuned for that. It'll be myself, GC, who's back from his European vacation. You'll hear from him in a moment. And New York Rick. We'll each pick 5 fighters competing this weekend on the UFC card and the PFL card. I know they're not really related, but, you know, ESPN family, 2 events. They don't really do the 2 or 3 event thing anymore in Vegas, so we had to add one. Nevertheless, we'll pick 5, and the one who gets the most fighters right, no betting lines attached, just straight up, is the champion of the International Fight Week draft. How about that? Sort of like how the Knicks were the champion of the NBA draft last Thursday. The champion of this will be the champion of the draft. So that will be at around 2:20. Danny Sabatello will join us. He had a big win over Leandro Higo and then turned on the crowd afterwards. And then there was that great face-to-face with Rafion Stotts in the cage. And now they'll be meeting. And that's going to be a lot of fun. And so Mr. Sabatello, the Italian gangster, will join us to talk about the big win, the crowd, the booing. Was he happy with the performance? He's quite the character. I enjoy speaking to him. I'm looking forward to that. And the brand spanking new Bellator middleweight champion, Johnny Eblen, the human cheat code himself. What a weekend, by the way, for ATT, American Top Team. You had Johnny Eblen win in an incredible performance against Gegard Mousasi, shades of 2010, April 2010 in Nashville, Tennessee, when King Muhammad Lawal defeated Gegard Mousasi to win that belt at 205. He beats Gegard Mousasi and it was never even close, 50-45. Now all of a sudden he's the champion of the world. That was a big win. Sabatello was a big win for ATT. Mateusz Gamrot on Saturday was a big win for ATT. I know it was a close fight, but still got the nod in the main event against Arman Tsarukyan. So a big weekend for the Coconut Creek-based team. We'll talk to Johnny Eblen, the new Bellator middleweight champ. Quite the character as well. We've been going back and forth on text. I am looking forward to that. Speaking of this past Friday at Mohegan Sun in beautiful Uncasville, Connecticut, our very own GC went straight off the plane from his European travels and said, I need to be there, as his guy Gegard Mousasi was competing in the main event of Bellator 282. He had to take it all in. Unfortunately, it didn't really pan out for his new favorite fighter, but I wanted to ask him about the experience. So let's check in with the oh yes, there he is with Bellator Burks himself. You actually got the merch. Well done.
Yeah, had to get the shirt.
Welcome back.
Yeah, Thank you.
Are you still jet
My
lagged?
corner was a little disheveled, but
Yeah, how do you
got it
feel
back in
about the
order.
place? I mean, did you feel like the...
I don't know. It felt like someone came in here and like
Disrespected?
disrespected. I mean, the Kai was ripped down, the belt was gone. Someone tried to unpin the Erickson.
Any suspects?
I don't know. I don't know if it was internal or what, but yeah, we're back. It's all good now. We got the updated poster. We got the Bellator shirt on. This is why I didn't buy the autographed poster.
So what's the... We had that conversation off air, so no one really knows what you're talking about. That's kind of how the radio works.
Bellator 282 poster signed by everyone on the main card.
Everyone. Even
everyone.
Mousasi.
Yeah, Mousasi and everyone.
How much?
Only $25.
That's a steal. That's pocket change for you.
A little disrespectful.
Yeah, and you didn't buy it.
Nah. Because
you opted for the shirt. Just the
35.
generic Bellator shirt.
Yeah,
not even a Bellator 282 shirt. Not even an Uncasville shirt. It's just slapped logo on black shirt.
That's what I like. I want to be able to wear it. Yeah.
Now you're really living the Bellator Burks gimmick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazingly, you have gone to a Bellator event before a UFC event.
And an LFA event before
all
the
of them.
Bellator event.
Yeah, you're doing it backwards.
No. I'm crescendoing up. I'll have a better appreciation once I finally get to see UFC.
Before we get to all of that, how was the trip?
Oh, fantastic.
Amazing.
I mean, unbelievable. I can't wait to go back. Trip of a lifetime.
Are you planning on going back anytime soon?
No.
Okay. You just mean in general.
And yeah, hopefully I live long enough I can go back sometime.
Was the highlight the pilgrimage to MMA Factory?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's out there. Like,
it is out there.
Yeah. You're like getting into like the real local. There were no tourists there. Disappointed that the doors were down and it was closed. Yeah, I probably would have popped in, maybe bought some merch or something.
What time was it?
It was like 4 p.m. on a Monday. Yeah, it wasn't weekend or anything. I could hear people hitting bags inside though, so suspicions are maybe the former interim champ was in there, so it was privatized.
You didn't knock?
No, I did
Why
not knock.
I gave him a heads up. Fernand said, "You're welcome."
Yeah, I guess I wasn't aware of that until I put the picture out, so I had already been there.
Oh, didn't I say it before? Maybe not.
No, I think it was afterward. I think it was.
So you did. So you went around town. You did the videos. You were a big hit. Also, Mazel Tov, congratulations! You surpassed 10,000 followers on Twitter. I mean, real Twitter sensation, social media darling.
I don't know about all that, but yeah,
it's really coming up all GC. Oh, thank you. Yes.
Class,
thank you for that, Frank. I mean, it's a really big deal. 10K is a big deal. When you joined the team, how many did you have? Like 10 followers?
Yeah, something around there. Yeah, 10. So we've multiplied it by 1,000.
Were you even in the 1,000?
No, I definitely wasn't in the 1,000. But I also didn't really tweet at all. I'm also getting, I'm getting the Helwani rub that doesn't hurt it. So yeah.
No, but you had a couple. You had one on Yeri and Glover that did over. Like I saw like 12,000 likes.
Oh, yeah. Every once in a while, yeah.
You hit. All right. Well, okay, so you're back. And then you went to Bellator. Okay, so I want to live vicariously through you. How was it?
It was fun. It was fun. It, is a step up from LFA. LFA, we were kind of in like a concert hall, and there was only, a few dozen people in the crowd. This felt more, you're in a stadium. It felt like much more of a production.
How's Mohegan Sun? I've never been to Mohegan Sun, believe it or not.
I mean, the casino itself is unbelievably nice. I mean, they sunk millions of dollars into that. Like, it's top of the line.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's Vegas-esque. You've never been to Vegas.
I've never been to Vegas. What Troy said, TST, who I was with, who's been to Vegas on numerous occasions, he says that this is nicer than any casino in Vegas.
Really?
If you're talking about just a nice venue, it is incredibly nice. Yeah, the arena's pretty good.
Nice hotel room, or you guys didn't stay there?
No, I didn't stay there.
Couldn't be bothered.
Couldn't. I tried to stay. It was too expensive.
Wow.
If I have to say, yeah, it was like $500 or $600 a night.
Wow. After the Europe trip.
Yeah, no, couldn't swing that.
How was the crowd? Filled
all right, so I get in for the third fight on, Cody Law, who ended up breaking my heart.
Friend of the show, yeah.
Yeah, friend of the show, heartbreaker. He killed 2 parlays. Would have had a winning week, close at minus 900, no big deal. 30-26th, whatever. Not salty about it. Get in for that. It's just like kind of dead. There's like no one in there. It felt very... felt like an exhibition, but as the night went on, it started to fill up, and by the time the main card got going, the crowd was pretty good, man.
I'm very excited to ask you about the difference between a Bellator and a UFC, because I do feel like Bellator produces their event more for the TV audience than the in-house audience, as opposed to UFC, which obviously has been around longer, has figured out the formula of doing it, not when they do the Apex shows, but I mean like when they do the pay-per-views, they give you something to do at all times when you're in the arena, and they're also doing the TV thing as well. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So yeah, so during the prelims, the pacing was unbelievable. Like it was like as soon as the previous fighters left the cage, the next ones were walking up the ramp. There was no introductions of names or anything. They would just put their names up on the screen, and they would just trot out there, and that was it. Like the pacing was rapid. It was like I was almost taken aback. I was like, wow, we haven't had to do any waiting at all. When it switches over to the main card, it just felt like it became so much more of a production. Lasers started going off. The lights became more like exquisite. Like they had a smoke machine going like the entire prelims, which kind of gave like a weird smell in the arena, but that went off and like it felt like more professional. They started blaring like much more like popular music, started actually introducing the fighters, real walkouts, like post-fight interviews. So like a flip switches for sure when they go to from YouTube to Showtime.
You had Brennan Ward, big local guy, big pop for him.
Oh yeah, huge pop for him. He was probably the most cheered for fighter on the entire card.
I would imagine. Yeah, big Connecticut guy. Had the win, so they loved that.
Yeah, great win.
Great win, TKO finish.
Yeah. I mean, he made it look easy. Had the under in him, had him in a parlay, so that was great. Yeah, I actually got a picture from my seats here.
Oh,
so this is my biggest complaint. So this is my seats when I'm, early on in the fight. When we switch to the pay-per-view, though, I set all the production and everything. I don't know what Bellator did, but they turned this light on for the rest of the show. I swear to God, it was like the sun was in my face. So I was wearing a hat backwards. I had to turn it forward, and I had to like strategically be looking so like the brim of my hat wasn't blocking the cage, but it was also perfectly blocking the light. The Jumbotron in the back was completely out of the question at this point now, which was a huge issue because as you can see from the seats, like all the cameramen and like there were many times where the fighters would get up against the cage and the cameraman and the ref and the angle, I couldn't see anything, so I had to depend on the Jumbotron. That was out of the question once this light came on. I mean, I really don't know. I almost tweeted at Bellator to try and be like, yo,
you should have hit up my guy CJ. He said he was going to take care of you.
I should have.
He didn't take care of you?
No, he did hit me up. About
and?
That. Next time I come.
Next time? we wanted to. What are you talking about?
I mean, look at the sun right here. Like, this is unbelievable.
I'm getting a migraine just looking at this picture. Reminds me of the light that was in here.
You would not have handled it well. It was tough sledding.
How high up were you, by the way? I know it always looks further away on the
row
phone.
N.
Oh, that's not so bad.
Nah, we were low level. I think though, which I've heard many people say that, I think the best seats actually would have been
higher,
top, looking down into the octagon.
Did you happen to catch a glimpse of the great Josh Thompson, Big John McCarthy?
I saw Josh Thompson.
Selfies?
after the Mousasi knockout, which in my opinion was actually probably the highlight of the night because we had a great view of that in the cage and it was just like a clean, just knock the dude out. Everyone was going crazy around the cage and I saw Josh Thompson like celebrating with someone and he tripped. Played it off well, but he tripped bad.
Veteran move.
Yeah, no, veteran move to play it off. But yeah, I was like, oh.
Well.
Yeah.
All right, so the lighting was a bit of a bummer, but what about when Danny Sabatello got in there? What did the crowd turn on him?
The crowd turned on him because the fight was boring. The fight was a snoozer. And I usually try not to say that.
Please clip this off, by the way, for when Danny comes on. And,
I mean, he doesn't care. He let the whole crowd know that. He does not care. He's there to win, and he won convincingly. As soon as the fight ended, I ran and got another drink, and like the people in the crowd, like I was waiting in line, and someone was like, "Does anyone see the decision?" I was like, "I mean,
come on,
I don't need to see it." Sabatello won convincingly. There's no doubt about it. And then he turns on the crowd, which
great promo.
I mean, they started booing him as the fight went on, and I think that annoyed him. And then everyone started booing him even more. And then he basically just told the crowd to F off. More boos. And then Stotts comes up and is like, "You suck." Crowd goes nuts. It was the loudest the crowd went the entire night. Was when Stotts said that Sabatello sucked.
So this was brilliant on Bellator's part. By the way, them facing off, like the result that they needed was this.
Yeah.
Sabatello and Stotts. I would just like to say I have extended an open invitation to both of them to do a face-to-face here in studio. In studio.
Fantastic.
Danny Sabatello and Raytheon Stotts, and the wheels are in motion. I just want to let everyone know, to have both those guys in studio. Look, they don't have the pedigree or the resume of a AJ McKee and a Patricio Pitbull, but personality-wise, Bellator needs to get behind this fight. Yes. And yes, I know that performance wasn't anything to write home about, but Leandro Higo's a tough out, and he needed to get this win to get to this fight, which I think will be fun. Stotts is a superstar in the making, personality-wise. Yeah. And so to bring him down from the set to do that in front of the live audience and the TV audience, and then he played it off perfectly. Now he becomes a huge babyface. Sabatello's cool with being the heel, even though I felt like he was like on this babyface trajectory after his last performance. It was perfect. This couldn't have, and the fight was what it was, but the aftermath couldn't have ended up better for Bellator, in my opinion.
He won, he dominated, he moves on to the next round, and like, I'm with you on the babyface thing for Sabatello. I saw a lot of people like dressed in like Italian gangster garb, like they were like really there for Sabatello. I think just, the fight, people were hoping it was going to be a little bit more exciting the way he was talking beforehand. But yeah, he still won, and now it sets up this fight. I think he's a
wrestler. He's still just a wrestler. He's not like a fully complete mixed martial artist. And I think he talked so much going into that fight, he just needed to secure the victory. And he did. It was never close. It was never it was never in doubt.
I mean, like, I think in the second round was maybe the only round Higo won. And like, that's just because he couldn't get him down. I can't fully remember. But yeah, going into rounds 4 and 5, it was like, this fight is over. He's just going to take him down again, and he's just going to ride him out to a victory.
I need to ask him this question when he comes on in a bit. But he mentioned in the post-fight interview that if he swore he was going to get fined, and I heard he got fined.
Oh, I would imagine, yeah.
By the commission.
Yeah, I mean, he said, like the Connecticut Commission.
It's the Mohegan Tribe Commission.
Okay, yeah.
The head man is Mike Mazzulli, who apparently said, according to the ABC rules, you cannot swear. And then he said, I don't care. And it was a great promo. I mean, he turned it. He did the old Ally Quinta. He, instead of like, coming in and saying, oh, I'm sorry, next time, this and that, he freaking doubled down on the performance, and that's exactly what he had to do. So I thought he nailed it, 10 out of 10. And then we get to the main, and it's Gegard Mousasi, legend, who you were, like, all of a sudden, he's your guy.
I mean, dude, his interviews on the show were fantastic. I watched some other ones with him. I mean, I just love the guy's personality. He just can't be bothered by anything. He just doesn't really care. I mean, he's a legend. Going back and watching some of his highlights, he was going for win number 50. He obviously cashed me some money against Vanderford. Exact same situation, 11-0 coming in, undefeated prospect, sort of a wrestling-based guy. Did not work out. Johnny Eblen, pillar to post, dominated. Like, it was, at first, in the beginning of the fight, it looked like he had a little bit of nervous energy that was gone by the end of the first round. He's like pointing, calling his shots. He's doing like the cartoon punching wind up. And I was like, this fight is over. Like, Mousasi's got nothing for this dude. 50-45 across the board. No question about it.
I want to say this, and I don't want to be disrespectful to Johnny, who's going to join us in about 8 minutes. That was a shocking performance, only because Gegard had been looking so good as of late, right? He started to get into the conversation of best middleweight in the world. No one was ranking him above Izzy, but he was starting to be in the conversation of number 2, right? We've had this conversation. I stand by everything like that. You can make a case that he's above a Whitaker, right? Or a Cannonier, whatever. And then he goes in there against Johnny Eblen, wrestler, relatively unknown. I know he's undefeated. I know he's with ATT. This to me it's okay for Bellator. It's a fine. The lesson here for Bellator has to be, you need to no one knew who Johnny Eblen was going into this fight. I bet you most fans watching this show, meaning the hardest of the hardcore, would have a hard time off the top of their heads telling you who his last win came against. And so you need to make these wins against the Mousasis of the world matter by building them up and giving them the correct amount of real estate and time and promotional push leading up to these moments, so that it matters, not just give him the title fight once he gets to, 10-0, 11-0, and he's just the next guy there. No, it has to matter, and I don't feel like they did that with Johnny. Now, can they do that now? Yes, but I feel like that win should have actually been a bigger deal. Like, I compare it, 2010, I was in Nashville, Tennessee, and King Mo beat King Mo beat Gegard Mousasi in a very similar type of fight in terms of the fact that he dominated him for, the vast majority of the fight. King Mo was a way bigger deal in that fight and win meant much more because he was a bigger deal going into the fight. Coincidentally, King Mo was in Johnny Eblen's corner. Nice little, full circle moment there. They need to do a better job of telling the world who this Johnny Eblen character is.
I'm 100% with you. I mean, if I ever had one consistent complaint about Bellator is that their promotion is strongly lacking.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just doesn't even feel like this was probably one of the better Bellator cards I've ever seen made. Like we had Kat Zingano and everyone
on the prelims.
On the prelims, like you had the undefeated prospects and Lucas Brennan, Cody Law, people like that, and it just felt like there was just no sort of hype around it at all. I mean, we were like getting a drink outside of the arena as the first couple fights were going on, and it was 2 first-round knockouts, and you would just never have known that it was even taking place in the same building as the one we were in.
So overall, if you had to grade it, the experience...
6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Interesting.
I'm considering 5.
Wow.
I want to see what a UFC card's like. I mean,
not even a passing grade, huh? You're considering a 5 out of 10.
It didn't help that the main event and the co-main were not exciting.
Yeah, I guess. Even though you were watching, quote unquote, history, like this young stud beating a legend,
but it didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like that because of all the things that you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you too. Like, I felt like they should have been riding the Mousasi hype train and then it getting derailed. Like, it's like...
it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's like, it's such a fickle sport. I mean, like you said, 4 months ago, people were saying he's the best middleweight in the entire world, and now he's losing to an 11-0 Bellator prospect. And now people are saying Johnny Eblen might be a top 5 middleweight in the world. It's a
tough one. We'll talk about that. I mean, I don't know.
I feel like they should have... I'm with you. I feel like it should have been more hyped up. I think the best thing Bellator could ever do is have unique posters. I don't know how much that would help, but it just bothers me so much that every poster is the exact same.
I mean, not that much different than UFC, is it? I guess it is. Yeah.
I mean, this is different than last week, and like it's always going to be different. I mean,
sure.
I don't think UFC has the best posters of any promotion out there, but
being kind,
they're at least unique. Bellator, it's literally just the white, the red, slap on the fighters and move on with it.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. All right, so then on July 16th, you'll be on Long Island. Now, not a pay-per-view, which I do think is important.
Long Island.
No, it's on. It's 100% on.
Ask some people in.
Ask the Long Island native to your left.
On.
Thank you.
More than Long Island guy.
That doesn't make sense. I mean, it's an actual fact. What about Frank? Frank on or in?
In.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
I don't buy that for a second. Anyway,
2-2.
July 16th. 2 things that are going against that card that you're going, so I don't even know if it's fair. Afternoon card doesn't quite hit the same.
Yeah.
In the middle of July, weird. And number 2, fight night.
Yep.
And fight nights are never the same. Like it's not the same as
I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine.
And it's not the actually Misha going on that card would bump it up a little bit.
But it won't be Lauren Murphy?
No, it might be Lauren Murphy. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Jack Shore, that's what I'm most excited for.
Yeah, please don't get me started on Jack Shore being on that card 7 days before UFC London.
Yeah.
I am livid about that. So the guy is fighting 7 days before UFC London in Long Island. He's from Wales. He's a huge deal. He helped bring all these fans. Not like they need him to sell it. Don't get me started on that. It makes no sense. I would love if someone at one of these press conferences, instead of asking Dana how excited he is about his NFT collection, ask him why Jack Shore is fighting 7 days before UFC London when he's the pride of Wales, please. Maybe not this weekend. I don't know if he's going to be at the events this weekend, but someone should ask him that question. We'll get into the whole UFC portion of the weekend as well. There was also PFL. There's a lot going on this weekend.
Oh, PFL. You have to keep me away from that. Anytime I even mention making a PFL, but I mean, did you see that like every underdog won and all the, or 2 of the 4 underdogs won? Every heavyweight fight went the distance. Mess. I think I had 6 different parlay pieces from the PFL, and all 6 of them missed.
Really?
Yeah.
Your boy Jed was at PFL. You were at Bellator.
Yeah.
Big weekend for the No Bets Barred crew.
Yeah, huge. Yeah. He said he was going to interview the Smart Cage, see what's good with it.
I did listen, by the way, to the No Bets Barred podcast when I was in Montreal last week. It was tremendous.
I appreciate it.
My favorite part was Jed going on a whole big soliloquy as to why Neil Magny was going to beat Shavkat Rakhmonov. And I was like, I mean, like, with all due respect.
Yeah, he took Magny by decision.
Yeah.
I supported him, but I would never take that with him. I feel like it is, I don't know, maybe it's getting a little underplayed, but like that was supposed to be a test for Shavkat, and it was never even a thought of him losing that fight from opening bell to the time he choked him out.
If by the end of 2023, and we'll talk more about the UFC card when we recap your picks in a bit, in around an hour, if by the end of 2023, so meaning a year and a half from now, Khamzat doesn't fight Shavkat for the belt.
Oh, man. What a fight that would be.
We've got problems.
If that was a pay-per-view in America, that might be a one that I would travel to if that was a title fight.
There's no reason why those two aren't fighting for the belt by the end of 2023 at some point. You know what I'm saying?
Kamaru Usman, it could be a reason if he just keeps stopping people.
I think those guys have what it takes.
I mean, I do too.
Whoever gets to him first.
Wrong, yeah.
Whoever gets to him first. Now, there could be a scenario where they get to him and maybe it's a little too soon and they stumble, but Khamzat is infinitely more popular than Shavkat is. And I think it's only honestly because Khamzat speaks a little bit of English and had that like amazing moment in July of 2020.
Bigger personality.
Yeah, but Shavkat to me is just as good. Just as dominant.
I hope they push him along like they did Khamzat to like a Gilbert Burns-esque, maybe like...
Yeah. I don't want Gilbert to fight him because, I mean, the poor guy...
Not Gilbert, not Gilbert.
But
like,
a win over Neil Magny is super impressive. And before the Gilbert fight, Khamzat hadn't beaten anyone as good as Neil Magny, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that is just an amazing win. What a performance. And then the Gamrot Arman Tsarukyan fight was great. I know, once again, and we'll get into like the fact that the 3 of the last 4, I think, main
the last 3
were,
that have gone to decision.
Yeah. Home Vieira,
gone to decision.
and then
Calvin Kattar, Josh Emmett.
That was
Tsarukyan.
absurd. And this one was a tight fight. I mean, it was.
We'll get into it. We got the middleweight champion of the world.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that recap of Bellator 282. Yes, Connor just let us know that the middleweight champion of the Bellator world is joining us. They call him the human cheat code. He had a fantastic win, a virtuoso win, a career-defining, at least as of now, win against one of the greatest fighters of all time, Gegard Mousasi, then middleweight champion. He's now the guy who holds the belt, and it was never even close. Shocking stuff. Friday night in Uncasville, Connecticut. Without further ado, let us say hello for the first time to Johnny Eblen. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
Great. How are you, Ariel?
I'm doing great. Congratulations on the win. We have a lot to get to, and I think we do have, some differences to settle, if I could put it that way. Because the last time I was on the show, I was harassed and bombarded by your manager, who I had to call on the air to ask what was wrong. He wouldn't tell me. I come to learn after the fact that you got mad at him that I didn't have you on the show before your title fight, but I had Danny Sabatello on and you weren't feeling the love from Helwani. So please, this is your open invitation to lay it on thick. Tell me that I missed the boat, that I'm a Johnny come lately. Please, why were you so upset?
You were sleeping on me just like everybody else. It's okay though, bro. I understand why you had Danny on. He's a character. He does a great job promoting himself, promoting the fights. And I mean, Friday night, he did a great job with the post fight. And no big deal. I was just kind of
don't walk it back now. I like the trash.
No, I'm just,
bring me the trash. I want the trash.
People have been sleeping on me most of my life, man, and it's normal. It's okay. But I shut up a lot of people, and look, I'm here now, and I'm used to working hard to get where I'm at, and here we are. I had to win a belt to get on your show, so.
Well, I appreciate you taking that route, and congratulate. It was an incredible win. But I do want to ask you about that sentiment, and especially leading up to the fight. We were just talking about this before you came on. I don't feel, and I'm not like, I hope, sometimes people get a little sensitive in this game. I hope no one takes it this way. I don't feel like the promotion, and I won't put you in a tough spot here. Like, I don't think they made a big enough deal of who you are and what you did leading up to the fight and the build up to this fight to make the win matter even more, right? Like, it should have been, holy crap, the undefeated. And I just felt like they just plopped you in there and didn't do enough to tell the world who this guy is, your backstory. You have a great backstory. I feel like you didn't get that push. Hopefully now you could get the push as champion, but leading up, did you feel like they pushed you the right way, if we're being honest?
Not necessarily, no. I felt like they could have pushed a little bit more, but that's not my job. My job is to show up, fight, beat the shit out of people and put on a performance. But yeah, I don't know. That's not my thing to debate on like how they should promote me and what they should do with their show. That's not my job. You know, I just do what I'm supposed to do, and they do what they're supposed to do. And yeah, I just felt like they could have done a little bit better of a job promoting me and Mousasi. I felt like they were posting a lot more about Mousasi. It was more on his end. They were pushing him a lot. But I mean, they promoted me a little bit, just relatively speaking, not as much as Mousasi. So yeah, it felt like I wasn't getting the push that I should have gotten, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. To play devil's advocate, any of that blame fall on your shoulders? Should you be a more outspoken guy? I know you got a great personality. Do you need to promote yourself more? I even saw on your Instagram, you're like, hey, my manager says I need to put out more fun stuff, show my person. Do you need to do that now more?
Possibly, yes. I don't know. I'm kind of the guy that just likes to kind of sit back and just do the work and then let everything unfold on fight night and not have to do too much talking or too much, like get in. I don't know. Like I'm not too big of a character. I just like being good at fighting and being known for that. If that makes any sense. Like I kind of see what Danny's doing and like it entices me to do it because he gets a lot of views. He gets a lot of clicks. People want to go see him lose or win or whatever, if they're fans or not. But I don't know. It's just not my style.
All right. Well, it has to be authentic. If it's forced or fake, people will see right through it. So the more you're in this game.
That's why. That's kind of why I don't feel like I need to do it, because it's like I don't really. It's just not me. It's not authentic.
When you got the call that you were fighting for the belt, were you surprised that it was coming at this juncture in your Bellator career? Like your record spoke for itself, but you hadn't been put in like a co-main event fight or a main event fight or a number one contender. So were you surprised when you got the offer to fight Mousasi, who's on, going into such a role?
The number one contender fight, sorry to cut you off, but the number one contender fight was when I fought Salter, and I kind of knew like fighting him was going to get me to the belt because he beat Salter, he beat Austin. And then me being Salter kind of put me in the position to fight for the belt. There was nobody else that was really, ready to like fight for the belt besides me. Cause, I think Tokov hasn't fought like a ranked guy. Fabian was 1-1, but he just knocked out,
Machida.
He just knocked out, Leoto. So my fight made sense and no one else did. So I wasn't surprised when it happened. And honestly, I knew I could beat Mousasi the whole time.
Why?
I took the fight. Oh, did you cut out?
No, I just said why. Why did you know? How are you so confident? Why were you so confident?
There's just things I would see him do in fights that I'm like, that's not going to happen to me. Like I knew he would never get on top of me and ground and pound me. That's where he's best. And what he does is he stays very patient. He uses his jab. He's like a pressure counter fighter. So he gets you to play this game and then he starts touching you. And then he gets guys to get worried. And then he makes them make mistakes and then he capitalizes on the mistakes. And I just knew if I'm in that cage for 25 minutes and I stay completely focused and I stick to my game plan, and if I hurt him, I knew I was going to hurt him though, because I've seen him in a few fights where he did get hurt, like the Shlemenko fight. That's why I was going southpaw, fucking dipping, touching the leg and throwing left overhand. And then the thing is I can switch stances. I'm not just a southpaw. So the first knockdown, I hit him with a double left hand. Like the first one hit him hard. The second one wasn't as hard. And then I got like, I think I did like a side kick to the knee and then was like kind of like circling out. And I saw he was about to come in, throw a 1-2. So then I just dipped off. I switched my stance to orthodox and I fucking hit him with my forearm. I didn't even know I hit him, to be honest. I thought I like hit him in the neck or something. But next thing I know, he's like folding. I'm like, oh shit. And then I kind of rushed in and then he shot a double and I had a wizard and I think I like got out. He didn't really get a takedown. I wouldn't call that a takedown, but some people might. But yeah, there was things I would see him get hurt by in fights that I'm like, I can do that to him. I'm versatile enough. So yeah, there's things that I would see in video that I'm like, yeah, I can totally capitalize on this. I can totally use this. And I mean, I did it Friday night.
You certainly did. After the fight, there was a great moment that was caught on camera. You were on the mat and your coach, King Mo, was next to you. And I believe you said something to the effect of like, I almost didn't believe in myself, right? Didn't you say something to that effect? So when did that start to creep in?
It periodically, like you'll just, I don't know. I'd be like, man, am I really good enough to beat this motherfucker? Like, I don't know. I would doubt myself here and there, but I feel like that's just a part of life. You're going to have little moments of doubt and you have to work through them. And I mean, I did, and now I'm a world champion.
Amazing scene because Mo, I was there in 2010 when he beat Mousasi on CBS in Nashville. I'm wondering, just like, did you ever watch that fight? Did he tell you anything about that fight, that moment? It's one of my favorite post-fight interviews ever. I got to go in the locker room to talk to him. He couldn't stand. He was lying down and crying. It was an amazing moment. And I'm wondering, it was very cool to see him back there in that spot and seeing another young stud now beat Mousasi. And I'm just wondering if he shared anything with you about that experience 12 years ago.
He really just said, hey man, you're in a better spot than I was and I beat him. And he's like, you have way more tools. You're better. You're better than me when I fought him. Wow. And he's like, this is all you, bro. You might finish him is what he told me. He's like, you might finish him. Like, honestly, there's probably days where he believed in me more than I believed in myself. And obviously I've watched that fight. Mo did a great job utilizing his wrestling to win that fight. But like he said, I had a few more tools to beat Mousasi, and it made it like abundantly clear I was better than him Friday night. 50-45. I think Mo didn't even beat him that bad. I think Mo might have lost a round or two. I can't remember, or maybe not. I would have to look back on that. Not to take anything away from Mo or anything.
Of course.
He was right. I had more tools to utilize for that fight, and I decisively beat him, and I beat him even worse than he did. He was like, that might've been the worst ass beating he's gotten from somebody.
So, were you upset that you didn't finish him?
No, I'm actually glad I didn't, because I got a soundbite taken from my post-fight interview about saying I was like the best middleweight in the world. That was actually relative to the question they asked me. They asked me like, hey, are you happy that it wasn't like a fluke knockout and that you got to spend all 5 rounds with him and beat him decisively? I'm like, yes, because like I was referring back to the Bellator middleweight championship. I was like, yeah, there's no doubt on the best middleweight in the world. Like, I should have said Bellator, whatever. But I can see how it got skewed the other way, whatever.
You get crap for this?
Yeah, some trolls in the thing, and I don't know. Maybe I'm a humble guy. I know that I would have to fight more guys to kind of solidify I'm the best middleweight in the world. I understand that. I'm not an idiot. Yeah, I mean, trolls online, whatever. I don't really care. But yeah, anyway, I'm glad I spent 25 minutes in there with one of the best middleweights ever and had fun and just beat the living crap out of him. And it just made me believe in myself even more.
By the way, speaks to just how incredible Mousasi is. He was the champ 12 years ago, was around before Mo even got into MMA, still the champ 12 years later. And very recently was in the discussion for maybe the second best middleweight on the planet, period, behind Izzy. So, I mean, the guy is just an absolute legend. Did you feel like he respected you going into this fight, that he understood just how tough you were?
No, but it's weird. I feel like he was playing off like he didn't, but he was very respectful at weigh-ins. I'm sure he took me seriously. I'm not sure. I don't know. I think he thought the fight was going to be easier than he thought, but I'm sure he took me seriously. He trained. I mean, he's a champion for that many. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not like he just like didn't train and like didn't take me seriously whatsoever. And I mean, even after the fight, he's like, he actually followed me on Instagram and sent me a message and said, hey bro, you deserve this. Like,
wow.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Damn, that is classy.
Yeah, man. He's a classy dude. He's a good guy. And I kind of got that sense from him, but I think, he really believed he was the best middleweight in the world. And I checked him on Friday. I don't know if you knew my walkout song was, but it was Check Yourself by Ice Cube. And that was like that's the reason why I chose that walkout song. Because I was like, this dude, he's so confident right now. And I know he's one of the best. And I can see why he's really confident. But dude, he needs to check himself before he gets wrecked. And I'm going to be the dude that wrecks him. And I mean, it all played out just like that. So
in the back in the locker room, like here you are, relatively, young in the game. Were you nervous? First main event, showtime, title fight, legend. Like what were you feeling inside?
Wasn't nervous.
You weren't nervous?
I wasn't nervous.
Damn.
Oh man, it's crazy. I was actually just like chilling, laying down. Cause I warmed up a little bit when Danny was back there, cause he had to take Thiago out with him, Thiago Alves. So I warmed up with Thiago, and then Danny fought, and I was kind of just like laying down, chilling, watching Danny. And then I would move around with Mo here and there periodically to stay warm. But I was excited. I was happy that this is my job. And like Dustin was back there. We were just talking, bullshitting. And we were just, I was just like, man, I love this shit. I can't believe this is my life. And then they called me out. I go out, I walk out, say what's up to the fans, even less nervous. Once I get in the cage, I'm smiling. I'm like, this is awesome. Like I'm the main event. Like, hell yeah, this is what I've been working for. And then I remember who's the announcer for Bellator?
Michael C. Williams.
Yeah. I go say what's up to Michael C. Williams. He's like, how you doing? I'm like, great, man. I'm like, I just can't believe this is my reality. And I'm about to get locked in here with another killer and have some fucking fun. And then I just walk back to my corner and I'm like, and then I just, and then Gegard comes out. I'm just waiting to get my hands on him. And then, the fight starts, and then I'm in full focus on this dude. And I'm just like, okay, how do I take this guy out? And then,
Incredible. And what a crew you had with you. Mo, Dustin, Thiago Alves. I feel like I'm missing one other one. You had like 4 legends. Who was the other one that you had with you? You had like another, didn't you have another?
Brown.
Mike Brown, of course. Freaking Mike Brown. Like, this is, first of all, like Dustin coming out, like he doesn't come out for everyone. He doesn't do this sort of thing for everyone. What is it like to have 4 legends by your side?
So DP usually goes to Sabat's fights. Yeah. And Sabat on the same card, right? Well, when I was sparring with Strickland for camp, DP was in like at the gym as well. And I was asking him, hey man, will you watch my rounds? Like him and George Masvidal was watching we had a bunch of people watching our rounds, but I specifically remember like DP would give me certain cues to keep me relaxed and keep me at my best. And I really like picked up from his energy during sparring sessions, and I really liked it. So I was like, hey, he's never cornered me before. I was like, hey, would you mind like cornering me for this title fight, bro? Cause I really like the energy you bring to me during sparring. He's like, yeah, dude, it would be an honor.
Wow.
And I was like, all right, hell yeah. So when he came out, he cornered Sabat. Sabat knocked the hell out of that one dude. And then he just hung back and waited for me. And then, it was awesome having him in my corner because like, he just kept reminding me like, yo, just keep moving and grooving. Cause me and him kind of listen to the similar type of music. Like we'll listen to like modern hip hop, but we'll also listen to like James Brown and stuff and like some funky shit. And I don't know, bro. He's just like, it's just another Thursday sparring session, bro. It's just glorified and you're getting paid for it. I'm like, he's right. And he just kept me calm, cool, collected, and moving and grooving the whole fight.
Wow. I can't imagine what it's like, first title fight, to have guys who have been, top of the mountain, biggest fights possible by your side. And your story is so great. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Like, you're a college wrestler, you do your thing, but you didn't really have the road to MMA, paved, so to speak. You moved to Florida. You're working in construction of some kind. You meet Steve Mocco and he convinces you to go to the gym.
Yeah. So crazy story. I get a job through my my wrestling coach, Brian Smith. His brother was a director of operations at a paving company. I moved down to South Florida for that job. I'm like I'm an estimator. I'm like estimating projects to see how much like materials they need and like what it's going to cost. So a lot of math, a lot of just a normal, boring job. But I'm also coaching wrestling at a school, American Heritage Del Rey, with my buddy JP Reese. And I end up, kind of coaching the same kid that Mako's coaching. And I go to this small, like closed gym and Mako's there. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, holy fuck. Like Mako's here. Like I got to wrestle with him. And we get after it. And after our rolls, he's like, dude, you're pretty good. Like, he's like, where are you from? I'm like, Missouri. I just graduated. And he's like, you should come out of the gym and start training. You don't have to fight, but like, it'd be good to get like your look in there. We don't have that many wrestlers. I'm like, cool. So I end up doing that, start falling in love with it. I'm working and fighting and training at the same time. Just mainly wrestling. I literally have never thrown a strike in my life. And I want to say after a couple months, I took an amateur fight against like some rando, completely like beat the crap out of him. Then I fought like a legitimate guy, my next amateur fight at, I want to say heavyweight or light heavyweight. I can't remember. I think it was heavyweight. His name was Denzel Freeman. Ended up beating him decisively. And then I actually, after that fight, I decided to quit my job because I talked with Mike Brown and he was saying, hey man, if you want to do this full time, you can stay in my spare bedroom and we'll work something out with ATT and Dan and see if we can sponsor you like to stay at the gym or at a fighter house. So I was like, yeah, bro, I'll totally do this for a living. Like, I love this shit. And yeah, went from sleeping in Mike Brown's spare bedroom to becoming Bellator middleweight
crazy
world champion. Yeah, man.
And if you don't meet Mako,
it happened in 5 years.
If you don't meet Mako, are you still like working in the?
I don't go to South Florida. I don't know.
Yeah.
What happened? You know, I mean, there's glory.
Sure.
From where I'm from, but it's not the same. Not to take anything away from them, but it's not the same level of gym as ATT. But James Krause is awesome. Like the whole Jason High's there. They have a lot of good guys out there. But yeah, I don't know if this happens if I don't move to South Florida and meet Mako.
And so when you left college, you didn't have aspirations to go down the MMA. Like you weren't a fan. You didn't. Care?
I was a fan. I just didn't. I didn't really know how to. I had no outlet to train. Like my brother actually did some amateur fights back in the day. He wrestled not JUCO. He wrestled at Central Missouri State and was fighting at the same time. But he ended up he quit fighting. He quit wrestling in college like a few years in, and then he ended up working for my parents. He actually is about to take over my parents' business. They own a coin laundry and a car wash in Kansas City. So he's doing well. He was actually at my fight. It was awesome to see him and my mom, my dad, and you know all my fans and stuff from back home. So that was cool. But yeah, sorry, I'm kind of getting long-winded.
Yeah, no, it's just amazing that like, cause you know, I feel like this day and age, you know, if it was 25 years ago, if you're a wrestler, like, oh, maybe you go to coaching, you go to teaching, whatever. Now it seems like more and more, a lot of the, you know, the great wrestlers, American wrestlers are getting into MMA. And so it's just amazing how you ended up, like you go to South Florida of all places, which is somewhat of a haven for mixed martial arts. You see Steve Mako, who's one of the best of all time in American wrestling, but also a coach. And how this, and then you're sleeping at, how long did you sleep in Mike Brown's spare bedroom for?
I want to say about 3 months. And the funny thing is, bro, he's like, hey man, you can stay there, but I got to go corner. Like, I think he had to go corner like Kyoji or something. So like the first day I go, right, I show up at Mike's house, his girlfriend's there. I'm like, what's up? Like, hey, just random dude, just like staying at like, you know, at his house. But she was really cool. It was all like, it was normal. It was all cool. But the fucked up thing was Mike was out of town and then there was a hurricane on the way.
Oh no.
So I'm like, and it's like me and this random girl I just met. I'm like, we're trying to like figure out how to like board up the house and like prepare for a hurricane and like ended up not hitting us, but holy shit. It was a very interesting like first week when I moved into his house.
Amazing. You know, that's the part honestly that people don't appreciate and understand. All the coaches, all the managers who let young up and comers stay with them for free, spare bedroom, whatever, and then just with the hopes of it paying off. Your situation worked out, you paid off, but there's a lot who don't pay off and they just do this out of the, like Mike is, salt of the earth type of guy. He didn't have to do that for you. And now here you are still with him. It's an amazing thing. And that wasn't that long ago, 5 years ago. When did you start to believe that this could actually pan out and you could actually, realize your potential? Like when did you start to feel like, all right, I got something here?
So Bellator actually interviewed Mike and he kind of hit the nail on the head. Like when I started going with Abu Dhabi champions, like grappling with them and I was giving them trouble just in the grappling with wrestling alone, I was like, I think I can do this. Like that's just the grappling aspect. Like I didn't even, but like the fact that I was like that far ahead without any experience, I'm like, I can actually do this. if I just sort out the striking, I can be a world champion. I can be one of the best in the world, no doubt in my mind. I just have to make sure I show up every day and put in the work. And honestly, within the first month or two, I had a good idea. Like, dude, I'm going to be good at this.
Wow.
Yeah.
First month or two.
Yeah, because I'm like just getting thrown into grappling class. Don't know BJJ, but I'm like not getting submitted by world champions, and like I'm like giving them hard rounds. And it's like, what the fuck? This guy should be getting submitted like every minute. He should be getting like beat to death.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't the case.
So what's interesting now about your situation is that win was so decisive, and honestly, not really that close. You wouldn't necessarily think that they would run it back, but he's still the biggest name out there for you. Like, and he was the champ. Do you think they're going to run it back right away? Do you want to run it back? If not, what do you think they're going to do?
I don't think he wants to run it back, man.
Right.
He felt my presence. He's like, fuck, this kid's good. And he's only gonna get better. Like, dude, give me 4 more months. Like, I'm only gonna get better. Like, that's the issue. Like that's and it was so decisive. Like, I don't think we have to run it back. I mean, I would be willing to. I really don't care. He is the biggest name in Bellator right now. And honestly, the whole there's no real number one contender right now.
Right.
It's kind of the only real number one contender would be Tokov, but even him, he hasn't fought a ranked guy. He fought his last 2 fights. Well, the one Russian dude he fought in Russia was actually pretty good, but he wasn't a ranked guy. And then the last guy he fought on my card, like, I didn't really know him. And he's not ranked, and just, he's getting wins and good for him, making money, but it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? I felt like they should have matched him with somebody that is ranked on my card for a number one contender fight. If me and Gegard don't run it back, there we go. We have the next fight ready, but that's not the case. And I mean, Salter's 0-2, his past 2, Vanderford's 1-1. Leon, or not, is it Leon, or no? What's the
Fabian.
Edwards? Fabian.
He could be the one.
He actually, he looked really good. He looked really good against Lyoto, but he's 1-1.
Right.
So, and then you have Yoel talking, and it's like, bro, you're at 205. You already have a fight booked.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, I don't even know if you can make 85. And then it's like, you don't just come down and fight for a belt, and you're not even a champion at 205.
Do you ever run?
I know.
He's an ATT guy.
Not really. Like,
oh no,
Cuban. He's down in Miami.
Okay, that doesn't count. He never comes.
I trained with George a lot. I've never trained with him once.
Okay.
I've never even actually met him in person.
Okay. Yeah, I saw him tweeting, "I see you soon, boy," and all that.
Yeah, but I don't even know what that means.
I think it means he's
you're literally about to fight. You're literally about to fight in, like, when does he fight? September,
yeah, against Manhoef.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, bro, you have a fight already. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
but I will say that's a big name.
Yeah, of course. But I don't even know if he can make 85.
Right. I mean, it was 2 years ago he fought Izzy. Now, were you trying to say earlier, just to be clear, you think you're better than Izzy, right? I'm just kidding.
I mean, give me a few more years and we'll figure it out. Like,
you feel like you could get to that point and beat the top guys.
I believe I can. I'm not saying I'm at that point right this second, because I can't. It's like, that's not the case. So it's like, I can't really say that, which is okay. But I have that belief.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like over the years, I'm only going to get better. I'm going to get more scary, and I'm going to test myself, and I'm going to fight the best guys in the world. And I'm going to find out.
How soon do you want to return?
Well, let's see. I mean, I'd fight one more time this year.
Yeah.
You just got to make it to where it's like a fight that makes sense. Like, it's actual number one contender. Not they're just throwing another guy in there to get a title fight.
Oh yeah.
Like, because that's where I feel like the middleweight rankings are at right now. Like, no one's like decisively the number one contender.
Look at you calling the shots now.
I'm calling the shot.
I like it.
Job.
You tell them what's what. You're the champ, damn it. You just beat the number one guy. You tell them what's what. By the way, I know you spent the weekend in New York. Any fun things?
I'm still here.
Oh, yes. But I mean, any good food? Any highlights?
Great food. I went to Catch.
Oh yeah. I saw that. Yeah, that's good.
That was amazing. Yeah, amazing. Best sushi I've ever had. I had like a Wagyu roll. I'm like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Best sushi I've ever had. I think I got the filet. The filet was really, really delicious. I'm about to go to, where's the place I'm going to tonight? One of my sponsors, Quy Tran, he owns Vietnamese restaurants out in St. Louis, and he's a big foodie. And he recommended that I go, where's this place? He said, I think it's Ed's Lobster Bar. So I'm going to try that out tonight.
Okay. Look at you living like a champ. Lobster, Wagyu. I mean, this is big time stuff. You deserve it. You deserve it.
Yeah.
You get a bit of a bump. Do you get a bump in pay when you become champ?
Yeah. I mean, I already had I had it sorted out already, like with my previous contract.
Okay.
Like I already know how much I'm going to make my next fight, and I'm not complaining.
Good.
And I think we might be up for a renegotiation after I defend it. So
yeah.
But who knows? Who knows what happens? I'm not really too focused on that. I'm just focused on getting better and putting on good performances and becoming the best middleweight in the world. Because I believe I'm one of the best. But that's not my job. That's my manager's job. And I trust my manager. He's awesome. Shout out to Brian Butler.
Yeah.
Sucker Punch.
You have a great one by your side. I know he can harass people, so we know that he's good at that. He's probably harassing me right now. No,
he's like, you should have had Johnny on before.
You should have had him on before. The best part about it was he was harassing me.
Hey, you could have. I
could. Listen, I'll take some of that blame. But he's harassing me while I'm live on the air. The guy doesn't even know that I'm doing my show while he's harassing me to get someone on. I mean, if you're gonna harass me, at least know the schedule. Is all I'm saying.
Oh man, yeah.
But it all worked out. I was just saving it for the big victory interview on the Monday after. Here you are. Appreciate your time. The first of many. Congrats on the big win, my man. Incredible stuff.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you taking time and letting me be on here. And yeah, it was awesome. We'll do it again soon. Yeah.
Yep. I look forward to it. Johnny Eblen, the brand new Bellator middleweight champion. What a performance. If you missed it on Friday on Showtime, I'm sure you can catch it numerous different ways. It was never close. And when you consider just how good Gegard was coming off that big win in Dublin over Austin Vanderford, if you just go back to his last few performances and consider just how good he has looked, it makes that performance that much more impressive. So congratulations to him. Now, we will move along and say hello to another man who was victorious on Saturday. We spoke to Danny Sabatello before our break, and obviously quite the character, quite the personality, talks a very big game, and he spoke about Leandro Higo and talked about what he was going to do to him and talk about how he was going to beat him up and punch his ticket to the next round of the tournament, and he did all of that. The ending was interesting. The fans seemed to not love the performance, and then we had the Rafion Stotts moment in the cage that we spoke about with GC. You know what happened. It was one of the highlights of the weekend. Without further ado, let's say hello once again to the Italian gangster, one Danny Sabatello. Danny, my man, how are you?
Doing great, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing great, and I just want to let you know, no fines here. You can say whatever you want. We did you really get fined?
Yeah, I don't know yet. My manager is clearing all that up. I'll find out later today. But I was told during fight week that my mouth and my actions could get me in a little bit of trouble. I had security following me the entire fucking week. And even before those face-offs, you had all the fighters kind of next to each other, and you had a bunch of security guards separating me and Higo. So they were just kind of reiterate, don't do anything dumb. And then after that fight, when I was flicking off the crowd and swearing and doing all that shit, some guy came up to me and said that I'm going to be fine. So I hope I'm not fucking fine, but I don't know yet.
Worth it? I mean, it was a great promo afterwards, right?
Yeah, totally worth it. Just because that's who I am. You know, you could find me. I mean, unless it's like a fucking big ass fine, then fuck no, it's not worth it. But yeah. I don't think it'll be that big. But you know what? We're in a cage trying to beat the shit out of each other. We could fucking murder each other. So you're going to get mad at me for saying a 4-letter word. Then that's just fucking crazy. And again, I don't really care too much about the money. You could find me whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm always going to be me.
Yeah, I agree. Also, you're on Showtime. It's not like you're on like, Fox or ABC or something like that. So they need to lighten up a little bit. Now, congratulations on the win. Could I ask you, because of everything that you said leading into the fight and the predictions and all that, ultimately, are you happy with the win, with the performance?
I'm happy with fucking everything. I dominated him the entire fight except for that second round, but I'm actually happy that happened because that was the first time I faced some sort of adversity in that Bellator cage. Higo's a fucking animal. That's just the bottom line. That guy's got so many submissions. He's so good on your neck. He had my back for like 3.5 minutes, and I was able to weather that storm. That was the only slip up in the fight, but that's some good, much needed experience that I went through. And then you saw my face and everything after that second round get up. I was so fucking happy. I was like, okay, it's 1-1. I went through that. Now I'm just going to fucking break that guy. I think I did break him not getting finished in that second round. I think he got up and was like, fuck, that was my opportunity. Now he's going to absolutely come for me. And, these fucking idiots online that don't understand MMA might say it's fucking boring and all that shit. But you know what's boring, Ariel, is domination. Domination is boring. If you watch a football game and it's 56-0, of course it's fucking boring. So yeah, that fight is boring because I'm dominating this motherfucker. What do you want from me? Are you going to be mad at me for being so good? How about you guys get fucking better so it won't be boring, so we can have these scrambles, we can have these exchanges. I'm punching you in the face, you're punching me in the face, we're going for submissions. That doesn't happen because I'm dominating these motherfuckers. I think the true fans that understand MMA actually get how fucking good I am, understand the entertainment. They appreciate what I'm doing in that cage. But there's so many fucking idiots in MMA that are like, oh, this guy's fucking boring. He's just dominating the guy. What do you want from me? You guys go get fucking better so it's not boring.
Did the booze bother you at all? Like in the middle of the fight, here you are dominating this guy. Like it didn't get under your skin, rattle you, anything like that?
I love the booze. I always say, you know what? I either want people going crazy for me or I want them to boo me. And it's funny because when I was walking into that cage, I got less cheers before the match than Higo did. They were cheering for Higo from the get-go. Wow. So in the back of my mind, I was already like, you know what? Fuck this crowd. They're idiots. They're going to be against me. So I kind of just played the part. After that second round, when I got up, I started flicking off the crowd and they saw that. They were getting mad. They started booing. So then I just fucking pumped up the crowd and had me booed even more. I fucking love the booze. That crowd is fucking idiots. I know so many people are going to hate me. More people are going to hate me than love me. But it's obviously exciting for my fans that are fans of me because they can just tell everyone to go fuck themselves because we just keep winning. But yeah, I love the boos. Man, those boos were piercing. I don't know how many people were in the crowd, but it was going nuts. They hated me. But that's just what I love. I love that excitement. I think it's fun for fucking everybody. And it's not fake. It's so funny because those motherfuckers, I swear to God, 95% of that arena was booing me. And right when I walked out, after the fight and the interviews and everything, and I'm on the casino floor, I was bombarded with people wanting pictures, autographs, everyone saying, fuck the crowd. We were cheering for you. It's like, oh yeah. Okay, motherfucker. But yeah, I love the booze.
See, that's interesting. I thought maybe leading up to the fight, you would be cheered because you were one of the biggest names on the card and you did a great job of selling your fight, but you're saying you were actually booed. So people weren't buying what you were selling.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal was. And that dude's from Brazil. So if these guys are going to cheer for a Brazilian over an American, fuck you guys. I don't give a shit. I was kind of a little bit surprised. They already hated me before the fight. But again, I'll take that. I'll take the hate. It's kind of sometimes better to be hated than loved. At some point, all these guys that are your fans are going to turn on you at some point in your career. So fuck it. You guys can all hate me from the get-go and we'll just roll with it.
Any part of you upset you didn't finish him later on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm always chasing the finish, 100%. But I do always say, I want to go in there and I want to fucking dominate these guys. I want to show that I am just the absolute better fighter. And that's what I did. I fucking won every round except for one. I think there's not one person out there that will say Higo is better than me. I think if I were to finish him maybe in that third or fourth round, people would have say, oh, but it was close. Higo got that second round and then he slipped up. Now, the good thing was that I fucking did dominate him. These idiots can call it boring, but at the end of the day, I'm fucking very satisfied. I give myself an A because I dominated him. I wish I did get the finish. I probably could have opened up just a tad bit more on my elbows. But, dude, that's a guy that's waiting for me to slip up. I could feel him waiting for me to just make some move so then he could just fucking take full advantage of it in 2 seconds and then try to get my neck or some type of submission. So a guy like that, you kind of have to be somewhat smart, somewhat careful. And then with this next fight against Stotts, obviously he's a pussy and he has no finishing capabilities. So I could open up a little bit more against him. It can be a lot more exciting fight just because I can free for all. I'm not worried about him finishing me at any point in the fight, on the feet, on the ground. It's a very different fight than the Higo fight.
Did you know that Stotts was going to come into the cage if you won?
I saw him, I think it was the day before the fight. So I kind of had an idea that they were going to do that. So I was kind of fucking pumped. I'm actually surprised I didn't punch him in the fucking face once he walked in. They gave us the face off and we were going face to face. And dude, I'm telling you, Ariel, I'm already in this motherfucker's head. We went face to face. I put my middle finger right in his face. My finger was touching his fucking nose for like 5 seconds and he didn't do shit. I was standing there like, yo, is this motherfucker going to do something? What the hell is going on? Like, do something, bro. Yeah, he's scared, dude. And that crowd, again, is fucking idiots. Yo, he was like, they asked him, what did you think of Sabatello's fight? And he goes, that shit was terrible. And the crowd erupted. He said one word. He said terrible. The crowd goes nuts. I'm standing there like, these people are fucking morons. He said one word, but yeah, it makes it even better. It's great. You know what? Everyone can go fucking love him. It's going to even be better when I fucking beat the shit out of him.
Before he got on the mic, did you guys say anything to each other in the cage?
No, I didn't really see him. I was like doing that post-fight interview.
Yeah.
And then I was high-fiving my coach, Mike Brown, who had a fucking hell of a weekend.
Yeah, tremendous.
Yeah, I didn't fucking see him until we did that face-to-face, which was exciting. I wish I fucking can see him every day and fucking get in his head. It's different when you're face to face with someone than it is like virtual. I know we did that virtual press conference with Higo, but I'm glad that I got to see that motherfucker face to face.
You have any kind of relationship with him? Like the last time when you guys were in Hawaii, this time, like, no, you never crossed paths, nothing?
Let me be clear. I hate every single 135er on the fucking planet. And actually, I hate, unless you're American Top Team, I kind of fucking hate you. But I especially hate every single 135er. I saw Patchy Mix when I was walking out of the cage too, flicked him off. Magomedov, he's a bitch. I hate all these fucking guys. But yeah, no relationship with Stotts. I didn't really see him too much in Hawaii. He wasn't on my card. He was, I think, the fight after, maybe, the next day. So I didn't really see him. But they're all little bitches.
What do you think of him? I mean, it seems like a great personality. He's on a roll as of late. He's beating some tough guys, interim champ. You impressed with him as of late?
No, I like that he does talk shit. And let me be clear, he's not good at it. He does talk trash, absolutely, but he's not fucking good at it. He stutters. You could tell he scripts his shit, and it's just not good. I am very happy that I get to fight him because I know he's going to talk shit to me, and I think it's a perfect fucking matchup for me. He doesn't really pose any finishing threats. I think his stand-up is average. His ground, which he likes to think he's a ground guy, is average. I think it's a fight where I'm just better everywhere. But I'm very happy that he is going to talk trash because it's just going to make it more fun. A lot of these guys are fucking boring. I think Stotts is a little bit more of a colorful personality, so it will make the fight bigger for sure. But yeah, I think he fucking sucks. I do see it as me finishing him.
Really?
I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say a first round finish. I know he's got some skills, but of course a second round finish.
You haven't been impressed with him as of late?
No, he was losing against Archuleta before he got that lucky fucking head kick. And it wasn't even a head kick. The knee caught Archuleta's fucking face because he was just a little too close. Yeah, Stotts is not a good fighter. I finish him. I beat the shit out of him. And I'll tell you what, I was thinking going into this that it's going to be the biggest Bellator bantamweight fight. This might be the biggest fight in Bellator history.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an absolute massive mega fight.
I've actually, like, almost moments after you guys had your little face-off in the cage, I reached out to CJ of Bellator PR, and I was like, I want to have both of you in studio to do a face-to-face. I feel like this could be tremendous viewing. What do you think of that? Are you down?
I'm fucking in 100%. Make sure there's security there or else I might bash that guy's fucking head through that little table you got there. I also saw one of your producers or whatever said that my fight was boring. So I do want to fucking pay a visit to that studio. Maybe pay that guy a visit and see what he says when I'm in his fucking face.
I appreciate you watching earlier. GC, would you like to say anything to Danny?
I wasn't watching. EK clipped it.
You saw it. Were you watching?
I was cheering for Sabatello, but yeah.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Oh, you can't hear him? He was saying that he was cheering for you and don't believe what you see on the internet.
It was
okay, perfect. Then we're all good. Then when I'm in there, it's all on Stotts then. You know what? We could
actually, sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. He did say he was cheering for you, but it was a boring fight. That's what he said. His words, not mine. I just want to let you know.
All right. I'll see you soon, GC. Line them up. GC and Stotts, both of them against me right in there in your fucking studio. I'm in for that. But yeah, absolutely. Have us in there and it'll be fucking great.
So you really think like they need to build this up? Is there a place in mind? Is there a venue in mind where you think this should be taking place, where it should be like the biggest fight possible, biggest stage possible? What are you thinking?
I mean, I wish that it's in Chicago, but it might not be a good idea because my boys will probably just beat the shit out of him before he gets off the fucking plane. But I don't really care where it is. Obviously, I want it in the States. New York would be cool. California would be cool. Down here in South Florida would be epic. Again, a dream come true matchup would be Chicago just because I'm from there and we would sell out and the place would be absolutely fucking nuts. If we were in the United Center or Allstate, doesn't matter. That would be absolutely nuts. But it will be a big fight, not just because we both talk trash, not just because I'm becoming a superstar, but because the high level of MMA, I think I'm the best bantamweight in the world. I think people are starting to realize that, again, you might call my fights boring, but I'm dominating these motherfuckers. So you can't say too much shit. Wait till I lose, which isn't going to happen, to talk shit, But yeah, I think absolutely massive fight with all the implications, everything. This $1 million prize, it's the semis. Stotts is above average, I guess, a little bit above average. I'm very elite. Everything going into it, it's going to be an absolute massive fight.
Should we petition Scott Coker to make this for the undisputed title? I mean, it's an interim title fight. Does this need to be for the actual belt, in your opinion?
This is for the belt, Ariel. I don't want to hear shit about Sergio Pettis. You know what? A lot of people don't understand. I wasn't even supposed to be in this tournament. I'm actually very lucky Sergio Pettis is a pussy and backed out of the tournament. Couldn't make it to the battlefield because that's how I got my opportunity in this tournament. So thank you, Sergio, if you're listening out there. Thank you, Sergio, from the bottom of my heart for you being a little bitch. It's really great to get this opportunity now. But so, yeah, Stotts has the belt in my book. As he should, because he's so much better than Pettis. Everyone knows Pettis sucks. I mean, come on. So yeah, this fight will be for the absolute belt. I don't want to hear shit about interim belt. I don't want to hear about any of that nonsense. This fucking fight, Sabatello against Stotts, is for the title.
I'm getting word here from one of our reporters on MMA Fighting. I want to pass along the information. It's from Stephen Morocco, who just wrote to me that Mike Mazzulli of the Mohegan Tribe Commission, also head of the ABC, says that you are being fined $5,000, but you can appeal it. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, dude. That's such fucking bullshit. But you know what? I don't care. If I fight there again, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to do the same shit. You can keep fucking finding me. Nothing is going to deter me from being myself. And it's also, it wouldn't do justice to the fans. I want the fans to understand exactly who they're dealing with. That's who I am. That's my personality. Find me. Who gives a fuck? It's just money anyways. You know what I always say? Everyone's always asking, the $1 million, like all this shit. I don't give a fuck about the $1 million. Do you know how many millionaires there are out there? Dude, there's fat people out there that are millionaires. Anybody can be a millionaire. Average people are millionaires. There's only one best bantamweight in the fucking world, though, and that's what I'm chasing. So, dude, $5K. I mean, at the end of the day, who gives a fuck about $5K? But that is absolutely bullshit. That's some ticky-tack fines. But
I agree.
Whatever.
I agree.
What are you gonna do?
I personally, can I just throw out two suggestions? A, I think Bellator should pick up the tab. Or B, I think we should start a GoFundMe page for you and the fans pick up the tab. I mean, I don't think you should pay that. That's absolutely ludicrous.
Oh, yeah. Dude, come on. Plus, man, again, this is fighting. We were just in the cage for 25 minutes. One of us could have died. One of us could have got paralyzed. Yeah, our crazy. Shirts are off. We're sweating. There's blood, all this shit. And I don't even know. Do you know why? Did he say why I got fined? Was it because I said fuck or because I flicked off the crowd or?
I'm assuming he did not say in this message. Maybe he can tell me, but I'm assuming because weren't you told beforehand not to swear?
Yeah, but come on, I'm gonna fucking swear. That's who dude, you can tell me not to do it. I'm gonna be the king of fines in my fucking career. I have a feeling it's bullshit, but you know what? What are you gonna do? Whatever.
option C, let's tell Dan Lambert to pick up the tab. I mean, I feel like he can afford it, if I'm being honest.
Dan Lambert will take care of me. He's an absolute gangster. Speaking of Dan Lambert, dude, ATT had a fucking weekend.
Yes.
Johnny, obviously, you just had on. He's American Top Team. So Mike Brown was in my corner, and then he was in Johnny's fucking title fight after that. That next day, he took a flight at like 4 a.m., flew to Vegas, was in Gamrot's corner for that main event. Gamrot won. Yeah, big weekend for American Top Team. But honestly, is anybody surprised?
No, it was incredible. And Mike Brown is one of the best coaches. The whole squad is on fire right now. So it was great to see. By the way, any idea when this fight will happen, you versus Stotts? I can't wait. I hope they don't like make this one of those like when they did AJ and Pitbull, they waited way too long. Like you got to capitalize, right? Like this should happen in September if you ask me or something like that. What do you think?
No, absolutely. I was trying to get word from people. I'm pretty close with those Bellator guys. Nobody really knows, but they were kind of hinting maybe September or October. They will try to be before the end of the year. So good. You know what, as it should be, you know what, the steam is rolling and we're both healthy too. So, you know, again, something with my fights, I don't get fucking hurt, obviously, because I'm so good. I don't get touched that much. So if we're both healthy and we're both fucking chugging along, then why not make this? Dude, I'll fight him tonight. What's he doing tonight? I don't give a shit. I'll fucking fight him in an hour. I'll fight him in your studio later today. I'll take a fucking pin right now. But yeah, I hope it's sooner than later. September would be perfect. No idea on location. They haven't dropped that information. I'm hoping they announce something here soon, and I do think they will.
Oh, that would be tremendous. By the way, I did see some people in the crowd. I don't know if they were friends of yours. They were wearing like the blonde hair. So it did seem like you had some fans at Mohegan, or were they part of your crew?
No, they're my crew. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
right.
I definitely had some fans there that were wearing Sabatello shirts that I didn't know because I saw them at the casino floor after when I was absolutely plastered. But I did have like a bunch of my boys and a bunch of friends fly out. If you go back and you watch the fight between the rounds, you can like see them in the crowd going fucking nuts. Everybody's booing, and then the crowd will zoom in on a couple of my boys. They had the Italy flag on their back and they're going nuts. But that's just why it's so fun, just because it's kind of a little bit more fun when you have everybody against you, but you have your set crew of people that can be like, fuck this, and just have fun with it. My boys said it was the most fun fight they've ever been to. Everybody was hating on them the whole time, booing me, but they can just obviously give the middle finger right back. And it just made the victory even more sweet.
By the way, how's the after party scene at the Mohegan Sun? What was it like?
Dude, that casino, I mean, it's pretty sick because it's big, but it's whack. They stopped serving alcohol at 2 a.m.
Oh.
I was at the blackjack table and I wanted to get like a bunch of rounds for me and the fellas. And the guy was like, oh yeah, we're done selling. It's 2 a.m. I thought he was joking. So I started laughing. I mean, I was like hammered. So I was laughing. He was serious. I wanted to get up and calf kick him. Dude, I was fucking pissed. But obviously we went back to the hotel room. My boys all obviously had booze in their room and we just stayed up all night. I haven't really slept too much. Dude, I got back at 8 a.m. from the casino this morning. And when we got back, one of my boys was like, you must be starving. You were dieting for a couple months. You just made weight. You fought. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm starving. He gets up, goes to the kitchen, comes back with double shots for everybody.
Oh, God.
Says, here's your fucking breakfast. Yeah, it was hilarious.
Gee, and did you fly home on Saturday, or did you stick around in the area?
Yep, flew home Saturday morning just because I wanted to get back to Fort Lauderdale and party with my boys here.
And was that nice? Was that fun?
Yeah, dude. South Florida is a trip. It's crazy. I recommend everybody go there. You know, it doesn't matter what age you are. It's just absolutely beautiful. It has everything to offer for everybody. But yeah, it's always so fun. You know what? I got the best people around me. I always say my teammates, my friends, my coaches, my family, my support system is just awesome. And it's great because I love that everybody can hate me, and it's so easy to hate me. So then when people actually are extending a hand and saying they love me and all that shit, it's just so sincere because you know what? The cool thing right now is to hate me. So we'll see who the fucking true MMA fans are that fucking love me. And I think it's even more meaningful.
Have you been back to the gym yet?
No, I'm going to stop by there maybe tonight. I don't know. My friends probably won't let me be sober 1 minute this week. So I don't know. If I'm sober, I'm going to try to go back to the gym, say what's up to everybody. You know, I'm close with all those guys. A lot of those guys are fucking training. I'm healthy, so I'd like to go back in and help some guys that have fights coming up. But I do want to take a little bit off and kind of have some fun.
Are you sober right now?
A little bit. I tried sobering up. Dude, I mean, I'm taking fucking double shots at 8 a.m. So
Jesus.
I am sober-ish, but like, I mean, come on. I always say, this is a crazy game. This is MMA. Dude, I don't care who you're fighting. Getting a win in MMA, especially the biggest and best promotion in Bellator, that is so hard to come by. So you got to obviously enjoy it, dude. I'm not hard on myself. I'm my own best friend. I love myself. Everybody out there, if you win, fucking enjoy it. You know, I'm not one of these robot people that are like, oh, I expected to win, you know, all this bullshit. Yeah, of course I expected to win, but I'm so happy when it happens. You know, so much can happen in that cage. But yeah, very, very happy, somewhat sober, but I don't know. What do you want from me, dude? I just had a huge fight.
No, listen, you do you. Enjoy it. Two last things. Any final message for those ingrates like GC who said that the fight was boring, who booed you on Friday night? Any final message for those fans?
Yeah, I'm not one of the guys that gets booed and then I'm like, oh, okay, thank you for tuning in. Dude, if you're booing me and you don't like me, understand one thing. I'm going to make this clear, not confusing. Go fuck yourself, okay? I hate you guys too. You boo me, I'll boo you. Go boo me to my face, we'll see what happens. And again, you can boo, you can say it's boring, but you have to appreciate how dominating it is. There's one thing that's not subjectory, and that's how good I am in MMA. I might be on top of these guys just grounding pounding them, and you might think ground and pound is boring. Take it up with yourself. That's not my fault. Sorry for being good. I'm dominating. Everybody knows it. Boo me, hate me, I don't give a fuck. I'm the fucking best there is. That's plain and simple. And I think people understand that.
And finally, a message, a parting shot, if you will, for one Rafion Stutz, who you'll be seeing in short order. What do you want to say to him?
I know I'm already in his head. I think I'm going to fucking break him in that cage. It's going to be a very, very good showing. I do see myself absolutely mauling him. I know that people think he's going to win. I think more people say he's going to win. I might be the underdog finally, so I can make my fans some fucking money. Dude, going back to my last fights, I've been like minus 600. So people are like, dude, we're trying to make money, but we always got to parlay you. The good thing is, hopefully I'm plus money with this guy. Bet the house on me. We'll all get rich. It's going to be fucking great. Rafion Stutz, you're a little bitch. You suck. You're a pussy. I'm going to murder you. I know I'm already in your head. You're a mental midget. You suck. And I can't wait for this fucking fight.
Oh, man. Danny, you're a good time, my man. Thank you so much for coming on. Congrats on the win. You backed up everything that you said, so credit to you. You have to appreciate. Now, I just want to let the record state that I thought that it was a fantastic fight. It was one of the most entertaining fights that I've seen in quite some time. You have to appreciate Leandro Higo's skill and what he's done, his resume, to appreciate what you did. I appreciate that because I'm one of the smart fans out there, so I want you to know this, and I can't wait to have you in studio with Rafion to do this face-to-face. It's going to be fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Ariel. You're the man.
All right, talk to you soon. There he is, the one and only Danny Sabatello, the Italian gangster. What a character. What a personality, and what a fighter. You have to appreciate the game, the nuance, the little things to appreciate just how great. Only an ingrate, only someone who doesn't appreciate those things would say that. What do you think of that, GC? Do you want to say anything in response?
I thought it was great, man. I mean, I had a bet on him, so I was cool with him winning. You know. You're trying to throw me under the bus for booing him. Well, I will stand by it all day. It was a boring fight.
Wait a second. To him. How did I throw you under the bus? He brought it up. I didn't even bring it up.
No, I know. But then just there at the end, you were like,
well,
I'm the smart one. It's, I'm not like GC booing you.
Now, who actually threw you under the bus? EK?
EK, yeah. I saw that tweet and I was like, wow, he really caught it. But I did say,
What, he tagged him?
Boring fight. Yeah,
he tagged
him too. It was a boring fight. I'll keep saying that. But I was cheering for Sabatello. And he cashed the bet for me. Am I going to bet him as an underdog, though? I don't know.
Do we need security when he comes in studio? Do you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, we're going to have to square up. He should feel uncomfortable. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. By the way, why can't he hear you, Frank? If you can let us know. Is there a patching thing or... Like when GC speaks, why can't the guest hear?
That's been fixed.
Oh, it's been fixed. So he was able to speak. Man,
right, but...
You lucked out on that one.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. I thought you could maybe defend yourself.
Yeah, I know. That's what,
But then he would have come back. Would have been the whole thing. In any event, all right, that was great stuff. Very entertaining. We're actually going to do the draft now in a matter of seconds before we get to the International Fight Week draft. I don't know how many times we've done this. 5 times, 6 times, 5.5 if you want to count the one at ESPN, which was a total dud. I don't remember, but I will be looking forward to this one. This is going to be a lot of fun. Before we get to it, let me tell you what our good friends from DraftKings Sportsbook are talking about these days. Of course, we're talking about UFC 276. UFC 276 this weekend. Israel Adesanya going up against Jared Cannonier. The trilogy. Alex, the great Volkanovski, going up against the one and only Max Holloway, and so many others, going down this Saturday, July 2nd, in Las Vegas. And with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, new customers can bet $5, just $5, on any fighter to win and get $100 in free bets, win or lose. Whether it's Adesanya with a knockout kick or a powerful punch from Cannonier, you win no matter what. And with DraftKings same-game parlays, you could turn another big small bet into a massive payday. Combine multiple bets like which fighter will win, number of knockouts, and more. For UFC 276, you can place a same-game parlay, and if it hits, you'll win double. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the promo code TheMMAR. Bet $5 on any UFC 276 fighter to win and get $100 in free bets no matter what. That's code TheMMAR this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. There they are. Bellator Burks, New York Rick. How are you guys?
I'm good.
That was great stuff from Danny. Was GC sweating back there when he came after him?
Ah, man, cool as a cucumber.
You were going to come in there, roll up those Bellator sleeves, and throw the fisticuffs.
I mean, how about Bellator trying to get me to come back for another fight night?
Have they reached out?
I'm getting threatened by their fighters. No.
Oh, okay. Oh, that is true. You're getting threatened by that. I can't go to UFC. You can't go to Bellator now. We're both.
Yeah.
I'm just
can
kidding.
go. Well, now I'm going to have to.
I can
bet
go
on
too.
it.
Okay, I can go too. Sorry,
I thought you were banned.
No. Only from Las Vegas.
I'm going to have to bet on him though next time, and then if he doesn't win,
Is he the dog? Is he actually the dog?
I don't know. They haven't put up odds for that yet.
Wow, you seem so dismissive of it all.
I can assure you he'll be a dog to Rafion Stotts.
You think no chance he wins?
Nah, I believe in Danny.
Wait, I just wanted I wanted your Greg to say something so that EK could clip it off and tag Danny.
Well, I mean, are we going to pretend that wasn't a boring performance? Like, is there actually a counter to that?
I thought it was great.
I thought it was a decent counter when he was just like dominance is boring. That was a nice little.
I thought it was
the slightest bit of conflict, and he completely backed down from the take. That was incredibly boring. Why are we pretending that it wasn't?
I agree that it's boring.
There's a reason, but it was a boring fight.
I mean, he said it himself. He said dominance is boring. It was a boring fight.
Hand to heart, if they give out performance bonuses, fight of the night, performance bonus.
You were watching live?
I was watching live, yeah. You know what's great about watching Bellator? I was tweeting about it. Bellator in Canada is on YouTube.
Yeah. So the main card is.
The main card is on YouTube,
yeah. I'm still a Showtime subscriber.
No, so am I, but you can't get Showtime in Canada. So at first I was like, how am I going to watch this card? Yeah. And then I realized it was on YouTube, and it was great. It was a great performance. I thought it was one of the best performances of the weekend. Way more impressive than like a Shavkat win. Or Gamrot's win was like a couple notches, I thought, performance-wise below. Saba's knockout was like, whatever. We've seen knockouts. You rarely see Higo get dominated like that.
Can we please move on from this gimmick? This is so...
I'm being honest. It's not a gimmick.
As boring as the fight. Next.
Okay. International Fight Week draft. How many years have we done this, Near Crick? You, 5, 6? Idea. We've done it a bunch. It's the 10th annual International Fight Week. Dating back to UFC 148, Chael and Anderson 2 in Las Vegas. GC was like in high school. What grade were you in 2012, GC?
Senior in high school.
There you go. I was actually kidding when I said that. Oh my God. That is unbelievable. I don't think we started back in 2012.
No.
We did it for maybe 4 or 5 years.
Let's just say we've got a handful under the belt.
Yeah. Do we count the one at ESPN that was a total dud or not?
Yeah, man, you're really...
No, let's
I'm going to have to go back and rewatch this.
Oh, it was one of the worst segments in the history of segments. But I'm excited to bring it back. And so for those that don't know what it is, International Fight Week is always fun. Now, it was a bit of a bigger deal back in the day because they had the expo, but they also would have 2, and in 1 year, 3 events. They had a Thursday, Friday, Saturday situation culminating with UFC 189, which I really think was the crescendo of International Fight Week. Eddie Alvarez beat RDA on the Thursday. Joanna and Claudia fought. I mean, it was just tremendous. It was a bit much towards the end. UFC 200, of course, internet. I mean, it's all been great. So what New York Rick and I would do was he pick one fighter, I pick one fighter, and we'd go back and forth, 5 each. And the winner gets all the spoils, so to speak. So this year we're going to bring it back. And we're going to include the PFL because more fun to have 2 events than 1 event to pick from.
Sure.
Now, do you guys have any idea how we should kick this off? I suggested
we discussed the
scissors.
potential
No,
scoring format.
Okay,
Let's
go
start
ahead.
with order.
All right.
So the draft order.
Okay.
Yeah.
We all agree on snake draft.
Snake
Meaning-
draft for sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do a randomizer right here, Connor.
Wait, what's a
Yeah,
randomizer? Is this
He's
legit?
randomizing the order. I'm watching it right now.
He's
What is
watching it.
It's on a
It's
computer?
It's a snake draft, so everything evens out anyway.
But what website are you using?
Random.org.
Me, then Connor, then you.
Wow.
Why do you get to go first?
Because we just did the
just
randomizer.
randomized.
All right. Wait, that's the draft?
Yeah.
I'm last?
You're last.
It's
That's
snake,
we
though.
just did it. There was no drum roll. There was no nothing from Frank.
No, I mean, it's happening off screen. We're not gonna...
How convenient that you, the randomizer, gets to do it first.
Yeah.
How about this? You
Best
want to
2 out
trade?
of 3.
I'll take third.
Yeah.
You want to trade?
It's a
Because I
snake
get
draft.
2.
It doesn't matter.
I know.
You want to trade?
Yes, I want to trade.
Okay, I'll take third.
All right.
Perfect. You're first,
Okay.
then Connor, and then I'm third.
Okay. Now, are we doing points or no points?
We discussed the scoring format where if your fighter wins, you get 3 points. If they
Oh.
win by finish, you get 4 points. If they win by a first round finish, you get 5. But if your fighter gets finished in the first round, you lose a point.
Oh, wow. Okay. Who's going to keep track of all this?
Connor Burke.
Yeah, well, I actually have everything right here.
You do?
I have the slots to fill in who picks who.
He's got a spreadsheet for the
Yeah,
draft.
I
Let's
got it
do
ready
it.
to
Wow. Excel?
No, Notes app. I've already done a mock draft myself.
Wow. Okay. So, okay, here we go. Tell me once again, repeat for the audience.
Yes. Winner just wins the fight. So essentially by decision, you get 3 points. If they win by finish, you get 4 points. If they win by first round finish, you get 5 points. If they lose in the first round, like if they get finished in the first round, you lose a point. Nothing, no deductions for anything else. Just losing in the first round.
Okay. Now, all right, I'm down with that. Is there a tiebreaker?
We didn't get that far.
I say flip a coin after.
Yeah.
That's it?
Who cares? Whatever.
You have to make an exact pick on, I don't know, the main event.
Well, okay, can I throw out one, for our friends at DraftKings? The tiebreaker is the amount of underdogs that you have, betting underdogs.
Sure.
So if it's 1, the other guy has none.
Okay.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right. Now there is Ryzen. Do we include Ryzen too or no? Is that crazy?
Crazy.
I mean, I'm not going to pick anything from
Yeah.
it, but you guys are welcome to.
No, I might go on.
So I say, yeah, keep
All right,
it in
fine.
play. Why not?
Okay, so has everything been discussed?
I feel like we're good.
I think so. Where is the Ryzen? When is...
If you go to Major Org in on Tapology, and by the way, just to remind everyone,
36,
one
yeah.
of the big names that will probably be drafted is Max Holloway, who'll be joining us in about 23 minutes' time. So stay tuned for that. Still to come, Eddie Hearn in studio. Still to come, Jessica Rose Clark with some breaking news pertaining to this weekend, UFC 276. So a lot more show to go, but we want to get to the draft now. And this has been an official transaction. New York Rick has traded the number 1 pick to me for the 3rd and 4th picks.
Woj bomb on that.
Wow. Frank, we get some breaking music. First time in the history of the International Fight Week draft, a transaction to start things off. This is bigger than the Magic pulling the rabbit out of their proverbial hats and choosing that, Anthony Bennett player from Duke, who no one's heard of, over the weekend. Well, it was on Thursday. Okay. Without further ado, I'll go first because I'm first pick overall. Frank, if we can have some breaking news music for the...
Can we just do this for the first one so we don't need this every single pick, please?
Well, it's like when they do in...
The pick is in. Yeah, I don't need the pick is in. We
All
get
right.
it.
First pick
Is the
overall.
pick in, though?
Yes, it isn't. It isn't.
Okay,
This is the reason why I wanted the first pick. The first pick has to be Kayla Harrison.
Wow. Before
Nope.
show we say that, and you're like, don't ruin it.
Well, I didn't want. I didn't want. She was supposed to fight Julia Budd,
Yeah.
probably her toughest test. Now it's Caitlin Young. With all due respect, it's Kayla Harrison. I think that she will win big. So my first pick is Kayla Harrison.
Yeah, congratulations on the 5 points.
Thank you. Who's number 2?
Connor's
I
2.
am number 2. I'm going to go a little bit deeper into the prelims of the UFC card. I'm going to go with Andre Muniz.
Andre Muniz fighting on the prelims. By the way, prelims on ABC, first time that the UFC airs in prime time on ABC because they've had 2 ABC cards. Well, no, actually they had 2. Yes, they've had 2, but they were all during the day. There was one in Abu Dhabi and there was one in Las Vegas. He is fighting Uriah Hall.
Yeah.
And that's your first pick overall.
Submit him in the first round.
Wow.
That's what I'm
Calling a
hoping
shot.
for.
I like it.
Okay, he's a minus 245. Uriah Hall a plus 205.
Yeah.
All right, Rick?
No, Connor, you had something on that?
Oh, I was just going to say, I just feel like he has high finishing potential if he's going to win the fight.
I mean, the guy has proven it. Thank you for leaving me. Israel Adesanya.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's my pick. And then on the back end, we're gonna take Macy Barber over.
Wow. I love
Wow.
that. I actually have that parlayed already. I love that.
Very interesting. Okay. So you're going with Israel Adesanya, who, of course, is going up against the great Jared Cannonier in the main event. And again, it's just a win here. We're not talking about anything finished, this, that, or the other. And your other pick was Macy Barber.
Wait, we are talking about a finish. This
Well, I mean, you get points, but like we were just picking winners here. Ultimately, you like.
Oh, yes. The odds are not in fault.
Yeah.
Of this.
And Macy Barber going up against Jessica Ai. That's your second pick. All right. Back to you, Connor.
Oh, it is back to me. Snake draft. Left it open for me. Let's go. I'm going with the Sugar Show, Sean O'Malley.
Wow. The Sugar Show, Sean O'Malley with a big time fight against Pedro Munoz, ABC prelim. Headliner, is it not? Did he get bumped? I don't know.
I think he got put back on to the main card now, no?
Who the hell knows? It's all very confusing. Okay.
I love this. Can we pause here for a second to just say how delicious this is? Because I love that you took the first pick.
I'm very happy with it.
I can see you sweating now that it's come back to you.
No, because by the way, I have 2 picks.
I know who you're taking.
You
right
got
now.
2 picks, but
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm good.
We've left some slimmer picking, so
I know at least one.
Who am I picking? Who am I picking?
Go ahead, Connor. Who's you picking?
One of these picks will be Volkanovski.
Wow. You're wrong. Pick number 2 for me, the great Dricus Duplessis of South Africa fame. Is he a? I didn't even look.
Even money fight with Brad
Jesus,
Tavares.
what am I doing? Pick number 3 for me is Ian Gary. Do you not like these picks? What's wrong with these picks?
I just feel like you're doing this out of spite to me, which brings it right back to me, and I will be taking Alexander Volkanovski.
Wait, why out of spite?
Because I said you were going to pick him.
Oh, no.
I was also, you don't want
didn't have
EK
the
to clip it and tag Max Holloway right before he comes on.
Well, listen, Brad Tavares can't come on the show anyway, so what do I care? No, I would have picked him anyway. Okay, so that was your 3rd pick.
Right now it stands Ariel, Kayla Harrison, Dricus Duplessis, Ian Gary. Rick is at Israel Adesanya, Macy Barber, and I am at Andre Muniz, Sean O'Malley, and Alexander Volkanovski.
Okay, I like this. I feel great about this. Go ahead, Mr. New York Rick.
In this spot, we're going to take Rory McDonald.
I was looking at that one. I was looking at that one. God damn.
And then we're going to go to the UFC card, and we're going to take Jim Miller. I'm riding with Jim Miller.
Wow, rematch of a fight that happened back in 2014 at the great, what was it, Oceans Resort or something in Atlantic City. Right before the Conor, is that the one that I'm talking about? Or did I go to another one I'm getting old.
I'm realizing as we're doing this might have been a little bit short-sighted, the 0 points for losing or like not winning, because we're going to have some underdogs that are just going to bust, and it's really just going to come down to like the winners. All right, anyway, continue.
By the way, you had a great stat, a factoid about this fight, Connor. Why don't you share it with the public?
Oh, yeah, the winner of UFC, or the winner of Jim Miller and Cowboy Cerrone will have the most wins in UFC history.
That's right.
Pretty crazy.
That is nuts. I feel like that hasn't been said anywhere.
That's what I thought last night when I discovered it. I was like, wow. I feel like this
it feels like a big deal. That should be celebrated. Of course, it was supposed to be Bobby Green. Got injured.
Yeah, I did a Twitter search, and like when the fight got announced, a couple people were like, "Oh, they're tied at 23," but like, I didn't see, any like major outlets or anything like putting it out there.
Okay, so I was right about this. It was on the Wednesday before the Conor Brandao fight in Dublin. I remember watching their first fight from Dublin, even though it was in Atlantic City and I live like 2 hours away. At the Revel, it was called back then. It's not called the Revel anymore. Anyway, all right. So you pick Jim Miller.
He takes Jim Miller. And
wait, doesn't he get 2 picks?
I took Rory.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
I took Rory and then Jim Miller, which will bring it back around to me. I will also go PFL. I will go with Magomed Karamov.
You son of a... That's a good one.
I mean, I'm looking great from my mocks. Like, I'm getting, some of my top line guys.
There's a part of me that's very tempted to pick Jessica Rose Clark based on, there's some breaking news coming later in the show.
Don't hate it. Do not hate that.
I'm leaning towards, you know what's really interesting that hasn't happened so far is I'm about to make my 4th and I guess my 5th pick too. I was wondering if any of us would pick the opponent.
Oh, of a fighter?
Of each other?
Yeah, like no one's picking Max?
I think we have to get deeper. This is, for me, it's what? I got one more?
Yeah.
You got one more, yeah.
Yeah, it could come back around. We'll see.
Right.
Who's taking Caitlin Young?
Okay, so I'm thinking Ray Cooper here. I don't want to say anything until you guys, you don't know.
I know. Jeez, you give away your whole...
I mean, you are next on the pick.
Yeah, I know. But I was going to take Magomed, and you stole the pick from me. Okay.
Swipe them.
Is this a stupid pick? Part of me wants to take. Let me just quickly check. Should I do it? I feel like this is a stupid pick. Hey, can I ask you guys what you think about this pick?
No, absolutely not.
Wait till the end.
Uriah Hall's a tasty dog.
Oh, I would love that. Yeah. Going blatantly against my first round.
No. Jalen Turner, Brad Ardell. Do I do it? Oh, I'm staring right at it. You know what? Nah, I feel like. How much time left on the clock?
Like none.
17 seconds.
There's a part of me that feels like a wuss if I do this. If I don't do that, shit.
10, 9, 8, 7,
F it.
6.
Alex Behera.
5.
Let's go, Alex. Let's go, Alex.
I mean, you talk about finishing potential. That is definite finishing potential.
Is he the dog?
No, he's a slight favorite. I want to say he's sitting currently at
minus 105.
Minus 115 on DraftKings.
And what is Strickland?
Minus 105. It's a coin flip of a fight.
Okay, now I'm down to 2.
Yeah.
F it. I'll go with Jessica Rose Clark.
Wow, Jessica Rose Clark.
Yeah, Jessica Rose Clark.
Is that the first dog taken?
No, Jessica Rose Clark.
Oh, she's
is
a favorite.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think anybody's taken a dog.
Currently sitting at minus 140 on DraftKings. Wow. You really put me in a pinch here.
There's one obvious one, I feel like.
I mean, the next two that I was slating to look at was Ray Cooper and Jalen Turner. And I was kind of hoping you would take one to make this decision easy for me.
You're going against CKB?
The size advantage, the size disparity is just insane. Like, it just feels like Jalen Turner should be like, I'm going to go with Ray Cooper. Give me a little more action on Friday evening of International Fight Week. Ray Cooper the third.
That was, by the way, that was the one I was just debating.
Yeah. All right, that'll finish off my lineup now.
Battle of the Coopers.
Finish us off. Yeah, it is the Battle of the Coopers. The Cooper
I will
Cup.
take Larissa Pacheco.
Larissa Pacheco. Wow.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, she's like a stone cold known finisher. That's like
actually that.
That has first round KO written.
You know what?
Over it.
I'm pretty sure I bet on her last time. Yeah, and she just finished. Yeah, in minute 25.
I don't hate it.
Wow, 3 straight first round finishes. 4 of her last 5 wins.
I feel, if I'm being honest, I feel like you guys have had the past, hour and a half to research this.
We were mocking back here.
It's kind of messed up. I'm fine with it.
This was as easy as possible.
Okay.
I love my team.
recap
the final
for us?
lineups. Ariel, Kayla, Harrison, Dricus Duplessis, Ian Gary, Alex Behera, Jessica Rose Clark, Rick, Israel Adesanya, Macy Barber, Rory McDonald, Jim Miller, Larissa Pacheco, my team, Andre Muniz, Sean O'Malley, Alexander Volkanovski, Magomed Kirov, and Ray Cooper the third.
Wow.
I like these.
I'll make a graphic up.
Yeah, that'll be good.
And like a little explanation.
Yeah, for those that are wondering why, I mean, we can't really do it on the fly. That's how, legit this was. I feel pretty good about my team. Of your fighters, which are you least confident in?
None of them.
None of them. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I have a feeling I picked some heavy favorites. I think I picked heavier favorites than you guys.
No one picked Max.
Rick might not have a single sub 2.
Yeah, these have all got to be like minus 200.
I might not either. Yeah, I could see Volk closing at like a minus 220.
No one picked Max.
You could have.
I mean, I would have thought about it if there were too many big favorites left on the board. I think I'll say this. I think the value is on Max if I'm capping that fight.
Right now, Max is what? He's a plus 155 on DraftKings.
I think you can make a very legitimate argument that he won the second fight. I don't think you can make a legitimate argument that the first fight was close. I've heard that before, and that's kind of left me scratching my head a little bit. The second fight, I think there's a legitimate argument to be made. I do think in that time since, Volkanovski has only gotten better. And the one thing that I think Volkanovski has shown that I don't think a lot of fighters can do, even at a championship level, is adjust mid-fight. He has an ability to adjust mid-fight that is, I don't know if there's anybody as good at that as him in the game. So whatever Max Holloway's game plan is, whatever he can show him, there's an opportunity for Alex to adjust to that. So it's hard to pick against him, but I don't think in a fight that was as close as the second fight, I don't think I can put money on Alex at greater than 2-1. I feel like Max is too good at fighting to be in that position. So I would say the value's on Max as much as I respect Volkanovski, who I think is legit like top 3 pound for pound.
All right.
Max is just so damn good, man.
By the way, what is the winner getting?
Yeah, what are the stakes here?
Yeah, I feel like that is TBD.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like we need at least a Wednesday to figure that out.
All right, so you'll think of something?
Wow, a lot of pressure here. I was, thinking maybe I could start a group message or something, and we
All right. I thought it feels like you're the brains of the operation. What do you want me to say? All right. Well, this is fun. International Fight Week Draft. It is back. I'm looking forward to it. And I like the fact that there's another event. I did misspeak earlier. Our good friend Jose Young's reminding me, like I said, I'm getting old. 189 had 2 events. The Tough Finale. Actually, yes, it's one of the worst. 189 was one of the worst because it was such a big event. And then the Tough Finale was the next day. It was Ellenberger, Wonderboy. And I was like, no one wants to stick around.
Hangover for that one.
For the Sunday evening event after the Incredible Party. 200 had the 3 events that I was talking. Why did I screw that up? Of course, 205 was Conor Eddie. Like I said, we're getting old here. All right. So, by the way, this is the last show that I'll do on a Monday, and I'll explain why as a 30-something-year-old in the history of my life.
I feel like it doesn't take a ton of explaining, right?
Well, no, I'll explain why, because next Monday is July 4th.
Yeah.
And while we will have a pod, we're just going to do an audio-only remote because it's a national, pretty big holiday here in the States. So we will have a show for you July 4th, but it'll be a different kind of show recapping UFC 276. Last in-studio show is what I'm talking about, because then we'll return the following. All right, that was fun. Let's recap the betting weekend, GC, if you don't mind, because
let's do it.
We have a few minutes before we get to Max. The floor is yours.
All right, sure. Let's just kick it right off. Go with the singles. I mean, I made good picks. Didn't really spread the units out properly. Obviously, I went heavy on Gegard, just as heavy as I went on Sabatello. Missed Gegard. Missed Umar by sub. So yeah, going 6-2 and only finishing up a couple units is not great. Parlays got wrecked on these parlays. Cody Law let us down pretty hard. The Sarukian losing also hurt us. Definitely went a little too heavy on the parlays, but it is what it is. So since the last time I was in studio, since the last time I was here, we have just blown it out. We have I think we are down 10 units since the last time I was here. I always talk.
Holy crap! Really?
I mean, I always talk about that cold streak being around the corner.
10 units.
It has arrived. Yeah, 4 units this week. We finished up last week, but then the 2 weeks I was in Europe, I was down. So we're still up 20 units on the year, 32 in total. But yeah, I mean, the cold streak, you're just not getting the bounces. Like the Holly Holm decision hurt, the Cater decision hurt. The Zhang Weili not going 2 seconds longer hurt. Sarukian this weekend hurt. Yeah, like a lot of things that were really close to happening, not happening, is kind of how a cold streak happens. So
do you feel that by changing locations, going away, like, I'm very superstitious. So when I change things up,
I don't think it's the changing locations. I think it's the fact in Europe I couldn't like tape as much as I wanted to. I couldn't research as much as I normally
busy.
do. Yeah,
the fact that you did it was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I took all my bets for the cater card before I even left the United States. So cold streaks happening, getting on lucky breaks. The tide will turn eventually. I'm really not worried about it. For every cold streak, there's a hot streak right around the corner, vice versa. So hopefully we can right the ship this weekend. Do have some big hitters to go through real quick before we get
take
to
your time.
the most blessed. First up, Josh Hettinger hits a plus 17,635 parlay, turns 250 into $443. Can't really complain about that. Moises by sub, Josh Parisian by KO, Shavkat by KO, and Mateus Gamrot money line. I mean,
damn.
Yeah, I guess you only put 250 on it, but like to hit a 17,635 parlay is insane. With every pick being over plus 200, I mean, just crazy. Shout out to Alex McAdam. He threw $15 on Chris Curtis by decision at plus 2,200. I had a weird feeling that it would go to decision, but to actually put real money on it.
It was that much?
Yeah, dude, it was like plus 480 to go to decision, plus 475. And then obviously taking Chris Curtis juiced it up even more. So yeah, shout out to Alex McAdam. Great call there. Next up, Liam picks fights. I mean, this guy just kills it on a week-to-week basis. He's up like 90-something units this year. Puts in a lot of work, so he gets the results. But he just max bet Shavkat by submission. Bet it 3 different times. Turns $476 into $2,475. So I'm sure he went crazy when Neil Magny tapped there.
Wow.
So yeah, shout out to Liam Picks Fights. He is absolutely killing the game. Last one. This one was ridiculous. Prop sniper. I love a good line movement, but this one was insane. Demopulus Frey. Fight goes the distance for some reason. DraftKings had it up at plus 5,000. I have no idea why they would ever do that, but yeah, they put it up. He put $50 on it, and DraftKings paid it out. And then for the first time ever, we premiere the almost big hitter of the week, JD. He takes Morozov by decision, Curtis by decision, Umar by decision, Shavkat by submission, and Sarukian Gamrot. Fight goes the distance, plus 73,699.
Wow.
And he cashed it out before the fight started.
Cashed it? Why? He got afraid?
Yeah, I guess he got afraid.
Did you ask him?
I didn't ask why, but I'm assuming it's because he got afraid. $1,250. I think he said it was supposed to turn into like a few $1,000, $9,000 or something. Yeah.
Damn.
It has to hurt.
Sorry, bud.
Yeah, that has to hurt. So the almost big hitter of the week. I know that can't feel good. And then last but not least, the final thing. Look at this.
Wow.
While I'm in Europe.
Got his purple belt.
If we can hit the music here, Frank.
Yeah, Frank.
Yeah, we
music.
can go back to me. No longer. It's the blue belt.
Wow.
It's out with the old, in with the new.
Purple belt. Wow. This is a big moment.
Yep.
Wow, you even got the Macho Man Randy Savage music. Big graduation day. Congratulations.
Happy about it,
wow.
but we're already looking to the brown belt. So yeah.
Look at you.
Shout out to me for getting the purple belt.
This is big.
Yeah, we're just moving right along. Soon enough, Verdict's not going to know what to do once I get the black belt.
10,000 followers, Verdict purple belt. I mean, the summer of GC in full swing. Well done. Well done. I thought you were going to give a shout out to New York Rick, who picked the Warriors to win the NBA championship back in January.
Shout out to that, and shout out to you for saying in 6 games.
I don't really, didn't want to pat myself on the old back, but all right. So congrats to all the big winners, and then on Wednesday we'll get your official UFC 276 picks.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Now we got Max on the line.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll be a part of your picks for UFC 276. Without further ado, it's always great. It's always a pleasure. It's always a very exciting time on the program when you could talk to one of the A, best fighters on the planet, and B, most beloved fighters on the planet. He is the pride of Waianae It's always very special when Max Holloway, when the Blessed Express comes through. He's in Las Vegas. Trilogy fight against Alex the Great Volkanovski this Saturday, UFC 276 co-main event, Las Vegas T-Mobile Arena, July 2nd. Here he is, the one and only, the newly married man, Max Holloway. How are you, Max?
I'm doing good, brother. How you been?
I've been great. Look at your hair, man. I love the hair. You're not going to cut it, right? I think it's great. The longer, the better.
Yeah. No, I mean, it gets to a point where it doesn't get too long. It's kind of out of control. So I kind of like this length.
No, it's looking good, man. Everything's looking good about Max Holloway. By the way, congratulations, Mazel Tov to you and your bride on the recent wedding. I just wanted to clear something up. It was interesting because usually it doesn't work. I got the save the date, but then I never got the invitation to the wedding. So I was curious what happened. But I didn't get the follow. I put it on the calendar, but I never got the actual. So what happened there? Did I not make the cut or what?
A lot of people's invitations got lost, I think.
Okay.
I mean, people are telling me, like, you're not the first one. They're like, I'm like, I don't know. You guys didn't RSVP, so blame the mail system.
All right. What was it? What was it like? What a day it was. I mean, it was. It looked amazing. What did it feel like for you to be there with your son, to live out your dreams? What could you even describe the kind of day that it was?
It was perfect. I mean, it was perfect. It's supposed to rain. We're supposed to have a tent, but it didn't end up raining. We didn't end up putting up the tent, so it made the wedding look way more beautiful. My wife looked beautiful walking down the aisle. So, I mean, perfect is the only word I can say. I a bunch of family. It was like the first. It was the first big wedding since the pandemic in Hawaii. I think it was the first one that they opened up and we could have people there. So it was it's pretty amazing.
I feel like this is kind of like the natural question that people ask, and I'm going to do it as well. Do you feel like anything changes as far as your approach to the fight now that you're a newly married man? Does it feel like you feel like you're fighting for something bigger? You have a family. Like, obviously you were a dad already, so it's a little different. But does anything change in the mindset?
I mean, not really. If anything, my wife made my life easier. So she took a lot of things off my plate, and she just makes it easier. So all I get to do is go out there, focus, do my thing. Come Saturday night. How'd
she make it easier? Because she's an athlete as well. She probably has a crazy schedule too. So how did she make it easier for you?
That woman, they're amazing. I mean, she's amazing. They're like almost superheroes, you know. So that's how she did it. She does a lot, and I'm just super grateful for her.
Now, is Rush attending the fight on Saturday?
Rush, yeah, for sure. Rush be here. You know, like I said, you know, during the whole pandemic and stuff. I mean, if they'd allow me to put him in my corner, that's what I would do. You know, if Nevada, the state and the commission allowed me to put him in the corner, then that's what we would do. You know, so he's excited to finally be there.
So, is this the first time he's at a fight since the first Volkanovski fight?
No, he was at the fight. He was at our fight for the last one, year.
Oh, because they had at that point they had some fans in attendance.
Apex, yeah.
But this is the first time you fight in front of a full crowd since the first Volkanovski fight, yes?
Oh yeah, so he's gonna, you know him, little shine stealer. He's probably gonna have his way that with all the crowd and stuff being back.
So you were supposed to fight a few months ago. Unfortunately, the fight didn't come to fruition. He ends up fighting Korean Zombie. Volkanovski did. It was kind of a bit secretive. Like, what are you able to explain why that fight didn't happen back then?
I mean, the main thing I can say is just miscommunication, man. Miscommunication. That's about it.
Okay.
It's just a communication.
Were you upset about that?
Yeah, of course. I'm a fighter, you know, I want to fight him. But, you know, we're here now. I mean, International Fight Week, it's huge. It's big. The card is big. So, I mean, it's just crazy, you know. It's crazy to be here on International Fight Week and be able to, the spot that we're in. So, super exciting.
I'm assuming you watched his fight against Zombie, yes?
No. I didn't watch it.
Come on, Max. I don't believe you for a second. What are you talking about? You didn't watch it?
No, I was on, you know, a game, right? On Facebook, Facebook.gg/Max Holloway official. Come check me out. if you look at the time of his fight going on, I was probably playing Apex at the same exact time. Actually, I know for a fact I was because people were telling me who won.
But even after the fact, you could go on ESPN Plus. You can watch it whenever you want. You never went and checked it out?
No, I mean, I didn't see it. I didn't get to see it. My coaches, some of my coaches watched it for me, and they told me a little stuff about the fight, but I didn't see it myself.
No interest? Like, I'm just curious, why not check out his last performance?
Because my coaches and a bunch of guys watched and told me that I didn't have to watch it.
Like, it just wasn't. There was nothing to be learned from it.
I mean, I think a lot of people expected the way the fight went. A lot of people expected it to happen that way. So that's what they said. They said they went the way we thought it would go, and I didn't have to tune in. So I was like, okay, cool. Save me some time. Get back on the games or something.
The first two fights, did you watch those?
I watched our first two fights a couple times. Yeah.
Which performance from yourself do you like better? Your performance in the first fight or the second fight?
I don't know. I mean, the second, it gotta be the second one, for sure.
You still believe you won that fight?
Yeah, I believe I did enough, but it doesn't matter what I believe, Errol. You know what it is. There's three people sitting ringside, the judges, and whatever is their call that night is their call, and you gotta live with it.
I've been on this kick lately, but really you deserve a lot of the credit for it because you kind of started this this movement before, I've been doing it as of late. Open scoring, I'm a big fan of open scoring. I really feel like open scoring should be a thing only because it benefits you guys, because you at least deserve to know where you stand in these massive fights. Could you say confidently, had you known what the score was going into the fifth round in either one of those fights, that you maybe would have done something differently?
For sure. I mean, when someone's telling you you're down and you're down when you look at the cards, then someone's going to go after it. But then the opposite side of that too is knowing that when someone's up, you don't know if they're going to, and they know they're up, you don't know if they're going to fight. So, there's a lot of give and take with those things, but commission is going to be commission, Dana going to be Dana, whatever he wants. We'll see what happens.
You seem to be in favor. Are you still in favor of it?
For sure. I mean, why not? I mean, why not try it? Or try a different taste of it, just give it a go. Don't, what is that saying? Don't knock it till you try, right? So
right.
Why not? Why? I would love to see, I would just love to see how it is, especially on a card like ours, like with the fans and the crowds, see how judges react when fans is screaming when someone throws a punch and it doesn't land. But since the fan, I want to see if that affects judges, which I think do, because we're all human, and as is it.
I have polled probably 30 fighters at this point. I think just one, Ally Quinto, is the only one who said he wouldn't be in favor of it. You all want it, and yet no one asks you guys if you want it or not. No one asks your opinion, but yet it's just a small little tweak to the system that only benefits you guys. You're in there. There's so much money at stake, legacy at stake, belts at stake. The least you can know is where you stand going into the final frame.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a bunch of tweaks. I mean, our judging system is off of boxing. Our old system. And most judges is like boxing judges. So that they don't really know too much mixed martial arts. And I know John McCarthy got his class, so that'd be cool if a bunch of people started doing the class. But we see what happens. I think so. We're gonna run into this problem for many times coming because our sport is only growing. Everybody's getting better. Everybody's getting elite. So it's going to be amazing. And I'm kind of interested to see how the future goes.
I almost hate asking this question to, the highest of level fighters, because ultimately it's kind of disrespectful to you and the opponent. But given how the first two fights went, do you feel like it's imperative that it doesn't go the distance so that there's no questions asked, there's no issues, there's no controversy? Do you need to get a finish here?
We see what happens, for sure. I fight for a finish every time, and like I said, like I told you, I'm 1-0 for every fight, I fight I'm gonna fight this fight just like how I fought every other fight. Like it's my first and it might be my last, So if I've been in there with 10 rounds with the guy. I feel good. I feel confident. And I've been saying we'd be lucky if we get past 3 in this one. So I can't wait for it.
Does Max Holloway need a belt in order to realize his ultimate fame in this sport? In other words, I think that there are certain fighters who are bigger than the belt in their weight class. I think Conor is bigger than the belt. I think Nate is bigger than the belt. I think you have reached that status at 45 as well, that you are bigger than the belt. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I mean, yeah, you said it, Ariel. I mean, if you said it, I'm going to agree with it. You know, at the end of the day, I always told myself that the belt doesn't define you, you know. I'm a champion. I've been telling everybody that I'm going to be a champion, and I was a champion since when I first got into the UFC. You know, that's just the way that you got to carry yourself. You know, if you don't carry yourself that way, then why are you fighting? You know, are you fighting to be the second best in the world? That makes no sense. You know, so I keep telling myself that I'm the best and I'm the champ, and you know, it is what it is. If you disagree, then we can figure it out in the octagon.
So in other words, the reason why I asked that is, what motivates you going to this fight, other than just like the athletic competition of beating this guy once and for all? Is the belt any kind of motivation here? Like, do you miss being champion? Do you miss being called champion? Do you miss having the spoils that come with the belt?
I mean, what motivates me is just the competition, you know, the competitiveness, you know. Ariel, like I said, you know, what rank in the pound-for-pound rankings, do you know what rank Alex is?
I think most people have him at number 2 or number 3 at this point. So he's top 3.
Yeah. Do you know what rank I am in the pound-for-pound rankings?
You're in the top 10.
Yeah. So it's like, that's just it. You know,
You're
that's 6. Yeah, 6. So look, if you look at it this way, Ariel, like, it's crazy, you know. When in the last decade, you know, did this fight happen where 2 top guys in the top 10 pound-for-pound rankings happen? How many times did it happen? You know, I mean, the only guys that come to mind is DC and Jones. You know, that's the only guys. You know, and we're here now. You know, this fight, these things don't happen. You know, and these are the things that excite me. You know, we get to be a part of that history. And to you guys, to all the hardcore fans, this is what they want. They want the best of the best fighting each other. And here they are. You know, these top pound-for-pound fighters don't fight each other. They just don't. It doesn't happen. You know, it happens every so often in a decade. And we're getting blessed with one right now.
It is a great point. It doesn't happen in MMA. It doesn't happen in boxing either. 2 guys. So according to the UFC official rankings, he's 2, you're 6. This is as rare as it gets. It's very rare to have 2 guys in the top 6 in the same weight class who are both the rightful guys, not like a match that they made and put together. Can I ask you a crazy question, Max? And I'm very particular when it comes to these things. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if I've ever heard you say Alex Volkanovski's name, like his full name. Is there a reason for that?
You guys know his name? Why I gotta say him?
How come? I notice you never say his name in interviews. You always say him, like even dating back to the first one. Is there a reason for that?
I mean, I think I just say everybody's name. That's kind of weird. No, not name. I think I just say him or whatever because I acknowledge him as that. So I don't know. And Volkanovski has that's a tough last name, so I don't want to butcher him.
I was wondering if early on it was because you kind of viewed yourself as up here and he was not on your level and you didn't want to kind of give him that respect. Am I looking into this too much?
I think you are. You know,
okay.
I would never ever look at that. We're all humans. No one's on a higher level than anybody, I like to think.
Is it possible though, in retrospect, that maybe you didn't realize how good he was the first time you fought? Is that fair?
No, not at all. I mean, you know, he beat some names. He beat Aldo. He beat Mendez. You know, he was standing across from me for a reason. You know, so I give him the respect he deserved. You know, to get to a championship level fight, to beat former champions and former people who fought for a belt, I'd say it's a lot. You know, so no disrespect, all respect to him.
Are you impressed with how much he's improved? I know you say you didn't watch the last fight, but I think he has come a long way since he first came into the UFC. Has his progression impressed you?
For sure, you know, to become a champion and to be at that level and to keep on getting better and greater, it's cool to see, you know. So it's it's looking like it's gonna be a fun one come Saturday night.
You know what it's like to fight at 55. He has talked about fighting at 55. Do you think that he could be successful at 55?
I mean, don't they talk about like he's like at 55 and 70 outside of the UFC? So I think he'd be fine. You know, I think he knows how the weight is. I think he knows how everything. So we see what happens. You know, first thing first, though, he got me on his plate, so I'll be focusing on me, and I can't wait to see him across the octagon come Saturday night.
Are your days at 45 numbered?
We see what happens. I mean, it happens. Never say never, right? I mean, there's interesting fights up there, you know, especially with Oliveira leading the pack and stuff. So we see what happens, you know. I can't wait. You know, first things first is Alex, July 2nd. Let's bring back balance to the world, and we'll go from there.
How are the cuts though? As you're getting older, how are these weeks for you?
It's been good. You know, the last couple of cuts been actually easier. It's been getting a little bit easier and easier. So we see what happens. You know, I mean, I can only speak on it now, but we find out how it's looking Thursday and Friday morning.
Man, I would love to see you fight Oliveira again. Of course, you have a win over him in very exotic Saskatchewan when you were on that Canadian tour of yours a couple of years ago. Yes, very close in terms of climate to Hawaii. Did you think it was fair that they stripped him?
Bro, nah, man, nah. I feel bad for the guy, man. I don't know. The guy who was weighing him in is a stickler, bro. That's just what it is, you know. It was like moving, you know. You go to 55, you should have let it move a little like that and say 55. How much time do you see it, you know? So I don't know what happened, man. It sucks. It sucks for him because now his next fight is not going to be a title defense if he wins it. You know, he's winning the title back. So like that's history getting taken away from Oliveira, and I feel bad for the guy, man. He's been going out there doing his thing, and like half a pound, bro. Like, come on, you know, like
so crazy.
I feel bad for the guy for sure.
So you think they should have just let it? I mean, there's sometimes. I mean, you're going to Abu Dhabi, the thing's not even like set, and they're like, "Yep, you're good to go." He just ran into a stickler.
They should have just put it on 55 and see how it is. I mean, if you put it on 55 and the meat scale go up high, then it's like, okay, obviously. But if it's bouncing like that, it's like, come on, that's 55, you know. So I feel bad for him, man. It hurts him a lot. It hurts him legacy. Probably hurts him in contract wise. So we see what happens.
Has anyone said to you, Max, you win this fight, we're finally going to make it happen, UFC Hawaii? I feel like it's time. Has anyone said this to you or your team?
Ariel, no.
No one said this.
No one said anything. So at the end of the day, I'm just happy to be here. I mean, this is the 9th island in Las Vegas. So you guys want to see how rowdy a Hawaii crowd is going to get? Tune in July 2nd because you guys are about to find out.
Have you given up that dream?
I mean, it is what it is. You know, we see. I mean, if they tell me, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. You know, I'm just like, if they give it to me, they give it to me. If not, then not. You know, we have like I said, Las Vegas. We have the 9th island, home away from home. So we're here now. Did
you go to those Bellator cards that were there a couple of months ago?
I did not. I did not go, but we had a couple people fighting them, but I wasn't able to make it.
You can't be bothered. You're a UFC guy. You can't be seen at a Bellator event, right?
Who knows?
But I was thinking, I saw Yancy. Yancy got like this incredible pop. He looked like a superstar, and I was like, man, it would be a crime. It would be a travesty if Max never gets this in front of his people. I don't care, 10,000 seat, 12,000 seat, 8,000 seat. You deserve it. Like, we need to figure this out once and for all before it's too late.
Only time will tell, Earl. Only time.
Yeah. All right. Any of your famous friends coming to the fight? John Mayer, any of these? Bobby Webster of the Raptors, any of these guys coming by?
John Mayer is on tour right now.
Oh.
So he can't make. I think he's going to be in the Garden that night.
MSG?
Yeah. I think he's going to be in the Garden. Oh, Boston. He might be in Boston.
Okay, all right.
Garden. TG Garden in Boston. Yeah. He might be. So he couldn't make it. Bobby said he's coming. So pretty excited for that. So we got some guys coming out for us. So it's going to be super cool.
Should you be the main event? Let's be honest. Should the trilogy be the main event?
I mean, you guys actually go make a poll. You know, you got Twitter.
Yeah.
Make a poll and see who could have been the main event. You know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm just happy to be here. Like what I said before. Every time I'm on the card, I feel like I'm the main event. I feel like I'm the guy that got the most to lose. So that's why we're here.
And just curious, and I know you're big into the gaming. Apex, right? You say you play now. Is it called Apex?
Yeah.
Is it because of the UFC Apex that you play that, or is that nothing to do with it?
No.
Okay, my bad.
I play Apex Legends because it's another battle. I used to play Battle Royale. I used to play COD. Where I had a bunch of hackers, so I had to jump over. I was getting over it with the hackers. So
what do you mean hackers? What do you mean?
Gaming hackers. People hack games. Like, I don't know.
What do you mean they hack your game? They come into your game?
No. They're like hackers in their game. They're cheating. It's called this thing called aimbots and wall. So it's not fun.
Do you let your son play these games?
No, he don't play no games right now.
Nothing?
Not at all. No. We try to make him get outside more.
Yeah. I agree with that. But what about fighting? Has he said that he wants to start fighting, start training, follow in your footsteps?
No. He trains jiu-jitsu, but he ain't. I mean, if he wants to fight later on in life, but right now he don't know what he wants. If he told me his fight, I'm like, you're crazy. Fighting is too nuts.
Right. Would you want, like, honestly, some people try to push their kids to do it. Would you, knowing the dangers, knowing the damage, would you be comfortable with that if he tries to follow you?
No, not at all. I don't want him to fight. I don't want to fight. I do not want him to fight at all. I mean, you heard me say it 100 times before. I want him to be a doctor. He can go work on the fighters. You want to fight for a different reason.
Why not? Because of the damage?
The damage, the weight cut, the whole fighting thing, bro. This life ain't for some people. So I went through it. I'm doing this so you don't have to go through it.
Yeah.
That's look at it.
Have you set an age as to like how long you want to do this for?
I always see what happens. I said 35. Maybe a little bit after a little bit years after that, but we see what happens. Never say never.
35. So we got 5 years left.
Yeah, 5 years left with me. So enjoy it.
And
you be being angry.
You don't get worried about like the body or the damage, the head, things like that, because you were doing it at such a young age.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, me and my team, my business partner that my coaches, we got doctors, we do the whole 9 yards, blood tests, whatever. Like they make sure that everything is running smoothly, and that's what we do.
The great Chris Deggett. I mean, what a legend this guy is. He is one of the best minds in the whole business. Really needs to be out there more. I don't know why he's always in the shadows. Why doesn't he put himself out there more and let more people know what he does with you behind the scenes?
Because he's like Batman. There's Batman shows. No, there's a fucking Batman and there's Chris Daggett and Batman. So do you guys see both of them in the same place at the same time?
That's a good point. Before I let you go, I just wanted to ask you, this is what I was getting at earlier. Do you have a read on the 45? Like, do you look at the guys? Because I feel, Zabit just retired. I don't know if you saw this. It's kind of wide open here. Are there any guys that you feel, and you've fought a lot of them because you were at the top, you fought Yair, or who's out there that is of interest for you at 45?
Whoever, we can get a bunch of rematches. I know Yair and Ortega got a big fight coming up. I know Cater had a big fight this past couple weeks. So we see what happens. I mean, that's just what it is. We're at that point where we was a couple years ago where we didn't know who was the next contender. I was one of the guys that shuffled in. Alex was, and then now we're at that point again. It's time to shuffle in. So I think so. It's going to shuffle in. I think so. This is one of the more harder divisions for sure. We got a couple people on win streaks and coming up and stuff. So it's a great time. It's a great time. A bunch of people is coming up and new names, and it's an amazing time. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out who's going to be the new top 5 guys, the champion and the contenders. So it's an exciting time in UFC.
Were you surprised Zabit retired?
Yeah, I was kind of tripping out. Yeah, aren't we like the same age? But you never know what's going on. You never know what's going on with not only fighting, his personal life, or what's going on and stuff. So I hope everything is good with him. I hope health wise and mental wise and just family wise. Everything good with him. Best wishes to him. He's a killer, and I know a lot of fans want to see that dream matchup of me versus him, our styles, our length, and everything, you know, our hair, you know, we would have had the battle of the best hair, I think, you know. So we see what happens, you know, but nothing but the best for him, and I hope whatever future endeavors that he does, he go kill it.
More likely to happen, Charles Max 2 or Connor Max 2?
I don't know. You know, with the Connor thing, it's like I might have to lean to Charles because he's actually fighting. You know, Connor, he didn't really like come out and say like I'm coming back. He did say I know he said I'm coming back, but then there's no like mark he put down, you know. But like at the end of the day, I don't blame him. You know what I mean? Like, why would he come back? You know, everybody in the fight game is trying to get to that point where they can make enough and live their life and, you know, get out, you know, and get ahead. So, you know, we see what happens, you know. I think the Oliveira one is probably way more funner and way more possible, actually, to be honest. But funner wise, I would actually say is the Conor fight. The Conor fight would be super fun.
If you were in his spot, would you come back?
Probably not. Sip mimosas on top of my Lamborghini yacht. You know, why not, bro? You know, it is what it is. You know, traveling the world and doing all kind of high fashion shows. Right? You know, we see what happens. You know, but like I said, you know, Conor is a very competitive guy. You know, just like me, and I know that competitiveness is still in him. So I don't know. Me and him might be throwing jabs at each other till we're like 100 years old. You know, you never know.
I would love to see it. It would be great. But first off, it's you versus Volkanovski for the third time this Saturday, July 2nd. It's very rare that we get a situation like this. As you know, as a historian, I mean, you don't usually get someone who's 0-2 going up for the third fight, but the second one obviously is supremely controversial. This is it though, right? Like you feel like this is as must win as it gets. This is, I mean, there's a lot at stake here.
For sure, you know, and exactly what you said. You know, we're here for a reason. You know, we're here for a reason. If it was so, you know, guaranteed already, we would not have been here. So I can't wait. You know, I can't wait to go show a lot of history on the line, a lot of legacy on the line, and 0-0 Max is going in there looking for a finish. So I can't wait.
Good luck, Max. Can't wait to hear Hawaiian Kickboxer Saturday at T-Mobile. You're gonna walk out to it, right? Yeah.
You already know, bro. It's gonna be a great one.
Can't wait. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. Good luck to you on Saturday.
Thank you, brother.
All right, there he is, the main man himself, Max Holloway, the pride of Waianae. You gotta love him. Oh, Hawaiian Kickboxer. One of the great walkouts, right? In MMA. I can't wait for that fight. That fight, I mean, you can make a case that I mean, that is the people's main event, right? Two guys who are beloved. Volkanovski has come a very long way. Got my prime here. Very popular. Like I said, I think that fight could have sold out. The Marvel Stadium, where they had the Kambosos versus Devin Haney fight. Volkanovski is as big of a deal. Holloway, obviously internationally beloved as well. Would have been fun, but they're back in Las Vegas, back at the scene of the first fight, back at T-Mobile Arena. And yes, we're not getting the Miesha Tate fight, and we just went through some of the fights on the card, but it's still a very nice card that they put together for everyone. Israel Adesanya against Jared Cannonier, Alex Volkanovski versus Max Holloway 3, Sean Strickland versus Alex Pereira, a very important fight at 185. Could produce the next contender at 85, I would say, right? Strickland wins. He's on a roll. Pereira's got the story with Izzy. Izzy's been talking about him more, so looking forward to that. Sean O'Malley versus Pedro Munoz, big test for Sean O'Malley. Brad Riddell against Jalen Turner. I mean, every one of these fights, something for everyone. Robbie Lawler versus Brian Barberina. Ian Gary versus Gabe Green. So good to see Ian back on a stage like this. Donald Cerrone versus Jim Miller. Uriah Hall versus Andre Muniz, which is really interesting. Muniz, the first pick for 1GC in the International Fight Week draft. Jessica Ai versus Macy Barber. Big spot for Macy Barber again. Brad Tavares against Dricus Duplessis. Remember, we were supposed to get Dricus on that card in April in Jacksonville. And then Jessica Rose Clark against Yulia Stoliarenko. to open up the card. So that's this Saturday, July 2nd. You got PFL on Friday. You also have Money in the Bank, the WWE event going down Saturday at the great MGM Grand Arena. And that is part of the reason why I will be in Las Vegas doing a bunch of things over there in Las Vegas. But Money in the Bank, one of them. And a lot of people asking me about our meetup. We're going to have a meetup on Friday night. And details to come. If you follow me on Twitter, on social media, you will get the word whenever I have it. It's coming, I promise. Sometime Friday, probably 7, 8 local time, Pacific time. Going to be a lot of fun. Maybe some luminaries will be stopping by. You never know, but it'll be great to see a lot of the longtime listeners, viewers, fans of the program. Frank, you coming out to the meetup in Vegas?
No.
You had such a great time the first time we did a meetup in New York. You are not coming out. What about you, GC? Will you be coming out to the meetup?
No.
Wow. Okay. I'm excited to share with everyone that New York Rick will be attending the meetup. Yes?
He's not even here right now.
Where'd he go? He can't be bothered? He's done?
I don't know. He ran out frantically, and Frank was like, "Are you okay?" And
whoa, is everything okay?
He said he was all right.
All right. Well, I hope you'll be there. Maybe he got excited that Eddie Hearn's going to be joining us in studio, and then later on, we're going to be joined by Jessica Rose Clark, who is the aforementioned one half of the first fight on the card, UFC 276 this weekend. Eddie Hearn is here because they just had a press conference here in New York City for the Triple G Canelo trilogy. Speaking of trilogies, going down September 17th at the T-Mobile Arena. And I think this is his 4th time because he was there before and after the Taylor Serrano fight. He was there another time. Unless I'm counting one extra. I don't know if someone could tell me. And that was just like in the span of 3 months. He says he loves coming here. And there's been a lot going on in his world. I mean, the guy, one day he's in Saudi Arabia. The next day he's in San Antonio. Then he's in New York. Then he's in LA. Then he's in London. I've never seen a travel schedule like this. It's unbelievable. And he was just in San Antonio this past weekend. He's here in New York. He was in LA, I know, for the first leg of their press tour. But there has been some talk that our very own Chris Cyborg could be in talks to fight Katie Taylor later on this year. And we all thought that Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano would be the easiest rematch to make, the easiest fight to make. And now apparently it's not happening after all, at least not next. And here comes Chris Cyborg, who, of course, is a Bellator fighter, at least as of now, coming up in talk. So I want to talk to him about that. I'm looking forward to that conversation. And also wondering if there was any talk of the newly inducted Holly Holm, inducted, of course, into the Boxing Hall of Fame, getting the nod as well, because I feel like that would be a massive fight. I think the one that everyone wanted to see was Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano in Dublin. But it doesn't look like it's in the cards for now. So I'm curious to see what happens then. And we've got a lot to talk to him about. The Anthony Joshua fight was recently announced while we were away against Alexander Usyk in Saudi Arabia, August 20th. Leon Edwards versus Kamaru Usman officially announced for that date as well. We talked to Leon a couple of weeks ago about that. So that will be a huge day for British combat sports, right? You've got Leon, one of their own, going up against the pound-for-pound king right now, Kamaru Usman, for the welterweight title. And then, of course, you have the great Anthony Joshua looking to right the wrong of his loss to Alexander Usyk last year, which was a shocking, shocking loss. Of course, he constantly has his back and forth with Jake Paul, and it was announced last week that Jake Paul is going to fight Tommy Fury on August 6th. And I can let you know that there is a press conference for the Jake Paul-Tommy Fury fight this Wednesday at Madison Square Garden. I think Amanda Serrano will be there as well. Jake Paul will be there. Tommy Fury will be there. And I will be there. I, in fact, will be hosting it.
What?
Yeah, how about that? Frank, could we get some breaking news, please?
Sure.
As I drop my pencil. Yes, this Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern, your boy, they looked at the landscape and they're like, you know what? We need a little promotional muscle here. We need one of the brightest minds in the game. Yes?
We have a show on Wednesday.
Oh, no problem. It's all been figured out. I will be here at 1 o'clock. These press conferences don't last 2 hours, Frank. I don't know how many of these press conferences you've been to. Usually 45, 1 hour. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
What's so funny?
I just imagine it. You said you're hosting it, right?
I am hosting it, yes.
And it'll be done on time.
Yes. Well, you're doubting this?
Oh, it's just connecting the dots. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, because I usually...
Nobody said that.
I'm not.
No, I'm just,
I'm
just
not punctual
receiving
when
two
it
pieces
comes.
of information.
It's a little different when I have this open platform to do whatever I want, to speak for how long as I choose, as opposed to a set press conference, which is really, I don't have as much to do in that format, in that setting, because it's more the media asking the questions and whatnot. But I'm looking forward to it. And the stakes have just been raised because Jake Paul and Tyson Fury were going back and forth, and Tyson Fury bet $100,000 on his brother to win. And then all of a sudden, Jake is like, nah, that ain't good enough. You're not confident in your brother winning. And then he upped it to $1 million.
Oh, man.
How about that?
That's awesome.
By the way, the fact that you're able to converse with me here makes me feel like Eddie is very late, because he was supposed to be here 4 minutes ago.
Don't read between the lines.
He was supposed to be here 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, what the hell? They always do this to us. They tell us that he's going to be here at a certain time, and they also give us a hard out. And then he's
New York traffic.
Yeah, New York traffic.
What's going on? Tell us.
He's on his way. I think I hear them on the hallway.
Any moment.
Yeah, but then we need to get the extra time on the back end.
We'll talk with old Fred.
All right. Can you let us know, because it's really, it gives me a lot of anxiety, a lot of what's that term? Acid reflux.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Sure, it's not the prime.
Might be the prime. All right, so Eddie's going to join us in studio. I have a lot of questions to ask him. We don't have a lot of time with him, but he is kind enough to come in. He'll never miss an opportunity to stop by, so I do appreciate that. One other big story, and we could talk about this with the guys after the Eddie interview, depending on how much time we get with him. The Nate Diaz situation continues to evolve. It was a very big story last week. We had a situation where Nathan came out and said, just release me. And then Dana White came out and was like, well, maybe they should do the Jake Paul fight. Paul fight from happening is the guy who is saying maybe they should do the Jake Paul fight. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if he did, in fact, believe that, then why doesn't he let him just go out and do the Jake Paul fight? Well, the reason why he didn't is because they don't want him to do the Jake Paul fight, and he still has a fight on his contract with the UFC. So it's a weird one. Like, that was the classic, that was basically not a needle mover 2.0. Like, hey, and of course, Nathan is a much bigger star than he was back in 2014 when that statement was first said in Dublin, by the way. I believe it was the pre-fight presser on the Friday. And I just feel like that's part of the game. However, I will say Diaz is the one guy who would actually take that personally. Like, Diaz is the one guy I feel like who would hear Dana say that and be like, all right, you don't think I'm a big deal? All right, you don't think I'm, worthy enough to be re-signed or to stick around here? I will leave. Now, I still feel like he ends up staying. I still feel like they're moving in the right direction. I still feel like, the Poirier fight is the one to make. Poirier still doesn't have an opponent. I don't think it's a coincidence that he doesn't have an opponent. He's been ready to go. I know they have another pay-per-view September 10th. I know it's been discussed to have Aljamain Sterling and TJ Dillashaw on that card, which is great, but you can obviously need, some other big names, some big dogs, if you will, in the co-main. That would be a very, very good co-main. I've heard Atlanta and Tampa being discussed as a potential spot for that pay-per-view, but all this stuff keeps changing all the time now, so who the hell knows? By the way, if it happens in Atlanta, GC, will you go to it?
1,000%. September 10th?
Yeah, if it happens.
Yes. I kind of, I want to go, but also I wouldn't mind not having to pay for another flight and an expensive ticket. But
will you feel like you're missing out if you're not there for the UFC's return to Atlanta?
No. I will be there.
Oh, you will
happens,
be.
I will be there. I'm
regardless.
saying if it gets announced at Tampa Bay, I'll be like,
you won't be too sad. But you're saying right now, you guarantee if they go to Atlanta, you'll be there.
Yes. I won't be that sad, though, because no matter what, I'm going to be at MSG.
For which one?
I'm assuming they're going to come. That's me.
Oh, in November.
Come back in November.
I thought you meant for Jake Paul.
Yeah, TBD. Sometime.
Wow. Does it make the cut?
Oh, it makes the cut. Things got to get figured out. Work.
Wow.
Like
okay, work. It's on a Saturday.
Eh.
What are we talking about here?
We can talk.
Okay, we can take this offline. Curious. All right. Why didn't you go 4 o'clock? Really? There he is. Well, I'm gonna have a word with Eddie right here. There he is. Wow, Eddie. Let me just stand up for you. I mean, as punctual as ever, Eddie.
Well,
thank you. I mean, really. And we're sticking to 4 o'clock. Are we really doing this? Should I bring Fred out here?
But the problem is, like,
yes?
you demand so much time because I've noticed lately you've changed.
I've changed.
Yeah.
I've changed.
All this success.
Yeah,
all this,
it is
this
getting
fame,
to me. Yes.
You know, I mean,
we barely know each other. How?
I don't get a fee anymore. Like they're telling me that all of a sudden that your financial demands are so intense they can't afford a fee.
So that's why we're getting 21 minutes.
Is that what you're getting?
That's what we're getting. Hard out 4 o'clock.
We've got the Yankees tonight.
Who cares about the Yankees?
The pitch.
Have you heard
face to face on the thing? This is what I'm saying about you.
Yeah.
Who cares about this? Is Ariel Hawani saying who cares about the Yankees?
Do you look at this set? Primo. No one's giving you a set like this.
We'll go a few minutes over.
Appreciate that. By the way,
Fred will tell me off. But
thank you for coming. I appreciate
Thank you
it.
for having me.
Not very happy about you guys going head to head with me with the presser on a Monday at 1. Like that's kind of our territory, if I'm being honest.
Sorry.
You know, like
maybe we didn't have as successful a presser because of your show.
How was it?
Very
obviously
successful.
I didn't. Okay.
No, it was good.
Well attended.
It was very well attended. It was the second leg of the Canelo Triple G press tour, LA on Friday. It's like Canelo can't stand him, and Golovkin can't stand Canelo, but Golovkin won't actually say anything because he's very sort of front-facing, respectful.
Right.
But Canelo's saying, "You've said all this stuff about me. Say it." And he's, the head-to-heads have been very, very intense and enjoyable. It's going to be a great fight. I think Canelo's lost his mind in this fight. Like he's openly saying, "I'm basically just going to walk forward and knock you out," and which is dangerous against Triple G. People talk about he's getting a bit older now. He's still pound for pound probably the biggest puncher in the sport, or right up there. So, and Canelo's coming off a defeat. So, mentally, where's he at? Golovkin looks great. Moving up to 168, which I think will suit him. He's been 160 for like 13 years. So I think it'd be the best of the 3 fights so far.
So I was curious to see which direction you would go in after the Bivol fight. You could obviously try to do the rematch, or you could go in this direction. You ultimately went in this direction, which I think was the right call for whatever it's worth. Did he consider running that one back? Yeah,
we'd already signed for the Triple G fight, and the aim was actually to announce the fight in the ring, which obviously backfired considerably.
Right. Yes. You had like a promo and everything ready?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Everything. I mean, but that's quite common.
Yeah.
Like people don't realise that, but it's actually quite common. And I played golf with Canelo the next day, and he said...
The next day?
Yeah, the next day.
Wow.
Crazy. Like, mentally, this guy is on another level, but really upset. And playing golf while upset is never a good mix, but somehow he managed to do that. And he wanted the Bivol rematch, like every fighter does. It's the first thing in the mind. But obviously, we had this agreement with Triple G, and this is the only chance to make this fight. The only chance. And
why? Because
just time-wise, like we've waited a couple of years now. Golovkin's just unified in Japan. Like, if we leave it till next May, this was the time to strike. We had the agreement, and he wants to fight Triple G. He wants to beat him, and then he wants to rematch Bivol in May, which is like, we keep talking about the resume of Canelo Alvarez. Like, it is incredible. And he genuinely, like, he had to almost handicap himself to lose by moving to 75, against Dimitri Bivol. So this fight's interesting, particularly coming off the loss, because his back is against the wall. Might be really bad news for Gennady Golovkin, or might be good news for Gennady Golovkin. But, Canelo is he's pretty open in his assessment of this fight, which is I want to retire him, and I will only be happy by destroying him. So, which is a nice edge. I've not seen him like this before, to be honest with you. Even when he fought Billy Joe was poking him and prodding him, but he was quite calm. He wasn't really rising to the bait. Here he's pretty vicious.
We had Oscar De La Hoya on a couple of weeks ago. He said it was a massive mistake to book this fight, that you don't understand.
The Bivol fight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Promoters want to make easy fights for their clients because they want to milk as much money as possible. I am a promoter and I do see the science in that. I'm also a fan. Like, I also want to sit there. If I'm investing in a fight, and sometimes there's quite a lot of financial risk in a fight, I really don't want to pay big money to see a mismatch.
Right.
I don't want to sit there and watch a mismatch. Sometimes it happens, and there's nothing that we can do about that. Not every fight is a fight of the year contender. But why do you want to criticise a guy? I mean, he's of course out of sort of, jealousy and the fact they fell out, and there's a lot of that. But why do you want to criticise a guy for trying to be great? Shouldn't we, you're basically saying you shouldn't have taken that fight because it was too difficult. What sort of sport do we live in where we're criticising fighters for taking a big challenge? He's beating everyone at middleweight. He's beating everyone at super middleweight. So he wants to do something different. He wants to test himself. All of a sudden you get beat, and it's a terrible mistake. Shouldn't have done that. Should have taken an easier fight in your weight division. Boring. This is a guy who's done it all, and we should respect him for trying to be great. And now he comes back, fights Triple G, wants to go straight back into the Bivol rematch. If he beats Bivol in the rematch, what do we say then?
Right.
Greatest fighter of all time? One of.
It always seems like lately, especially, I know that you've had this contentious relationship with these guys, but I spoke to DeBella recently. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, they all hate me.
Yeah, DeBella, I know the LRB stuff. Yeah. Well, why recently it feels, is this a product of your success? Is this a product of you making more noise? Why does it feel like I'm hearing more of this hatred towards you from the other promoters?
I mean, it has to be a good thing in terms of, it's a good and bad thing. I mean, it's a great thing in terms of our success. You wouldn't really speak out about someone you had no fear of or you weren't bothered about. And there's different kind of people. Lou DeBella is a guy who, he's up and down like a Lady of the Night's underwear, and he's just, he's a guy who literally you do not know what mood you're going to get from Lou DeBella. He's, in my opinion, a guy that's quite unhappy, and he doesn't like young, fresh blood coming in and trying to disrupt the game. But at the same time, you've got guys like Oscar de la Hoya, who's obviously got that deep sort of vengeance because he lost the pound-for-pound biggest star in boxing, and I signed him. So there's the history there. You've got Leonard Ellaby, who has lost his mind, and I've apparently said something that upset him. The British sarcasm doesn't sit very well with a lot of these people. Who else you got? Stephen Espinoza just sits there liking negative tweets about me all day, which is very, very flattering that the head of Showtime would be that bothered about what I'm trying to do. But you see, Ariel, we had the same thing in the UK. When I started in the UK, the whole industry was against me. And we overcome that. And now I'm seeing exactly the same thing in the US. I've got to be a little bit careful because at the same time, I don't want to upset people to the point where they just won't make fights. The thing is with Arum, he's mental. But he's 90, so he deserves to be mental.
Right.
But he will make a fight. If the business is right, Bob will always make a fight. He'll speak badly about me. He doesn't like me. But where others will do, it will affect the job they do for their client because of the emotion, which is a really big mistake. So, but I also want to be myself. I don't want to come in here and just sort of brown nose people and be a snide and I'm just going to speak my mind. So like me, don't like me, but and the bad side of me, maybe the ego side in me, likes that the way they are to me because it makes me even more determined, makes me work harder, makes me want to win because that's all this is. It's a sport for me, business. It's about winning. It's about beating the competition. I want to make great fights. I want to be remembered. I want to be a disruptor. Not to the level of some of these other guys coming into the sport because I respect the sport, but I want to be remembered, good or bad. I want to leave my mark in the business and in the sport. And I think what I've done, when Leonard comes out and says biggest clown in boxing, not being funny. I mean, I've been on the road for 2.5 weeks. We're announcing our new set of shows in Australia. I've been to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where there's Rumble in the Jungle style scenes for Joshua against Usyk, probably the biggest fight in the heavyweight division. Then I've flown to San Antonio to do the Bam Rodriguez fight, new megastar in the sport, and then to do the Canelo Triple G press tour. This is all in 10 days' work for me. So you may not like it, but you must learn to respect it. And these people, it's the way I am. I want to make noise.
Is Matchroom for sale?
No, there's some stories going around. I mean, we have got to a point where, and the thing is in the UK is, it's very strange for you Americans to understand. Anybody can look at anybody's set of accounts by a company's house.
Wow.
So you can go and look at the accounts of Matchroom and you shall see we're a huge company. I mean, people on this show might just look at Matchroom as a boxing promotion company. We do have 10 different sports, one of the biggest global sports promoters in the world. You know, there was a big story about approaches that we've had from big investment funds that want to buy equity in Matchroom. I'm not going to comment on that for various reasons, but we have huge plans of global development, particularly in the sport of boxing. And as a family business, you know, this is a business that actually on Saturday we will celebrate 40 years of operation. From my dad, who started under a snooker hall with him and a PA, and grew this business, and I've helped over the last 10 years, but you know, he's the brain child behind it, to a global powerhouse. And you're adapting all the time as a business, as a family business, but you get to a point where you approach IPO and flotation levels, and sometimes this is a route that conversations like that will take place. I have dreams and aspirations to grow the sport of boxing globally in dozens of countries around the world. And when I talk about growing it globally, I don't mean in locations where I'll just pop in and do 2 shows a year. I'm talking about from grassroots up. That's the passion I have for the game. So when I go to Australia or when we're in Italy or Spain, it's not just about popping in and saying, hi, Matchroom are here. It's about how do we build amateur clubs? How do we grow stars in that region? And we always go back to the UFC. We are the UFC of boxing. Even if you think we're not there yet, that's where we're going to get to, because we're the only global promotional company in the world. And we're the only people with ambition to do that kind of thing. So those talks, you know, we're a sizable company that has plans to continue to expand internationally. And sometimes you need the expertise. It's not really about the money. We have money. But the expertise to grow that business to the IPO and to speed it up internationally at the pace that we'd like to go.
Why isn't Taylor fighting Serrano next?
Because Amanda Serrano didn't want the fight.
What does that mean?
There was no amount of money, as we were told, that would get her in that fight this time around. Particularly probably because the fight was slated for, and what we'd like to do was in Dublin. We went to Nikita, and said, we want to do the rematch. No, we're not really interested. She's going to have another fight on Jake's card. I said, well, it's a lot of money in the rematch. Look, even if you offered, I think they gave us a number which was well over, or more than double the first fight, we still wouldn't take it. And we were like, so that's why. Disappointing, but she's, you know, I think they probably feel that if they lost again, it may be career in the balance, whereas they can go out, have a fight on the Jake Paul card, and maybe look at the rematch next year. Disappointing because you were there. I mean, it was just epic, wasn't it? So we'd love to do it again, and if it's not in Ireland, maybe we do it back at the Garden.
So obviously I asked around, I mean, this is such a big fight. We were all there. It was a huge, huge deal. What I was told was she was offered the same amount for the rematch. Not true.
She was offered, I believe that might have been the first offer. Then we started talking about, look, what's the number? And they came back and said, if you offered X, which was, I think, double or very close to double, we still wouldn't be interested.
Was Dublin the issue? Like if it would be back in New York?
Possibly. We never discussed doing it back in New York.
Why not?
Because we had an opportunity to do something in the sport which we already did, but this is on levels, 80,000 people at Croke Park for a female fight. I mean, and by the way, Katie Taylor won the fight. And, you know, so it's like, if you believe you can win, you'd want to do the rematch. But I understand as well, she may have felt that it would have been a tougher task in Dublin, probably true. So I don't, you know, this isn't a call out to Amanda Serrano saying, can't believe you didn't take the fight, you're running from Katie Taylor. As a team, they just decided it wasn't the best move for her career. And maybe they're right.
I was also told they take the same money at 126. Is that even a possibility?
No, Katie Taylor's never boxed lower than 131 or 2. She could never make 126 pounds. It's ridiculous. I mean, you know, Amanda Serrano is happy to fight. She's fought as high as 140. Katie Taylor is a small lightweight, but isn't going to make 130. So when she boxed at 140 for the world title, Katie Taylor, I think she weighed 138 or 39 and came in the ring at 140. So she doesn't hydrate to big levels. I think on the day they would have been about the same weight in the ring, but that's her weight class, and I think we'll see the rematch one day, because you get to a point where they'll do the fight on the Jake Paul card, and then it'll be like, I just can't earn like 30% of what I can earn against Katie Taylor, so let's just do the rematch and hopefully we can get there.
Is it true that there are talks to do Katie Taylor versus Chris Cyborg?
No deep negotiations on that. I mean, look, there's two fights that I find really interesting. One is Holly Holm and one is Chris Cyborg. Holly Holm is a very good boxer. Cyborg can also box, has great power, doesn't quite have the boxing resume of Holly Holm, but they're big crossover fights. And I think Holly Holm has a fight left with the UFC, I believe, which would make that difficult to do. Cyborg, I think, has a Bellator agreement but doesn't cross over into boxing. But just really some friendly chats. Like, she was at the show at Madison Square Garden, no real negotiations, but definitely a fight that I would be interested in for a number of different reasons, something different and fun. Like you get to Katie Taylor's stage in her career and you start looking at other fights and it's like, what can you do now kind of thing? So is it a Holly Holm in Vegas or a Cyborg, in Vegas or something in Dublin?
Holly in Dublin would be gigantic.
Yeah, huge, so...
ring your friend Dana and say, let's do a co-pro. What's stopping it from happening? You're there all the time. You're at the Apex. I
believe they've got a fight planned for Holly Holm, but maybe one we reach out to Dana on. But
have you talked to her team?
Holly?
Yeah.
No, not really.
No
I believe
conversations?
maybe some of Katie Taylor's team might have had a friendly chat, like management team, but and limited stuff with Cyborg. Now we know that the Serrano rematch is off. We'll start planning for Katie's fight, and I think you'll see November, December for her next fight.
In Dublin?
I'd like to. She's never boxed there.
Even in that, it's cold November, December.
Yeah, no, we do it indoors. November,
indoors?
December. Yeah,
is there a big enough venue?
11 or 12,000.
Yeah, the 3 arena or whatever.
The general thought behind the team is that if and when we go to Dublin, we'd like to do Croke Park.
Right.
And that would be in the summer, but it's not going to manifest for August or September this year.
Can you say with confidence her next fight is against either Holly Holm or Chris Cyborg?
Not really.
No.
But I can say there's a possibility.
You would like that?
I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
I think she's kind of done everything in boxing, and to bring in that new market to women's boxing. I mean, you're talking about, the thing I don't like about the Cyborg fight is she's big and strong. You talk about Katie making 126.
I don't even know if she can't make that.
Katie would have to go up.
Right.
I mean, she would have to fight at above 140, which she can't really do. So, but Cyborg has a massive problem fighting Taylor because she doesn't mind, but in terms of the fight itself, you're fighting a pound for pound great. Katie has a problem because of the strength of Cyborg.
Right.
That's what makes that fight interesting. You'll probably have to see Katie go to 143 or 4, and she can't really do it. And then you're going to see Cyborg rehydrate to 155. She's going to be 20 pounds heavier or close to that on the night. Holly Holm is a much better technical boxer than Chris Cyborg, but I just think it's something different, and I think Katie's kind of earned the right to do. It's not an exhibition.
Right.
It's not like we're just having a joke fight. These are dangerous females. And it just brings a new fan base to the sport.
I'm going to pepper you with some questions here because the Yankees are waiting. By the way, are you throwing out the first pitch?
I'm not, no.
Who is?
Golovkin are.
At the same time?
Well, I don't know how it works. I'm just.
So why do you need to be there?
I'm doing a head-to-head.
You're doing the head-to-head?
Yeah, on the pitch.
You're doing head-to-head? I saw you do one with Chisora. It wasn't as good as me, if I'm being honest.
Oh, that one. No, I'm not doing that. I'm doing an actual face-to-face.
No, but I saw you do the head-to-head,
I got, but...
You were playing Ariel Helwani.
There's levels to this.
Yeah.
I can't, I'm a good promoter.
They couldn't get a presenter to do it?
No, they've short noticed. I said I'd jump in. Cheap, obviously.
Right.
Didn't have to pay me.
That's true.
So that worked out well.
Yeah.
So.
All right. It was, I will say, not bad. There's,
thanks,
like
mate.
you said.
I really, honestly, coming from you as a head-to-head
expert.
Pioneer.
I appreciate that.
I really appreciate that.
Tank Davis, any talks? What's going on?
No,
They're sending you letters? What's happening?
I got a legal letter to say stop talking about Tank Davis and stop.
At all?
He's under contract to us.
Even though he said it himself?
That's what I said.
Right.
But all I've said in my interviews is, if Tank Davis is under contract, obviously we have no interest in speaking to him. If he's not under contract, we have every interest and we'll make him a huge offer.
Right.
That's it. So...
have you talked to him?
No, because it's difficult. Because once you start reaching out to fighters, you're ultimately interfering in a contract. So
right.
you'd like to think that if he was available, he'll be going to people such as myself and other networks as well and asking them for an offer. But I like the kid, very exciting. Big puncher, seems to be drawing big crowds in different cities, and a star of the sport. So we'll see what happens.
When Devin Haney's deal with Top Rank is done, is he coming back to you?
I don't know. We always had a dream. I was really pleased for Devin. It was quite hard at the same time.
I would imagine. You built him up.
Invested a lot of money into him. He had a tough decision. One thing I'll say about Devin, he did everything he could to be loyal. And there are a lot of unloyal people in boxing. But Devin was one of those guys who basically you had two decisions. You stay with us and you lose the undisputed fight, everything you've always dreamed of, or you take it, you do your time, and then maybe you can come back. We always had the dream. He'd always said to me, I'm going to be your first undisputed champion, from the signing. And I was like, and we believed in it. And it was disappointing not to have that moment with him and Bill Haney. But I'm over the moon for him at the same time. Let them do their work. And then, of course, we're here. We hold no grudges because I was happy with how the process played out, and I was happy with the way he conducted himself. And, sometimes someone will treat you a certain way, and that's the end. But certainly not like that with Devin and Bill. Spoke to Devin after, congratulated him. I was over the moon for him.
Chances that if AJ wins August 20th, huge night for British combat sports. I don't know if you know a guy named Leon Edwards is fighting for the UFC title. He's from Birmingham, so it's a big day. That they get that you make the Fury fight.
I think it's a given.
Now he's starting to. He's starting to talk again.
Well, he wants $500 million.
Yeah, but it's just
not about the money. So
yeah, it's.
Right. But I think I really believe AJ wins this fight, and if he does, then the undisputed fight will happen, and it will be the biggest fight of all time in boxing, of all time.
Wow.
Of all time. If Usyk wins, I don't think Fury will fight him. Because we had this mix before that we were trying to get together, and Fury wanted a warm-up fight before he was going to face Usyk. And he talks about Usyk being a middleweight, and I'll do this, and he knows how good Usyk is. He's a very, very good fighter. But Fury, you just never know. But I can't tell you how many people stop me in the street in the UK to ask me when's AJ fighting Fury. Even now, with the Usyk fight coming up, we've got a rematch Usyk. Yeah, but when's the Fury fight?
Right.
And I always actually believe that fight will happen, win, lose or draw, August 20th. But I honestly believe AJ will win this fight. And if he does, you got the monster, and I'm sure Mr. Fury will accept the challenge.
3 last quick ones. Jake Paul, does he beat Tommy Fury?
I think he probably does. They're about the same kind of level. But the problem is with Jake is you listen to him and you can't help be drawn in by the confidence. So I'm now drawn in by the confidence and putting him as a guy who deserves to be a boxer. And, on paper, Tommy Fury should beat him easy. But then you watch Tommy Fury and you think, well, actually, you're not very good either. But what is good about the fight is it's a 50-50 fight. So that's and
around the same age, around the same.
It doesn't. Sometimes the levels of the guys, of course, you always want the elite guys fighting 50-50 fights. But as long as it's a competitive matchup, doesn't matter. It's okay to watch, and that's a 50-50. I don't actually know who's going to win that fight. I mean, if Tommy Fury loses, it is genuinely the most embarrassing thing that could ever happen to him. And obviously, you got Tyson, you got John Fury, and if Jake loses, his career's over. So therefore, it's quite exciting.
High stakes.
At
MSG. Pretty impressive.
I don't know how it does. I think it's a lot bigger in the UK than it is here because Tommy Fury was on Love Island, it's Tyson Fury's cousin. And Jake Paul's a big star in the UK, but I don't think. I mean, you know better than me. I'm not sure it's going to knock the socks off pay-per-view in the US, and I'm not sure how it does on the gate. But I will watch.
You'll order the pay-per-view.
I won't. Well, I'll be in the UK. So,
BT Sport box office.
Yeah, a lot cheaper than over here.
Shout out to BT.
Yeah.
My good friends. Cordina Stevenson. What a knockout, by the way.
Oh, unbelievable.
Any chance that happens this year?
I mean, he's got a mandatory against Rakimov. We've got Zelfa Barrett in the UK. We've got all these fights. But, of course, when you win a world title like that, you want to maximise one, your earnings, and two, your opportunity to do something great. I rate Shakur Stevenson as one of the top pound-for-pound fighters already. I really rate this kid. I mean, he hasn't got the profile that he deserves, but look at his resume, like who he's fought at such a young age. But if there's one fighter right now after a performance like that you would give the best chance to beat Shakur Stevenson, it is Caldina, and still a big underdog in that fight. So, but really, once you win a world title, you want to unify and you want to become undisputed. So there's 3 champions. That would be a big unification, and Joe wants it, you know, and Shakur Stevenson wants it. So,
Great.
You know, it's a big
knockout
fight.
was incredible.
Unbelievable
knockout. Okay, I lied. 2 more. I know Fred's head is going to explode, but
right.
I have to ask, Beterbiev, Bivol. Any chance? I should probably ask this to Frank Smith because I know he's Bivol's promoter.
Bivol. The problem is sometimes, like, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors in boxing. Right now, Dmitry Bivol does not have a fight scheduled.
Okay.
There is no excuse why Beterbiev Bivol doesn't happen now.
Yes.
It's about October, November, wherever. You know, Bob came straight out and said, "Oh, we're not doing it on Dark Zone." He's trying to take the mickey out of DAZN. It was like, we don't have to do it on DAZN. So we can do it on ESPN if you want, but we don't have a fight scheduled. They've got a mandatory that they've made up against Anthony Yard, which of course could be delayed, like for an undisputed fight.
Right.
But I'm not saying Beterbiev doesn't want to fight Bivol, but that fight's there. We've not received any offers for that fight. We'd be willing to entertain and talk about that fight. One of the best fights in boxing.
Yes.
So if Beterbiev, and the problem is that I believe if Canelo beats Triple G, he'll rematch Bivol in May. So really, you're delaying the undisputed fight, because if we don't do that fight now, you're not going to be able to do it till the end of next year, which is a shame.
Right.
Because it's a great fight. So I see, you know, if they don't want to make that fight, then really what we should do in that kind of situation is me and Bob go into a room with a couple of envelopes and we do like a private bid on that fight. You know, we stream it on the MMA Hour.
That would be great.
Obviously.
I was going to say DAZN, but fine. Go ahead.
You know, you've got the big platform.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And we just have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah.
But the problem is now, it's like, the first thing he does is get on the front foot and say, "We're not doing it on DAZN." It's like, all right.
Yeah, chill out.
Calm down. Like, what about your fighter? Like, do you want to be undisputed? And why shouldn't we be able to be competitive in that market? And we might pay your fighter more money than you want to pay him. No, but I'm not doing it on his. It's like, it's sort of protecting yourself rather than thinking about the fighter. So we'd love to put, you know, I believe that, you know, what we're doing at the moment is we're going to a lot of international territories that are producing government funding to stage historic and major boxing events. We're doing it all the time around the world, and that's another fight that would tick boxes in that respect. But if we don't do it now, you're going to see Canelo probably rematch Bivol if he wins against Triple G in May. So, you know, we're ready to make that fight.
It's very Vince McMahon-esque what you're doing. I don't know if you know the history of WWE or WWF when he went to all these different territories and everyone got mad at him for doing it because it was a certain way that you had to book events and you had to stick to the Northeast. And he said, "Screw that, I'm going to St. Louis, I'm going here." What you're doing is very reminiscent. And everyone was mad at him. He didn't care. He pretty much bought them all out and then hired them to work for him. I don't know if you'll hire these dudes to work for you.
I think, well, I went to Australia recently and no one likes me being it, like, and I wouldn't. Like, if I was a promoter in Australia and I came in, or someone like me, and start, you know, but in those territories, it's not a case of just we're controlling things. We can work alongside other promoters. Australia's never going to be our #1 territory, but because of the brand that we're building and the credibility that we're building among fight fans, we can go to these international cities with the credibility in place, like the UFC do. And you don't always become talent dependent.
Right.
You need to build talent in that region. But the great job that the UFC have done is built the profile and the credibility of the business and the loyalty of the customer to be able to go to different territories and say, the UFC are here. You buy a ticket sometimes without knowing who's on the card.
Yeah.
And of course, you want to build great cards, but that's the credibility now that we're getting globally, particularly through the global platform of DAZN. And it's just a beginning. Like, there's multiple territories to conquer. Vince McMahon style, don't know how I feel about being, you know, but but also a promotional legend.
Yeah.
You know, and I look at these businesses, you know, Vince McMahon, UFC, we want to sit alongside them. And, you know, we run all our production now. A lot of what we do is very similar.
Right.
And these are very successful businesses that, of course, we aspire to sit alongside.
Last one, if Crawford Spence happens, will you be involved?
No, No, great fight.
You're out of the...
I got criticised recently because I said Canelo Triple G is much bigger. My argument of bigger is dollars, right? And Canelo Triple G generates 4 or 5 times more than that fight generates. And the reason that fight's not getting made at the moment, or hasn't been yet, is because the fighters' beliefs of the money involved is not the reality of the situation. Now, those guys see AJ, Canelo, Fury making 30, 40, 50 million. They want that for that fight.
Right.
It's not there. It's a massive fight in boxing, one of the best fights in boxing. Walk out on that street now, on Wall Street, and say, are you interested in Spence Crawford? No one would even know what you're talking about. But it's a brilliant fight that we should all push to make. Just as a promoter, I know the numbers, and it's just, someone's going to have to take a massive punt, or you're going to have to get a site fee from one of these territories to deliver the money that those fighters want for what is an extremely risky fight for both.
Pleasure as always. Thank you for doing this. You're going to go to Yankee Stadium, by the way, and everyone's going to say, why did you cut it short? This is a way bigger platform than Yankee Stadium. Well, you should have stayed longer. We had a lot more things to discuss, but I do appreciate...
Got to spread the love. Sometimes, little appearances and little teams like the Yankees have to play.
Fred told me, though, you said you're not leaving New York without coming here, and so I appreciate
always,
that.
Every time
very kind.
We're in.
I think it's 4 times in 2022, making history. Thank you, sir.
Cheers, mate.
Good luck to you. Appreciate it. Safe travels wherever you're off to next, all over the world. There he is, the great Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Boxing, Matchroom Sport. They are taking over globally, and they've got a huge fight September 17th at T-Mobile Arena, the trilogy between one Triple G and Canelo Alvarez. I can't hear myself here, Frank. Should I be able to? Now I can hear myself. Yeah. That was fun. Always great to have Eddie Hearn stop by. Always great to have in-studio guests. And no one stops by our studio more than Eddie Hearn. Did you want to say something to me?
No.
I heard someone say something. We hit him with a lot of stuff. We had a lot to get to. Interesting comments regarding a potential sale of Matchroom. You can read about that online. Interesting comments regarding the Chris Cyborg and Katie Taylor potential fight. Interesting comments regarding Taylor Serrano, Tank Garcia. Tank, and then maybe they can make the Garcia fight. I mean, they would be on DAZN then. AJ, Canelo, Haney. We covered a lot there, my friends. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I appreciate him and the team for stopping by. So, Joe, what did Jessica Rose say? She said 4:30, right? But she might pop in earlier. Is that the word? All right, she might pop in earlier. So we do have a few more minutes before we get to our last guest of the day. I do want to remind you all that we have some breaking news regarding one Jessica Rose Clark. She is competing this weekend at UFC 276 in the first fight of the night, and she has agreed to come on the program to break the news. Anyone back there have any guesses as to what the breaking news is? Anyone at all? Anyone want to weigh in?
I mean, I know what the breaking news.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, you had to get the clip and all that stuff. All right. Well, we do have a little bit of time here, so I wanted to bring back one New York Rick and G. Is New York Rick back or no?
Yes,
I am back. Where did I go?
I was asking you a question, and unfortunately, you weren't there. I don't know. They said you scurried off.
Okay. What was the question? Nobody informed me of this, by the way.
No, it's okay. It wasn't an important question. What was the question? Oh, yes. I remember now. It was your confirmation as to whether or not you will be in attendance at the meetup on Friday in Las Vegas.
I will not. I will not be there.
Wow. 0 for 3. GC said no. Frank said no. And you said no.
Yeah, I'm not going to be in Vegas. I mean, come on.
What about the big return of Helwani in Vegas?
I like it. I mean,
Hall of Fame on Thursday? Excited about that? I was talking to DC yesterday, and I told him I'm very happy for you. I'm going just for you. I'll be there in some way, shape, or form. But I do have to say 2 things.
Now, what can I ask what that means?
What do you mean? What does
I'll
what
be
mean?
there in some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Like, what does that mean exactly?
It could be a hologram.
Okay.
It could be incognito. We're not at liberty to discuss this right now. But I did want to say to him this, which I did. Number one, I heard him say, I believe to our own Jose Youngs, that, when they say my name, Hall of Famer goes first. I was like, come on, DC. He's like, I'm a sports fan. Being in the Hall of Fame means a lot. I'm like, You can't sit here and tell me that being a 2-division champion is less important to you than being a UFC Hall of Famer. Now, I said to him, if there was an MMA Hall of Fame, like if you're like in the legit international MMA Hall of Fame, then yes. All right, fine, I'll buy it. But this, come on, DC.
He was pretty emotional when they announced it. I believe that means as much as he says it means to him. I don't know.
Felt like he was working the crowd, if I'm being honest.
Get out of here.
You don't think?
No. The man was touched, as he should be.
The second thing I said is, he's an obvious shoo-in. 100% he would make it there one day. But I do think that there should be some sort of like, all right, 4-year period post your last fight. Like this idea that he just fought 2 years ago and he's coming in 23 months later, to me, takes a little bit of shine off the whole thing. What do you think?
I agree with that. I'm okay with the waiting period. I think it makes sense. It gives people time to digest, really see where it's at. I agree with that.
I would like there to be 4 years. At the very least, 4 years.
I can get on board with that.
And then the other thing I wanted to say was, who's the A side in this Hall of Fame induction class?
Come on.
That's a good question.
Is it?
Who's the star attraction? Is it DC or Khabib?
Stop.
What? I don't even know what you're going to say.
It's a no, baby.
It's Khabib. I mean,
okay, all right. I thought he was going to say DC first.
I disagree.
If I had to guess,
are you out of your mind?
Khabib. 29-0.
Here's why I feel like the DC one is a bigger deal.
Whatever you're about to say is wrong, but I will entertain it. Go ahead.
I feel like Khabib comes back.
How does that change anything?
So.
Because it feels incomplete. It feels like his career is incomplete.
It does?
Khabib's?
I don't feel like his career is incomplete.
There was so much more to do. There was so much more to accomplish.
And he did that much with even more to go. That to me...
He looks like he's chilling. Like when he was in the background behind Umar.
Yeah.
He seems like
I agree with Conor.
But...
I don't buy that. But also, he's done more than enough. I don't feel like it's incomplete at all.
I just feel like, I mean, you can't say with certainty anything in MMA or in combat sports. Pretty certain DC's not fighting again, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Over 40, his back, this and that.
Phil Hawes.
Yeah, man. That'd be incredible. That was amazing. He's like, you didn't beat me. You didn't beat me. He had his hand up in his face.
Yeah,
like
the fact that he kept running. Yeah.
He's going to say, Phil Haas, but let me tell you something. Phil Haas, great win, but he certainly retreated on that one, as he should have.
I think.
I'm just saying, because
cool
DC feels like it's done. The career is done. It feels like a bigger deal to me. Like, this is the end. This is the culmination of one of the great American athletic careers.
That's the best argument you can make for it. Absolutely incorrect. Not even.
Wow.
Okay. It's Khabib.
Who ends the night?
Khabib.
So you know what? If that's the case, I would be pissed if I were DC. DC should be ending the night.
You think so?
The time that DC goes into the Hall of Fame, he should be ending the night. And so they should have waited till next year.
I'd be okay with that because he's probably going to have a better speech and he's probably going to be more emotional and he's probably going to be better in that format. Because let's be honest, Khabib, I don't think Khabib's going to like break down on the stage.
You never know.
So you could cap that off with DC. The crown jewel of this presentation. How about this? They teased the Hall of Fame on the UFC broadcast, on the ESPN broadcast of Saturday's fight card for the UFC. Do you think that the promo package that they ran was for DC or was it for Khabib? And I'll give you one guess. You can have one guess.
I was offended by that. I mean, DC is like an actual employee.
So as I was saying, this is a no-brainer. This isn't even a debate.
Honestly, I thought they did that because Umar was on the card.
And if we want to go back in
time, he was also standing right there.
Yeah, he was standing there.
Standing right
Imagine
there.
he like punches the producer. We could go back in time. I was the original DC believer. Before you're on the bandwagon.
Wow.
You're Johnny Come Lately. Before
this is your Israel Adesanya pick.
Before anybody, I mean, you know it. Before anybody believed in DC, I was predicting that he would be a UFC champion. Strikeforce days. I had DC as the guy, and he became that guy. I even went so far as to say like I think he could be the guy to push John Jones to the limit and beat him.
Yeah.
He didn't live up to that.
He almost beat him in the second one.
But he came. I mean, he came as close as you're gonna come. To a prime John Jones. So I respect DC a great deal. I think he's transitioned into a media personality in the most impressive way you can. He's done everything in the sport. I would have no problem with him going last. But if you're saying who's the headline on the poster, come on. Nobody's bigger than Khabib other than Conor.
Can you set a couple lines for us, Mr. GC? What would the line be for a Helwani mention in DC speech?
Oh man.
I mean,
realistically, how like I would
warranted?
probably set it. Well, I'm not arguing whether it's warranted.
Right.
I'm arguing whether it'll happen. I mean, if I was plus 1,000.
What? Not even hey, shout out to my guy Helwani AH.
Are you gonna send a message to try to influence this? Is the question
to him?
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like even the question is offensive.
Well,
plus
what's
10,000.
the RC line at?
Wow. Oh,
what's the all right? Win, loser, draw. Win, loser, draw. So like a draw would be neither of y'all getting the shout out.
Oh,
Helwani, RC, draw.
Oh my God. Are you trying to say that there's a better chance that RC gets a shout out than me?
RC minus 120, Helwani plus 110.
No, I think it's minus 120 RC
draw
plus 1,000 Helwani. Wow. I didn't even think of that. I will admit, I'll be a little hurt if I don't get a mention. I will be especially hurt if he gets a mention.
I'm now going to tune in for the entire speech.
Wow.
Just to watch to see if that happens. I'll be in shock if that happens.
What a move, though, if he does, I mean, something. AH, Dahlia, just...
Oh, no.
I'm not
no. I wouldn't be that shocked if you got a shout out. I'm saying if RC did and you didn't.
Oh, I think I think that's the betting favor right there.
If he gave the RC shout out before, if he gives the RC shout out, I would selfishly probably start cheering that you don't get the content. Just how ridiculous that would be.
Is this streaming on ESPN?
I think is it Fight Pass? They might do it there too. I don't know. It's streaming somewhere.
I got Fight Pass.
Because then maybe the RC and DC mention gets shoved in there somehow.
Check out our new show on YouTube.
I was going to say there's probably going to be like a lower third.
Yeah.
Third as he comes
advertising.
How long is the show going to be new for? I mean, have we reached the point where it's not new anymore? The other line that I wanted to ask was line that either you could go to here that Ali inducts Khabib or that he somehow finds his way on the stage to take like the picture with the trophy and whatnot.
I was going to say he's going to.
You think he's going to induct him?
To do. I don't know if he's going to induct him. I would assume he wouldn't.
I'm saying no Ali. I don't think Ali appears on the stage.
Not even, I think there's a chance he gets the nod to induct Khabib. Like, who's going to induct Khabib?
I'm thinking back. I mean, you could just have DC and Khabib do each other.
No, but DC said that Bob Cook, right? Didn't he tell... Well, you don't watch Jose Young's interviews for the site? Come on.
But I forgot that moment.
Yeah.
I will say I'm thinking back to past presentations. There wasn't a lot of additional people. It was very streamlined.
But there's always a guy in there.
Person who's inducting, move to the side, and then the person who's accepting. So I don't think it'll be Ali, though.
I really can't think. Maybe Javier Mendez?
Yeah. Coach. He calls him Coach. They still make great content together on Instagram.
Luke Rockhold?
Could be. I mean,
going back to the DC thing, how much has he mentioned about the Hall of Fame to you?
A lot.
That wasn't you talking to him about it.
That's a good question. I let him know. I said I have breaking news for you. He said what? I said I want to let you know that I'm coming. I'm lifting my ban, and I will be there in person. And
you're going to be in person at it at the actual Hall of Fame.
In some way, shape, or form, yes.
Which
I think if he can see you in the crowd, the line would drop substantially.
That's a lot of faith right there.
You think so? First of all, you're on that kind of stage, that kind of lighting. You can't see anyone in there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he could see you in the crowd. I mean, you're saying in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if you're going to sit front row or...
No. But to answer your question... I thought maybe I was going to get a call like, that's my guy. That I just got a cool, like I didn't really get. So now you're making me start to question.
Oh, wow. That's how he responded to you saying you were going to be there in some way, shape, or form.
It was like my guy.
Cool.
It was like my guy.
Period after the my guy?
No, it wasn't one of those. I hate the
exclamation
period.
Point.
I'm a big, by the way, the period is like the most passive aggressive thing possible.
I was texting Rick about his newly acquired player for his Cleveland Cavaliers, Ochai Agbaji, and he hit me with a "Let's go" with like 19 O's and then a period at the
what?
Yeah, I thought it was a wild move.
That is weird.
Yeah,
I have to admit, this is a thing people have raised to me. I don't think about the punctuation. I type. My brain now at this point works entirely in social copy. So my text messages also work in social copy.
I've never noticed this.
So
Yeah,
I punctuate.
A social copy. Who's ever going to do let's go, period?
That's true.
No,
Well, just a double tap.
In that case, it was a double tap. It's a double space.
Oh, okay. All right.
I didn't even know that was a
Dramatic
thing.
Period.
A double
always
space
got
is
an
a period?
excuse. What? You didn't
I mean,
know
I'm
that?
not making
It's only
excuses.
been
You
that
think
way
I
since
actually
2007.
care like that I have the punctuation? I
think
Kept me up at night.
I'm gonna
Kept
hit
me
you up
at
with
night.
only periods now because I can't.
When people text me with perfect punctuation, especially with periods at the end, it's like it smacks me right in the face.
Well, now I'm gonna do it
I
intentionally.
don't even capitalize letters.
Before I was
Yeah.
doing it unintentionally. Now I'm only gonna do it intentionally.
The greatest offender to this is Anthony Smith. You've never met a guy who texts with better punctuation than him. Everything, period, period,
Why?
period, period.
Why is it such a thing?
I just think
Why?
the period seems like it's such like a stamp on the sentence that
Yeah.
you're not happy with what's going
That's
on.
exactly what
I'm
it's
not saying
for.
like if you use periods
I-
throughout it, but
I-
if it's like a okay period.
There's a lot of people who have talked about this, so I'm not gonna pretend that like, this is not a thing. It certainly is. It seems like enough people pay attention to this.
It's a perception thing.
But I will say it's you guys are nuts.
Crazy?
And this is a you problem, not
Wow.
the person texting problem.
Okay.
How about how Wani's sending green bubbles last night?
Yeah, there's a lot of green bubbles. I was at a wedding, and by the way,
Excuses.
a lot of fans of the show, a lot of young kids came up to me. They said, "Wow, the show's so great. Love the show. Listen to the show. Watch
Really?
the show." Yeah. It was very nice.
Wow.
And like it's weird. 5-6 years ago, none of these types of people, like 23-year-olds, 24-year-olds, would even know what MMA is. Everyone wants to talk about Izzy. Want to talk to me about Mateusz Gamrot and Armin Sarukian. Like it was crazy.
Did they want to talk about Tommy Fury?
Actually, I'm so happy you just mentioned that.
Me
I
too.
swear on my
I'm
life.
happy I mentioned that too.
Oh, I'm so happy. But the reason why was nothing was going through. And so then I had to send this text message. And, it felt weird. It felt very impersonal, but I had to send a few messages along the way. Regarding Tommy Fury, on my life, the number one thing they wanted to talk to me about was, A, are you working the card? Yes. B, can Jake Paul win this fight? Yes. C, can you get me tickets? No. D, are you doing the press conference? Yes. All they wanted to talk about was Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury. Oh,
I
and
believe that.
why isn't he the favorite? Why is it Jake Paul the favorite? That was also a question I got. I don't know.
Why is
believe
Jake Paul
that.
the favorite?
Did you remember when Eddie Hearn was in here and he said, I don't think that's big business.
What's he gonna say?
I'm just wondering because
He's
there
at
was a lot of people.
he's at
there was a lot
odds with MVP. He's at odds with Showtime. What is he gonna say?
I wanted to make sure
He
you were
did
paying
bring up
attention.
Love Island though.
He did bring up
brought
Love Island,
because
and he also brought up that Jake Paul's a huge deal in the UK too.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure because there's been a lot of talk about the
Vindication.
Tommy Fury is this massive draw.
You think
I think the guy who listen. I know there's a lot of people who ask questions on the nose, and they're super smart people and super knowledgeable.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna trust Eddie Hearn here over those people just for this one time. Just for this one time that I'm gonna believe that Eddie Hearn probably knows what he's talking about when it comes to the business of fights. Maybe. Just saying.
You think it was a mistake to go to MSG?
No. I don't. I mean, look, granted, UK would have been huge, no doubt. Like that would have been massive. No, but I think this is the right fight for Jake because there aren't like great options, right? Like, but my argument has always been, and will continue to be, it could have been anybody. This hinges on Jake Paul. Has Tommy Fury said anything? Does anybody care about what
We're about to get the press conference. They're going to be face to
Oh, I'm
face.
sure it's going to be thrilling. Tommy Fury's going to bring some thrilling action to that press conference.
That's why you call in
It's
a pro
always
to host
been
it.
Jake Paul. It's always been Jake Paul, and always going to continue to be Jake Paul. Tommy's not a draw and won't be a draw. I'm standing by it. And again,
Tyson will help
the guys
sell
who
it.
ask the questions on the nose. Just bear with me on this one. Just this one time when I trust Eddie Hearn.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm
I
going
was
out
the
on
one,
a limb here.
I was the one. He's not gonna listen. He's at odds with the Furies. He's at odds with Showtime. He's at odds with MVP. He's not gonna give him
he doesn't know
the.
what he's talking about.
I'm not saying that. He knows what he's talking about, but he's not gonna give them. He's not gonna give them the victory. He's not gonna give them the rub.
When
I think it's
I'm
gonna be,
wrong and this is going to be massive and they're going to do 2 million pay-per-view buys because Tommy goes in there, cuts the promo.
I
of
never
his
said
life.
2 million. Don't lie. I never
No,
said
no.
2 million. I never said over 1 million.
contrary to how this would sound, this is actually not a shot at you. It's more these jabronis online.
Do they say that? Who said that?
God, incessant.
About Fury?
Incessantly, I get messages about
this fight?
You've cultivated this worst take, so now everything's the worst take.
This is crazy, all this.
Tommy Fury is not a draw, man. He's just not. I'm...
The last name is a draw.
The last name is a draw, but as I said at that time, and I continue to be kind of proven true, like, I don't know how much they even care about his boxing career.
I mean, the guys,
John and Tyson. I don't think they
big
really
bros betting $1 million on it.
Yeah, after in an interview saying if he can't beat Jake Paul, like what's he worth in boxing? Like
Do you think he was bullied into making that bet?
I think he had to make it for appearances. I don't think they have much faith in the boy.
I actually think he had to make it for appearances too.
Yeah.
Well, it was funny that he did the 100,000 and then he was pretty much like, eh. By the way, how did Jake do that? Did you see that? He did like the Instagram story and it was like a multi-camera shoot.
Yeah.
God, this guy, man. What is up with this guy? I mean, how did he do that?
I will never fail to laugh at Helwani being impressed by the simplest things in life.
How did he do that?
He had 2 cameras? How did he do that?
By the way, is anyone doing 2-camera Instagram stories?
Yeah, because it didn't do anything. He cut to the side like he's doing like Deadpool. He's breaking the fourth wall over here.
I thought it was great. I thought it was great theater.
I did think it was pretty good.
I thought it was tremendous. Yo, come on. You were watching it and you're like, okay, that was good. Come on. You had to have said.
By the simplest things.
Are you cheering for Jake Paul or for Tommy Fury?
Cheering? What do you think I am?
Impartial.
Oh, I thought you were asking me this.
Rick.
Oh, okay.
Me? I don't care. What do I care? I'm not cheering for either of them. Why would I?
Why are you so offended by the question?
I'm cheering for Jake
it's
Paul.
It's like this assumption that I would cheer for either of them. I couldn't care less.
It's probably best that Jake Paul wins for
social, like
media
my business. Would it be better? Nah, I think it'd be better for business if Tommy won, right? Because then you can sell the Jake Paul like.
Your dude right here just said if Jake loses, he's done.
I don't agree. I don't think that's true. There was a time where I thought that was true. I actually don't think that was true. I actually don't think that's true. If he loses to Tommy, there's still too much money to be made out there.
In the what?
Rematch with Tommy.
And then if he loses to that one,
that's down the line. Rematch with Tommy or Anderson Silva, one of these other guys. I think there's just too much money to be made for Jake Paul.
Is it weird that it seems like the MMA media covers Jake Paul more than the boxing media?
I think Jake Paul,
even though this isn't an MMA story, right? Like Tommy's not an MMA fighter. There's no MMA connection to this one.
The connection is Jake Paul's rivalry with MMA, and it will continue to be that. Because even when he's in he might talk. This is a prediction here. You guys will jump on me if it doesn't come true, but.
Is this like the Will Smith one?
Yeah, again, that would be a prescient take. It just because it didn't happen the moment that they walked off the stage.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you did say a week later.
Yeah,
within a week.
I was just throwing out a thing like.
I mean, isn't your word? I mean, that we take you face value.
Listen, if we want to go back and do a whole like let's see who's been right more than wrong.
Oh, 100%.
I'll stand by it.
Batting 1,000.
I think Jake Paul will have more total questions asked about MMA or talk more about MMA people or talk more about Dana White or others than stuff he has to say about Tommy Fury. There's nothing to say.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
Respectfully, I disagree with that one.
I mean, it's possible.
This is the first time they'll be in the same.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe he'll pump up the bluster because they'll be in the same place. But it's like
first time since they were at that Cleveland press conference, but they weren't fighting each other.
To ask Tommy Fury about Jake, like,
see, I'm genuinely curious. We'll see. I mean, it's going to happen. What are you reading there, Connor? Something shocking.
The odds for UFC Long Island just came out.
Wow, this is your reaction to the odds being released for a subpar fight night.
I'm gonna be there. Fair enough. You have to remember that's
so. What piqued your interest there?
Jack Shore and Ricky Simone.
Wait a second. Jack Shore's fighting on the Long Island card? Are you kidding? No,
minus 110, minus 110.
Wow. Jack Shore, Ricky Simone.
I mean, it's a great fight. It's tough to pick.
Would that be an underdog pick right there?
No. It's even money.
Is that what caused this reaction for those that are listening? I mean, it was mouth wide open. That was it?
This is what he does.
I've been waiting on the odds to drop. I'm going to be there. I'm going to have a lot of action.
It's amazing. No, I actually appreciate it. I'm not attacking.
This is it.
I appreciate
For everyone
the sentiment.
that comes at me on Twitter about fake lines and everything. Here it is. The odds just dropped. They are now out. The lines are available. What is this? 3 weeks in advance.
Wait, are you talking about the people who are like, ew, where's the slip?
This has come on since I left.
How do we feel about it, guys?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
I thought we would lose
I
it
did love
over
the hip hop remix of it.
Oh, that was great.
I mean,
that one,
that was
shout out to that one guy.
Yes,
Oh, what's his
whoever made it, that was
name?
fantastic.
Oh, he was so good.
He was
He
great.
tweets about the show a lot. Shout out. Oh, God. We're
Battle of the
losers for
Billies,
not
Billy
having his
Q,
name.
minus
Shout out to that guy.
265.
Listen,
That remix.
by the way, that voice is in defense of you.
No, I
just
know,
want
I
you to
love
know.
it.
I mean,
Defense
I
is
see these guys are like,
appreciated because
oh, post a slip. Oh, where's the line? Oh, God.
every time I have the slips.
All right,
every
let's
single time, 100%
let's
better. Right?
get to our guest.
Jessica Rose Clark.
All right, here she comes. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so we do, like I said, Frank, it's time now for the segment that everyone has been waiting for. We have saved the best for last. Breaking news, massive breaking news. Alert the masses. Tweet, hashtag breaking, do everything that you need to do because we have some very big news pertaining to UFC 276. And without further ado, we need to go to our final guest of the day, the great Jessica Rose Clark, who will be competing on UFC 276 this Saturday, July 2nd, T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, Nevada. One of the biggest cards of the year. She will be competing in the first fight of the night. Some call it the curtain jerker. I just call it the first fight of the night. And she is here to share some massive, gigantic breaking news with all of us. Here she is, the great Jessica Rose Clark. Hello, Jessica. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you? Dude, wait. Do you know how many messages I got going, oh my God, I can't believe you're retiring because of the breaking news?
What? Really?
So many messages. Automatically assuming that our breaking news today was me retiring.
Wow.
I've never said a single thing ever about retirement.
How do we feel about this?
Am I old?
Yeah, how do we feel about this?
Am I old? Like, is it an age thing? Like, do I look really old? Do I look like I'm due for retirement? It's really confusing.
Are you offended by this assumption?
No, just people are really stupid.
Yeah. Well,
Don't assume stuff. Yeah.
You make an ass out of you and me when you assume things. That's what they say.
Exactly.
By the way, are you even 30 years old? How old are you? Is that inappropriate to ask?
I'm 35 in November.
35. I mean, you're a young buck.
Yeah.
So no, we can say confidently you are not retiring. You're actually getting back on track. There was a bit of a slip up. We don't need to get into it too much. Getting back on track this Saturday. That's what's really going on.
Yeah. That's the plan. That's the total plan.
So, Jessica, we have some breaking news to reveal to the world. And I was looking at your record before the show started. And by the way, I should be calling you Jessica Rose, right? You don't like to just go by Jessica, right?
No, Jessica's fine. Jessica Rose, or Jessie. I just hate being called Jess.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I wouldn't do that. What about JRC? Does anyone call you that?
No one's ever called me that. Would you like to call me that?
I feel like JRC is a pretty cool name. But, I don't want to force it upon you. I was looking at your record.
I'm not against it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I see here your last fight, UFC Fight Night. Prior to that, UFC Fight Night, UFC Fight Night, UFC on ESPN+, UFC Fight Night, UFC Fight Night, UFC Fight Night, Titan FC, Battlefield, Invicta. And it occurred to me in looking at your record, I was like, wow, I don't see any numbered UFC events there. I don't see a pay-per-view card.
Never.
Unbelievably so.
No, I think I can't remember what number it was. I was supposed to fight on a pay-per-view that was UFC Rio at the beginning of 2019, and I got injured. So this is my first one, and I've been begging. Every pay-per-view event that I go to, I text Mick Maynard at the weigh-in and say, please, I just want this weigh-in. Please put me on a pay-per-view card. And he finally did.
And why does this mean so much to you?
You know what? It's just something that I haven't experienced yet, and especially since COVID's happening, I've only been fighting at Apex. So just being at Apex and only doing my weigh-ins in front of the media, my friends and family haven't been able to come. Like it's just why I lived in Vegas for 3 years as well. So being able to fight at T-Mobile is huge. I've also been dying to fight on a card that was headlined by an Australian title fight. And this one has an Australian title fight and a New Zealand title fight, which honestly means the world to me. So there's a lot of things about this card in particular that I'm just so excited for, and so thankful to Mick for finally putting me on a card. I think it's my Nana's 100th birthday right after this event.
Whoa.
My great Nana, so my mom's dad's mom, she turns 100. I think it's July 23rd, I think is her birthday. So that was kind of like my selling point. I was like, hey Mick, like I'd really love to go home for my Nana's 100th birthday. Can you please let me fight at the beginning of July? And then he put me on this one. Yeah.
What an accomplishment. Is she in good health, good spirits?
Oh yeah. She's looked about 60 my entire life. Like I remember going to, I think it was her 90th birthday party, and she was drinking champagne on the dance floor and dancing with all my cousins. And yeah, she's killing it, honestly.
So your great Nana's birthday is a big deal. Mick saying, yeah, sure. But if I'm being honest, I do feel like the major reason why you are on this card this Saturday, UFC 276, is because of this program. And so we're going to give ourselves the old pat on the back.
It's because of you.
Thank you. Well, I say the program.
100%.
You know.
It's because of you.
Thank you.
I mean, the program didn't come up with anything. Like you came up with it.
Fair enough.
So.
I'm just not that kind of guy, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so I would like to very briefly take a quick trip down memory lane if we can, because the last time you were on the program, you said that if you were on a numbered card, you would do something for this show to immortalize yourself on the wall. And so for those that don't remember the conversation back in February, here's our conversation from a few months ago. Take a look. Sexy boy, sexy.
Maybe that could be the next thing.
Yeah.
But in Harley Quinn for this one, maybe changing the song is the
Let me tell you something. If you walk out to Heartbreak Kid and wear, well, you can't really wear his outfit because of the whole, Venom, but it would. I think a lot of fans would dig it. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Hey, let's say when Mick Maynard finally puts me on a pay-per-view,
yeah, what the
I will
hell?
walk out to the Heartbreak Kid.
Why don't they?
Song.
Okay, is that a promise?
Yeah, promise.
So there it was. You said it back in February. Yeah. If Mick Maynard puts you on a UFC pay-per-view, you will walk out to the iconic Shawn Michaels entrance music song, I'm just a sexy boy, sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. And so, Frank, hit the breaking news. Are you walking out to Shawn Michaels' theme song this Saturday night?
We're doing it.
Yeah.
We're doing it. Yes.
This is amazing. Wow. You are walking out to that iconic song.
Yes, absolutely. They did. I actually just got the email approving it right before I got on the show. Yeah.
So now there's no turning back. We know that if they say no at this point forward, that something's rotten in the state of Denmark.
Yeah. Yes. Correct. It has nothing to do with us.
You have sent in the official request, and you have heard this song. You know what it sounds like.
You know what? After you brought it up, I've listened to it multiple times. I sat down and spoke to my coach, Kieran, about it. And I was like, Coach, should I walk out to this? And he's like, well, he goes, if it makes you happy. And I'm like, yeah, but if I lose again, people are gonna rip on me for like they ripped on me for the Harley Quinn hair when I lost last time, because clearly that was why I lost, because I spent too much time getting my hair. And he's like, you know what? He goes, no matter what you do, they're going to find something to pick at. And I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Like, let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's do it. It was, I always change my song if I lose anyway. So it was like, it felt like it was meant to be.
And it spoke to you.
It did.
Yes.
It did. I had to listen to it a couple of times. The very first time, because I think I texted you and I was like, oh, I don't know. And then I listened to it a bunch more and I was like, nah, let's do it. It's cool.
Now, have you seen him walk out like in his prime? Because I feel like if you channel your inner HBK, like you are going to be flying high, have the confidence inside. Like this is going to, I think, propel you to victory. Have you gone into the archives and watched him walk out?
I haven't yet. Like, you know what? I'll watch it all this week. I'll see if I can get it to like pump me up.
You come out, you put your arms like
watched...
this, you twirl around like it's a whole thing that you have to do. Now, I'm not going to put, I just want to say.
Oh, I have to do that now.
I know, I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. I don't want to put that pressure. You walk out to that song. I've already told you, you pick the picture. It is going up on this wall for life. As long as I'm here doing this show, you will be here.
I'm so excited for that.
life. And you could pick whatever you want. I am just saying, if you channel your inner HBK, I feel like the confidence will wash over you and it will propel you to victory. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe I'll practice it a few times once I get to Vegas and see if it amps me up.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll give it a good shot.
Also, I do want to let you know, we just did our International Fight Week draft where we all have to pick 5 fighters who are competing this weekend. Because I knew, I didn't tell the world this, because I knew that you were walking out to the song, I picked you as one of my 5 fighters. So I just want to let you know that's the confidence that I have in this decision and what it will do for you.
I mean, you're already my favorite media member. Now you're
that.
Absolutely my favorite media member.
Thank you. I've heard you say that to other people as well, but I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Wait, there's only 3 people that I do interviews with, and that's you, Drake Griggs, and James Lynch.
Wow.
James Lynch. 3 non-Australians. Yeah.
Why? Why is that?
You know what? Because so many MMA media outlets ask you the same questions over and over and over again. So I only really like talking to people that I like talking to. Like I'm friends with Drake. I like the questions that James Lynch asks, and I like you. So that's why it's you 3. Unless it's Australian, I'll always do Australian media. But you guys are pretty much the only ones.
I appreciate that. Could I ask you, since we had you on before the last fight, what was the lesson that you took away from that one? You were on the winning streak. It felt like you were on a roll, and obviously it didn't go your way. What did we walk away with? What was the lesson from that fight?
After that fight, I really before that fight, I spoke a lot about mental health and making sure you're taking care of that aspect. And that kind of, after losing that fight, I went back to the drawing board and kind of went over things that I did in camp, maybe there were things that I was ignoring. Maybe there were things that I thought I was doing the right way and actually wasn't. And there were a bunch of signs leading up to that fight that my decision-making in the fight actually ended up making a lot of sense, because Coach Kieran and I sat down and went like, why did I clinch, And then we realized, going back through all my old sparring rounds, we were doing that a bunch, all the signs were there. So one, I kind of restructured my training plan. I started doing way more jiu-jitsu. I found another, and I started training with Danny Castillo privately at Team Alpha Male. Started going to Cesar Gracie Jiu-Jitsu 4 times a week, prioritizing not just striking, because everyone knows I'm a kickboxer and I love kickboxing. So I started making sure that I was covering all aspects, and I found another therapist. So now I speak to a couple of different people who specialize in different areas. I started working this thing called brain spotting, which is supposed to be for specific traumas. And I feel really good. You never have any control over the outcome of a fight. I have no control over the outcome of this fight. All I can control is my energy going into it and making sure my preparation was correct. And I feel good about that.
So you have 2 therapists now?
I actually have 3. So
wow.
I have a regular psychologist. I have a sports therapist, and now I started working with this woman who does this brain spotting technique, which is supposed to target your fight, flight, or freeze reactions.
Wow.
Yeah. So each one does something different. But I do I realized, I have 5 or 6 different coaches in the physical aspect. There's no one therapist is going to be able to do every part of the mental game, So then I tried to seek out people who had specific areas that they worked on and try them out. And so far, I feel really good about everything. So I guess we'll figure it out on Saturday night if it worked or not.
And who introduced you to this brain spotting?
Macy Barber did, actually, because Macy's also a big proponent in looking after your mental health as well. And her and I trained a bunch for this fight. She's fighting Jessica Ai. I've fought Jessica Ai before. Her and I worked together a lot. And she actually put me in touch with a therapist out in Sacramento and said that this woman had helped her a lot with some little things. And so I started working with her last week or the week before, I think, and feel like I've made leaps and bounds improvements pretty much immediately.
And so are you talking to these 3 different therapists every week? Like, does that not get a bit exhausting?
So my psychologist, who I've been with since 2019, I talk to her every 3 weeks. My sports therapist is supposed to be Saturdays before sparring. And then the lady who does the brain spotting was like, it's when I need it. So it's just been like 3 sessions working on specific things. But that's more of like, if I have something in particular I want to try to work through, then I go and see her.
And is there any reason why it's Saturday before sparring with the sports one?
Just to make sure that I'm going into my sparring with the right mentality, you know, that like, even if I've had a rough week or if I didn't sleep well, or maybe I feel a bit off, that I can get my mind right, no matter how my body or my mental game feels. And that's been really helpful just with being able to set intentions, because obviously like your sparring is the closest thing to an actual fight, you know? So because I felt like last fight, I suffered a little bit from stage fright and performance anxiety. So then this whole camp, I really tried to recreate that as much as I could, you know, put the pressure on myself, try to like bring up those fight nerves, bring up the anxiety, bring up the fear, like everything, the fear of losing in front of people, try to bring up all that negativity that can come up in the moment, and give myself an opportunity to practice working through it and still be able to perform. So that honestly, like you asked me what I learned after my last fight, that was a huge part of it, was so that the first time that I feel it isn't on fight night. You know, like I've put myself there so many times now through this camp that I feel like I'm developing the tools to work through it if it feels really heavy, if that pressure feels like a lot.
Is that something you felt before? That stage fright, if you will, that anxiety?
Yeah, honestly, the fight before the last one, when I beat Jocelyn Edwards, as Coach Kieran and I were walking from the cage out the back, I said the same thing to him then. I was like, man, like, why am I free? Like, I felt like I was freezing. Even though I won that fight definitively, I felt like I froze a bunch in that fight, you know? So I had already known that was an issue, but I don't think you really understand how much it affects you until you lose. Like, I was still winning. So I was like, I'm feeling it, but I still won against a really tough and strong opponent. It was only when I lost, and I'm not saying it's the reason I lost. Not at all. I'm saying it's the reason I made decisions that I made. And she capitalized on those because she is amazing at what she does. Like, I'm not taking anything away from that. All I can control is my actions. And my actions in that fight put me in certain situations, you know, that maybe I wouldn't have necessarily wanted to do. So, yeah. So I've definitely felt the stage fright and the performance anxiety before. I don't think I realized how strong it could get.
So 5 days before the fight, how are we feeling? How's the confidence? How's the anxiety? How would you describe how you're feeling?
I feel really good. This might be the first camp where I feel like I've legitimately covered all bases. I've done everything that I possibly can do. You know, the only thing that I can't do is decide what she's going to do on Saturday night. You know, so like I've every single aspect that I'm able to control. I competed in jiu-jitsu again. You know, my coach Kieran found me a jiu-jitsu school to go to regularly. I started working with other therapists. I found a new wrestling coach. Like, I feel like I've covered everything that I needed to cover. And so now I just need to let it go. My coach has said to me all camp, like, Jesse's just got to be Jesse. That's it. There's been not much instruction other than that. It's just Jesse's got to be Jesse. And that's kind of my mantra this week is just be myself, enjoy what I'm doing. Remember why I'm doing this. It's because I love it. You know, I don't have anything to prove. I enjoy my job. I enjoy my sport. And I just need to continue to enjoy it.
Listen, forget about the number 276. It doesn't matter. Forget about the venue. Forget about all of this. It's another Saturday sparring session for you. You're going to show up there.
Totally.
You're going to be the first fight. So you know you're the one person who knows exactly when they're going to fight because you're the first fight. So you know exactly. You have that benefit. Yeah. You're going to be in the back there. You're going to be in the big arena. You're going to be a little bit nervous. It's natural. If you weren't devoted to your job, if you weren't passionate about your job, you wouldn't be nervous, and that would be a bad thing. And then that music is going to hit. And you're going to have a smile on your face. Yeah. And you're going to know. It's going to go, oh,
Ooh, I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. And you're going to have a smile on your face. You're going to know that the whole MMA Hour team is behind you. All the fans of this program are behind you, and we will propel you to victory. You're going to have your moment in the middle of the cage at the end. You are going to scream on the top of your lungs. You're going to say, yes, I did it for myself. I did it for Australia. I did it for my Nana, who's turning 100 on July 23rd, somewhere around that day. We're not quite sure exactly when her birthday is, but we're sure she's turning 100.
That's terrible that I can't remember.
That's
what
fine.
Day
And then you're going to fly home. First time since when you go home? First time since when?
I haven't seen any of my families. 2019, I think I went back, but I haven't seen majority of my family since like 2017.
Wow.
So
it's going to be an incredible after
so
party.
I haven't seen my brothers and sisters in a long time.
It's going to be a great flight home. It's a very long flight, but you're going to just shower in that victory. You're going to revel in that victory. You're probably going to listen to the song over and over again. And this might be your new walkout song because it will be the turning point of your career. And we will always look back on this song as the moment where you just said, you know what? I'm going to leave all that anxiety, all those nerves, all that pressure behind. I'm just going to have fun. You only live once. YOLO.
I'm just going to enjoy what I do. Exactly. You're only YOLO once. I'll be like, thank you, Ariel Helwani.
Listen, if you want to give us a shout out afterwards in the cage, that's up to you. No pressure. But the moment that song hits, we take down one of these photos. Your photo will be up there for life, immortalized.
I love that.
Amongst the gods.
Thank you.
Of MMA. So to all those people who thought you were announcing your retirement, guess what? Jessica Rose Clark ain't going nowhere.
Joke's on you.
Yeah, JRC ain't going nowhere. All right? Nowhere. The winning streak starts on Saturday. Good luck to you, my friend. Can't wait for the fight. It's going to be a great scene, a great moment. I'm very happy that you got this moment on such a big card. International Fight Week. Well done. And we will be rooting for you on Saturday.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. There she is, the one and only Jessica Rose Clark with the breaking news, Frank. What do you think? Breaking news. I mean, I wish I could do we have the rights to the song?
No.
No.
But you do a great job singing it.
Oh, oh, oh. I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I got the looks that'll drive the girls while I got the moves that really move me. I send chills up and down their spine. She's just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Boy toy. I mean, this is a great moment. Do you guys think this could be a bigger moment for the show than Virna coming out to Island Boys?
Possibly. Are you calling a shot?
What do you think?
That you're going to replace that photo with this photo?
Oh, no. I've got to find some real estate here.
I thought you were.
No. I mean, DC might have to go. I mean, it's a big moment. This is a big moment.
There's all that empty space on the desk. You could just pop it there.
What if Barbarena loses? You replace the lunchbox.
You think it's time? I mean, Barbarena fighting this Saturday against the great Robbie Lawler, for goodness sake.
I'm just trying to think of something here for you.
You think picture upon picture? Like, it'll be two pictures in the same spot.
It's true.
I'm just impressed by how quickly you've moved on from Virna. I mean, the fact that she was even in the discussion.
Virna's there. She's not leaving. You guys think she's leaving?
I mean, look,
sure seemed like what you were getting.
No. I just
vibe,
think. Here's the thing. That was
spurned her once with that terrible pick, and
that was a moment in time. I feel like. What do you think? But what's a bigger deal? UFC 276 International Fight Week coming out to Shawn Michaels music, or Island Boy? Is it boys or boy? I think it's boy.
I think it was pronounced 2021.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
There's only one. There's only one original. You can only do the first once.
I think it's a big deal. She gets on the pay-per-view card. She's coming out in front of.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's a big deal, and I think the song selection is a little bit more interesting than Island Boy.
Now, what are the? Could we get a line on the broadcast team no selling this? DC in particular, who I already told about all this. He's gonna be like, oh wow, she's coming out to Shawn Michaels, but not actually like. You should say the backstory, right?
I think you're more likely. I'll let Connor give an actual number on the odds here. I think you're more likely to get mentioned for that than the Hall of Fame speech, for sure.
No, I don't think you're getting it either.
You're
I don't think you're getting either.
I don't think I'm getting either.
You're asking for a line on DC when she starts walking out, just as the paper or as the card is starting, and he's just like, oh, she's walking out of this because. She went on the MMA Hour. She made a promise.
Yes.
And now her and Ariel are seeing it through.
Yes.
that happening plus 100,000.
It would be something like that. So it'd be like, yeah, she's walking out to the song. I don't know if you know this, but Ariel, what's that, Dana? Before he finished his sentence.
Greater chance of the shout out in the speech.
Yes, yeah, I think you're much more likely than the speech.
Now here's the biggest question of them all.
I don't even think we're going to hear the song on the broadcast.
Oh no! Listen, that's my question. Should we not have said it before? Like those who
Why
know,
are you whispering it?
Because in case anyone, do you think we
nobody's gonna
actually
hear this.
screwed ourselves by? Should we
You
not
just by bringing this to people's attentions, they're gonna go and retweet this clip. So
this clip right here?
yeah, you were probably better to just. Not
I should have
say
just
anything.
kept it going.
And then the whispering just is so suspicious.
Wait, are you worried that the song itself might get canceled?
Well, it's very important that she just said. She just said that it has been approved, so we now know if it gets
we're in
ixnayed, right?
That's right.
I think it'd be worse for them to try and do that.
I agree.
Now Connor's whispering too.
I know it's that effect that you have on people.
By the way, I agree.
Someone starts whispering, you start whispering back. I don't know why.
I think that this is huge. I think the fact that she has said on the record to the public that it has been agreed upon, because as of yesterday, it had been submitted, not agreed. Now that we know it's agreed, the pressure's on them.
If she actually gives a shout out, forget DC giving a shout out. There's no way that happens on the broadcast. If she
in the cage,
if she wins and then goes post-fight interview, gives a shout out to the MMA, what do? We get a full size cardboard cutout that has to hang out on the set with you.
I think that's the move.
I
Jessica
honestly
Rose
think
Clark
you
Corner.
might just have to have her on every week.
You know, I actually was gonna think to like up the ante with the shout out, and maybe I didn't. You know, I don't want to put too much pressure on the moment. Although New York Rick, you may remember Matt Matchroom was supposed to shout us out one time. Do you remember that back in the day?
This is
super old.
Opening a wound here, though.
And he didn't.
Yeah.
He said he was going to.
I was personally hurt by that.
Yes, he was going to shout out the Matchroom minute.
Yes, the best minute in sports.
We've never gotten a shout out in. Have we gone? No, I don't think we ever. In the actual like.
You know who I know would have shouted out? Petrosky. 100%.
Andre Petrosky?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He fumbled the bag unlike any other?
If he had gotten to do it.
You think so?
I think he would have called
Based on what?
He just seems like
he was pretty
tuned
aggressive.
into
I
it.
think
It
he
was
I think that his buddy was putting him up to it. I think it was Sean Brady putting him up to it.
But you do all this stuff and then you get to the moment and then you execute it. Now you bring attention to it. I think he would have done it. That's my 2 cents.
If Jessica Rose Clark wins, which by the way, JRC, I think that's sticking.
I like that too.
I referred to her as that earlier, so yeah, I like that. I think.
Wait, you said it before me?
Yeah, I mean it's just her initials. Yeah, I said it at one point.
I stole that from you?
Coming from a guy who goes by
I'm not
GC.
claiming that you stole this. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I at one point referred to her as that. I like it. JRC
Yeah.
sticking. If she wins, I will be standing by with bated breath as.
Oh my
she gives
God, what
her
a
shout out.
moment.
Oh my God, I'll be fingers crossed that she gives a shout out.
And so this is another example, a prime example. Shout out to our good friends. Everyone's going to watch the first fight now, right? We've now, let's be honest, going into this stack card, probably the fight that had the least amount of interest, right? Is that a fair thing to say?
You said it, not me.
Okay.
I think we can say not as much interest as.
Now I would argue it's like top 5. And so I think that we are owed a thank you from the executives at ESPN, UFC, etc. That's all.
I didn't say it earlier. I didn't get to say it earlier, but I think look, we're doing some victory laps here. I think you deserve the credit for that.
What's the line on you getting a thank you from ESPN?
I dare say that was really good. I also dare say maybe you should be in the Hall of Fame and not DC.
Wow.
Tell DC to take a back seat.
I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't feel comfortable. I mean, you said
we're not there yet.
You said it, not me. I can't say that. I will just say though, you look at the rankings, how many fights are on this card, at least as of right now, 13. We've lost 1. Wow, there was going to be 14 fights on this card. Sheesh. Hopefully it remains 13. I think it has now surpassed Barber I in terms of interest. I think you can make a very strong case that it has now surpassed Gary Green. I think you can make a very strong case. I mean, who's talking about, I don't know, Cerrone Miller? No one.
Earlier, it was like great factoid. Like,
yeah.
What a fight.
I think this is big. I think we have now added a lot of interest to this fight. If she comes out to that song and does like the pirouette thing that he does, or at least the turn, like at least plays it up a little bit, I think it could be a great moment. Now,
have you talked behind the scenes? Do we know if she's gonna lean into it like in that capacity?
No, I mean this is really the amount of talking that we've had. Yeah.
Okay.
I would also say my level of anxiety now for that fight is through the roof. We have to win this fight.
You're invested.
We know we have to win this.
Oh, now you're.
Well, I mean, I picked her. I picked her in the thing. I'm his draft.
I wish you had let her know she was your last pick of the draft.
I knew you guys weren't going to touch her. So, like, I mean, you guys really looking at the first fight of 276.
I respect it.
I'm all in. But I'm nervous because you know what's going to happen. 2 losses. Ooh, it's the Helwani curse. Ew, don't ever do it. Ew. You know it's all going to come.
Overdoing it.
But is there something to this? Is there
There is
curse
no
brewing?
There is no curse brewing. There is no curse brewing.
Is
there a curse
the Helwani lock of the week?
Is she a dog?
No, she's a favorite.
No, we have the Helwani dog of the week, the Helwani.
Oh, now we're doing another one?
The week, and now we have the Helwani.
Let's be real. We don't even need to pick underdogs on this anymore. So you just pick whatever you want.
By the way,
Israel Adesanya, dog of the week. Who cares? Whatever.
Wow. I was gonna say, one second. Like Volkanovski, Holloway going the distance. Is that plus or minus?
Minus.
It is?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's minus.
For sure.
They've already fought 10 rounds.
Yeah, but sometimes I feel like these props are always plus. Do you know this for a fact, or you're just saying this?
I know it for a fact.
Yeah, I'm looking at Volkanovski, Holloway. Volkanovski.
Wait, you were looking for that as your dog of the week.
Minus 200.
Yes.
Minus.
Oh yes, minus 225.
Oh man. You know what?
Yeah.
Just do it. Just say it. Who cares?
No, I can't do that. Wow.
Last time your justification was like there were other outcomes and it was not the most.
By the way, Volk via decision plus 100.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Helwani plus money play of the week.
As soon as you said that, I actually think there might be a finish in this fight.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, who?
Why doesn't go to a decision?
Who are you leaning towards? Volk?
I think Volk could finish him. Yeah.
Volk via sub. Volk via sub plus 1400.
That would be nutty.
I don't think a sub. I could see.
Okay.
See a
KO plus 325.
KO.
How about Cerrone Miller? No one becomes the all-time leading winner. We get a draw plus 6,500.
Wow. Plus 6,500?
Yeah, but
someone's going to bet it.
Draws are.
Someone will bet it. Yes, draws are stupid bets. There's no reasoning behind it unless you're just firing it off for fun.
Cerrone Miller, let me see. There's no prop for it here. Some fights have props, some don't.
Yeah.
Just want to look at Izzy real quick. Izzy decision plus 100. Izzy KO plus 150.
That's not that much extra.
Who's not
that much extra juice?
Izzy submission 1,600.
He has been talking a lot about submissions.
He's grappling.
He keeps talking about choking him out.
His last finish was Paulo Costa, so it was almost 2 years ago, 3 fights ago.
I could see a finish, but I don't think it's worth that. I don't think that's enough extra points on that.
What about, just curious, since there have been some weird ones, Cannonier decision plus 800.
I mean, I think he has to knock him out if he wants to get it done. I don't think he beats Israel Adesanya in a striking match like that.
Pereira knockout could be interesting, but not here.
You picked him, right? In the draft?
Yeah. Sean O'Malley? No,
I could see it.
Why do they have props for some fights but not other fights?
They just slowly release as the week goes on.
Too early? All right.
I think we have our we're gonna have to really put some work in on our DraftKings league this week. Let's
Why?
see if it's up. DraftKings gave us the special privilege.
Oh.
Huh. We got the MMA or UFC contest. We have 300 entries now. Let's see if we can do it.
Already?
No. We can.
Oh, we have like
that.
okay.
Yeah.
When are we doing the like don't they do sometimes like boost and all that stuff?
Yeah, we can talk offline about it.
Okay, all right.
Jumping the gun.
Final question. does she walk out to that song? Does it happen? What do you guys think?
She definitely walks out to the song.
You think so? I don't know.
Yeah, I think she's going to walk out to the song. I think she's going to win.
Okay. That'll be big.
And then from there, we find out.
Too bad I won't see it. I'll be at Money in the Bank.
I'm so invested in this, and I will find out later.
I'll be talking to Natalia Neidhart and the rest of the
Sweetheart
over there. Yeah, very nice. Give me the toy right over here.
Yep.
All right, so we have a big week coming up. I mean, a lot on the docket. Wednesday, 11 o'clock, Showtime pay-per-view press conference. We'll be hosting it. And then at 1 o'clock, I'll be sitting right here, contrary to Frank's beliefs, and we'll have another show. We'll have another in-studio guest. We'll have a big winner from Saturday's main event on the program. We'll have a former UFC champion on the show, and we'll have one of the brightest minds in the game. How's that for a tease? Any guesses? Perfect. I'm driving my kids to sleepaway camp tomorrow, and I'm very nervous about it. Probably won't sleep. Probably going to sleep in their bed and hold them very tight and maybe try to convince them one last time not to go. Probably won't work out in my favor. So when you see me next, I'll be a hot mess. I'll be very sad, counting down the days until they triumphantly return. That will begin as of tomorrow afternoon when we say goodbye. Like even talking about it right now, my palms are getting sweaty. I'm getting all nervous, all sad about it. Alas, we're out of time. Great show. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. Thank you, Frank, for the music. I was looking for my water. I couldn't find it.
You have Prime.
I do have Prime, but I ran out, as you can see. By the way, when I was in Montreal, we had like a sort of old friend reunion birthday party thing. Shout out to my good friends at Notre Boeuf de Grasse who hosted it. You may remember that restaurant from the infamous Kevin Owens feud, and it was just so nice. I would urge anyone out there, if you have the opportunity to link up with old friends, some of these people I had not seen in over 10 years, went out of their way to not just celebrate my birthday or whatever, you know, because we were there in Montreal, but celebrate life, celebrate each other, friendship. I can't even tell you how nice it was, how much it meant, how much it warmed my heart. If you are able to do it, if you're able to go back and see old friends, revisit memories, old stomping grounds, whatever, trust me, do not delay, make it happen. It will make you feel very, very good. We're out of time. Thank you to all our guests today. It was a great show as promised. Thank you very much to Johnny Eblen. Congrats to him on the big win. The brand spanking new Bellator middleweight champion. Thank you to Danny Sabatello. I can't wait to have him and Raytheon Stotts in studio at some time in the future. We shall do it. It shall be great. It shall be live as well. So that will be a lot of fun. Thank you very much to Max Holloway. Good luck to him on Saturday. Thank you to Eddie Hearn for stopping by. That was great. I can't wait for the first pitch. And thank you to Jessica Rose Clark. Go get him, Jess. Jessie Jess. Sorry, she doesn't like that. Talk to you on Wednesday. Peace. I'm out of here.